Well, this is that one. Yeah. So, I need to, he's using the confidence screen on there, but I need to get it.
Give me the laptop.
So I guess you have to zoom in, log into Zoom there, and just do the spotlight.
For my laptop.
No, they're just the slides. Just share screen. I do the share screen.
Can I print it, please?
You follow what I'm saying? In Zoom?
What is our?
This is extra, in case we need to run a hard line at some point. I told him from the start we should run out of there. The problem is when you try to split that way, then it doesn't support the quality that this putting out. That's what it is.
And then, let's see, so I want to share.
I left that one.
I should have to change that.
Change our one. Maybe multiple, but yeah.
Luke,
Yes.
what's the password?
That's Alicia one all over.
One is one or one? Desktop, because we're going to show videos. Yeah. Yeah. Krista's getting it for you. She'll be right back.
Someone's bringing the handout to me?
Yeah.
All right, so wait a minute. We're doing my way. Sorry, I'm busy, but put this down.
That's yeah. Here, I'll cut to the logo. I don't see it here. I only see it here.
Hey, hey, 1, 2. Okay, A1, 2.
Just about.
Mellow. You have my playlist on here?
Yeah.
Gotcha, my playlist. There it is.
No.
I will check it out. How do you spell it? Pokey, P-O-K-E-Y?
P-O-K-E-Y, LaForge, L-A-F-O-R-G-E.
Okay. I'm just gonna park that on.
And give me the phone mic.
Yep.
That's just that stuff.
Okay. What?
You want them both up there?
Kind of feels like Elvis Costello. Right?
Are we ready to roll? Yeah. Are we about to go live on Facebook, Live, and YouTube Live as a test, as an experiment? I'll go well, we'll see. Just decided to do this last night. Not yet. Alex, you live? Yes, we are.
All right. Is the printout almost here? All right, welcome everyone. It's a nice, cozy group with a stage that is about 1.5 feet too high to be cozy. I feel very self-conscious standing way up here. This is like a stage for a room with 500 people. And the floor would be too low. This is too high. We need something just in the middle. Anyway, thanks for being here. And for everyone who lobbied to make this workshop happen. Okay. what I wanted, if you could please, is just black and white is fine. Like 6 slides to a page. I'll take this, but thanks to everyone who lobbied to make this happen. I think the last time I did a version of this program was, Tanya, the last time I did a version of this program was when? 2017. It was at the October 2017 live quarterly meeting. And yeah, so I guess it's time to do it again. So I'm curious, why are you here? I just want to get some feedback for why you're here, and because we're in the room, I'm going to ask you to use the throw mic. So I'm going to throw one to you, and thank you, by the way, for inviting us to the networking event last night. And then I'm going to throw one back to you, and then whoever, move it around. Ready? Can you catch it? Oh,
Thank you.
did you want it also?
So,
What are you hoping to get out of this?
So,
And just for context, if you would, what does your firm do,
okay.
revenues, and what are you hoping to get out of this?
Mayerson Law Group, criminal and family law. Last year, we were in the $3 million range. We're hoping to do substantially more than that this year. What I'm hoping to get out of this is, in the past, I've acquired, I guess now 3 different law firms. So 1 in the criminal law space and 2 in the family space. So the current one isn't a straight acquisition. The other 2 were straight acquisitions. And the first 2 didn't go well for various reasons. The first one ended up being successful for reasons outside of why it happened. The second one was a complete disaster, and the current one seems to be going well. So I'm interested in doing this to further expand the firm. Likewise, on the flip side, 54, going to be 55. I, want to have some planning. I don't have any kids. I don't have a husband. I don't have anyone specifically to take over the law firm. I have possibly a good friend of mine's daughter who is in law school now who's interested. She's been clerking with me. But that's a long-term plan. And as I was talking to someone earlier today, like 2 years ago, I had an issue with, I have elderly parents, I'm an only child, I'm responsible for them. I ended up they both had emergency falls within a week of each other, and they were both in the hospital. So I had to take off 6 weeks. And at that point, I was like kind of ready to throw in the towel and say, I'm out of here and have other stuff to do. I have other interests.
Let's acknowledge that because you put the work in and you put the processes and the systems and the procedures, all the things that we helped you create, when you were gone for those 6 weeks.
Oh, everything went just fine.
I mean, you understand that for most law firm owners, what you just said would be basically a career-ending experience.
Yeah,
and for you, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, that happened, that sucked, and I came back in the firm. The marketing kept going, the sales kept going, the staff kept going, the clients kept getting serviced, the bills kept getting paid, the revenues kept coming in.
Yeah. And, I have a lot of other interests. I'd like to travel. I have other businesses that I own and things that I'd like to pursue. So I wanted to think about a plan B. And I also want to position my firm for plan B for a later point in time. And, I started looking around at a lot of different resources. And when I was looking, I think I pulled up the different names, I was very surprised at how law firms are treated in comparison to other businesses. Like other businesses, I've handled stuff with clients. I helped a client get an 11 times EBITDA offer on a rehab center. I've helped people in other spaces get other offers because, I have some connections. Law firms, you're lucky if you're getting like a one-time gross revenue offer, and I just thought that the valuations of law firms were unusual. I was going to ask you questions about why our books don't show like EBITDA versus, I guess, how they're structured now compared to other businesses when I look at their books. And I was interested in why they're treated differently, because I have seen different types of professional organizations where the valuations are much larger. I understand if it's a solo firm.
I think it's going to become extremely clear to you before lunch today, definitely by the end of the day. And the reason why I'm hesitating is because I added some new material and I just realized it'd probably take a little bit longer to get to that part. By the end of the day today, I promise you will become very clear about why law firms tend to be valued so low relative to other professional services firms
And anyway,
and other businesses.
for me, I want to, make sure I don't have a crappy acquisition again in the future, because I've been looking to expand by doing that. And B, for my own purposes, creating more value in the law firm so that if and when I'm ready to exit and move on to something else, I can do that and I get the highest amount of money for the time that I've invested.
Let me add one more thing that you didn't mention. You alluded to it. You mentioned, and this is something that I think everyone should be thinking about. You mentioned that a possible exit plan for you is the daughter of a good friend.
Yes.
Presumably because she's the daughter of a good friend, you don't want to give her a pile of shit.
Correct. And I've been training her.
With a fuse burning, waiting to blow up in her face in the future, right? We want to give her something of quality that you can be proud of.
Correct, and I've had a long discussion with her. She's in law school before she even went into law school, because she said that this was what she wanted to do, and saying that I was going to, train her up. She didn't have time, otherwise I'd probably be dragging her to some of this stuff this week. So I've been dragging her to different kinds of things so she could start to learn the back end of it. And I've already put her on a trajectory, whereas when she graduates from law school, I'm going to have her work at the state attorney's office, get a certain level of experience. She's been working with my law firm. I'm trying to teach her both the criminal and the family space so she can kind of see both of those.
And you're teaching her the business side of it, which is
Correct.
what they don't teach anyone in law school.
Correct.
Right. All right, I think I got the idea. Excellent.
So I'm Andrew Rader, and ditto on much of what Leah just said.
Revenues?
1.2 last year, personal injury, commercial litigation. I'm kind of have a beginning of a specialty in IVF litigation. I'm 63. My lease is over in 2 years, and I'm trying to start with the end in mind. I don't know what I want to do in 2 years, but I do know that I want to have options. And right now, my firm is really about me, and I need to figure out how to make it something that's marketable to other people without me in it, at least every day.
Let me ask you, if you had an emergency and you had to step away from the firm for 30, 60, 90 days with emergency access only, right? What do you reasonably, realistically expect you'd find when you got back? What do you think you would reasonably, realistically find when you got back in terms of the marketing? I'm just going to break it down by area.
I think that stuff would probably still be going reasonably strong.
All right, what
I have
about
an
the sales?
associate.
What about the sales? The person
It
sitting
would,
next to you did
sales
this.
sales would probably fall, although
All
we
right,
get
so
a
the
lot of
firm-
stuff
So the
online.
marketing would keep working. The marketing would keep working? Yes?
The marketing would keep working.
Okay. But it would be producing leads that don't convert. Hey, Becky, could you keep that down? But it would be producing leads that don't convert into clients,
Certainly not with the same conversion rates. Yeah.
which would not only burn cash, right? But it would also burn goodwill.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Third part, so marketing, sales, production. What would we find in 90 days if you came back in terms of the production of services for clients who have already hired the firm? In other words, the client hires the firm. So everyone understand that when you are meeting with, or when your firm has a representative meeting with a prospective new client, yeah, you're entering into a contract, right? They are giving you consideration. They're giving you money, and they're giving you a promise to meet their ongoing financial obligations to your business, yes? And your firm is giving them consideration also. Your firm is giving them the promise to take care of their case or their matter or their situation, right? And if you know that you are not going to be able to honor the commitment to a person when you enter into a contract, what's that called?
Fraud.
It's called fraud in the inducement,
Yeah.
right? It's called fraud in the inducement. If you enter into a contract knowing that you can't honor the commitment, that's fraud in the inducement. What if you don't know for sure that you can't honor the commitment, but you have a pretty reasonable expectation? You're not really sure. Maybe I'll be able to honor the commitment. Maybe I won't be able to honor the commitment. I'm not really sure.
I'd call that bad faith.
You call that bad faith?
Yeah.
Okay. Particularly if it's not disclosed. Yeah? Okay, so I'm saying this because I want us to really wrap our head around this. And this is the conversation, by the way. This is precisely the conversation that got me uninvited back to dozens of bar associations all over the country. Because you can imagine walking into a bar association when I was on the National CLE speaking tour. So I spent half of 2010, all of 2011, all of 2012, and most of 2013 on the road. I literally spent more nights on the road than at home, going out, building this business out of nothing. And I would go into these bar associations where they didn't really know me, so they didn't really know what they were getting. You know, back then, just so you know, I went in disguise. I went in incognito. It wasn't fraud in the inducement. Let's just say I wore a suit and tie. And I had shaved. And then I walked in, but the same things came out of my mouth as usual, but they just weren't expecting it. Anyway, I would start talking about this, and lawyers would get completely bent out of shape because I would kind of walk them through this analysis, and they would come to the conclusion of the fact that they're basically engaged in, what's it called, where it's like a regular pattern of a RICO Act. Right. They would basically come to the conclusion that they're all basically running a Ponzi scheme, RICO Act. They should all be disbarred because of the way they're running their law firm, objectively speaking. And I would then say, but I can show you how to make it all better. But by that point, they're like, fuck you, how dare you hold a mirror to my face and show me the truth of what's really going on in my business and my life. Anyway, we're going to show you how to fix it. Good. All right. Throw the microphone over that way while we hear from the next person.
My name's Marjorie DeLima. I have a family law firm in Maryland, and our gross receipts were 1.7 last year. We're looking hopefully at 2.5 this year, and I am 61 years old. I know I don't look it, thank you. And
You don't look it.
thank you. I try hard. And anyone who's single, no, I'm kidding. Not really, but anyone who's younger wants to take over my practice, no. So
I thought that conversation was going to go to a different place.
well, there's a single thing too. That'd be nice to have a date.
Anyone
but in
who's
any
younger
event,
who wants to take over and take over.
take me.
It's a full service program here.
Flattery will get you everywhere. So, I've been really just looking at, I have a daughter who has, when people asked her, are you going to be a lawyer like your mom? She's like, fuck, no. There's no interest. And in any event, I just want options. I've never really heard of buying and selling firms before. I was in HTM and heard some inklings about it. I don't know how they're valued. I sort of know, but I don't know. And, originally my thing was, I'm going to work for this long and I'm going to get out. And that's it. And now I'm like, no, I want some options. Maybe I want to be like RJon when I grow up and work a certain number of hours a year and stay a little with my foot in the door. Maybe I want to walk away with a mailbox check like Becky had posted in our Facebook group. Maybe I want to sell it. Maybe I want to buy a firm. I have no idea how to go about that, but I'm looking at possibly solo practices to increase the firm. So I'm really coming here knowing nothing and want to learn about it and my options.
I appreciate you keeping an open mind. Let me, yeah, she wants the microphone back there. But while we're waiting for that, let me just say, everyone, your law firm will be sold. Not selling your law firm is not an option for anyone. And when I say not an option, what I mean is your law firm will be sold. Whether you like it or not, whether you want to or not, you do not get a choice. Your law firm will be sold. The question is whether it's going to be sold on your terms or not on your terms, okay? But this whole idea of, well, I'm deciding whether or not I want to sell my law firm, that's delusional. That's extreme. That's an example of extreme entrepreneurial immaturity. Every mature business owner understands their business will be sold. Mature business owners make choices about when and how their business will be sold on their terms. Immature entrepreneurs, even if they're very, very old, they might still be a very immature entrepreneur, discover, unfortunately too late, that their business will be sold. It just gets sold not on their terms. And then they're unhappy about it, or their family ends up being unhappy about it. So just get it out of your mind that not selling your law firm is an option. Got it? All right.
I've been trying to figure out how to have a buy-sell agreement. I have 12 attorneys that work for me now. Oh, and I am, RJon, thank you so much for this, because I'm out tracking at 8.4 profitably.
And it's profitable.
Yeah, profitable. Yeah. So
Where
thank
were you when we first started working with you and me, and I forgot your former partner's name?
Oh, Elizabeth. We were at, I was at 213 by myself.
$213,000.
Yes. Family. Raleigh, North Carolina.
And then long story that we don't need to get into right now. Left
for a couple years because I was trying to catch up on all the stuff I had learned, and so I kept implementing.
Yeah, that's what you told
when
yourself.
I bring people,
That's
this
what
is
you
my
told
CFO.
yourself.
Well, but I went from 1 to 2 million in that time. I probably could have gone faster, but this is my CFO, by the way, Corrine. And
Does the record reflect that her CFO sitting next to her is nodding her head in the affirmative of yes, you would have gone faster? Anyway, the firm's going to do $8 million, did $8 million last year.
no, they did 7.1. We did
The firm did
7.1.
$7 million last year,
And we're tracking at 8.4 right now.
and we're tracking to 8.4 this year. Fantastic.
Yeah.
And profitable.
And yeah, how much, we differ on how much my TOB is, but around 20-ish%.
Around 20, excellent,
Yeah.
fantastic.
So it's really life-changing, thank you
Good,
so
good,
much,
good, good, good.
RJon. So, but I've been looking at this because I'm 60 years old. The lawyers keep asking me, what's the succession plan? And I've talked to like 12 different people, even did one thing where I bought life insurance that I was going to pay myself, like whole life insurance I was going to pay myself every month, like $10,000 or $20,000 a month. So I was buying my business from myself. And so they're like, after they saw me do that, after you have a 3-day contract cancellation, canceled that real fast because I realized why am I buying it for myself? So it's very difficult to find, for me, just hunting and pecking around, figuring out how can these folks buy it from me with their money or with a trustee's money or something, because that's one of the challenges is who's going to pay for it. Like, I don't want to pay for it. So, I'd emailed you, I don't know if you saw that, but.
I didn't.
Okay, yeah, because I have one kind of option, but I wanted to see what you thought of it. But it is hard to figure out how they're gonna, how people are gonna finance it from you. And I
Resend that
also-
to me, because I didn't see that email.
Okay.
I apologize.
ESOP, an ESOP and then an ESOP trustee.
I'm just,
Yeah, I'll talk to you.
just send me the email. I'm
Okay,
just saying, if
okay.
you send me an email and I don't respond, it's because I didn't see it.
Okay, yeah, it's an option that somebody else finances.
I got
and-
it, I get it.
So anyway, but that's one of my big challenges, and also, none of my kids are lawyers. Can't, you had mentioned several times about creating the system or process of the law office management as one company, and then the lawyers as a separate company that would, they would contract with each other. And so I'm really interested in that kind of option for my family and also the other employees that are not lawyers.
Okay.
Mary Gerganis? Yeah.
We'll all
Yeah.
meet,
But that's,
you'll see each other during the break.
I've been trying this and it's so confusing. That's why I'm so happy. Thank you for doing this.
Awesome. Anyone else? Yes.
Justin Onenson. I do family law in Seattle. We did 2.8 last year. We've done 1.3 through April this year. I wanted to learn how to buy struggling solos. And PPM the other day, somebody was, they were having a hard time like recruiting somebody who ran their own firm but ran it poorly and didn't really like it. But they couldn't understand why the person wouldn't come and work with them, even though they were offering them like more money and the opportunity to like focus on legal work. And you said like an interesting thing that there's probably pride involved. And if, that person went to their friends and family and said, oh, I closed my business and joined this firm, there's kind of shame, even if it's like mathematically a good choice. Where if you could change the conversation to say, hey, I was doing so well that they bought me out and now I'm joining this firm, then it's a win-win, even though, behind closed doors, who knows what actually is the math. So that made a lot of sense to me. There's one attorney that I've been trying to recruit for years and I can't get her. And I thought that if I understood how to change the conversation of buying her out versus just telling her, hey, you suck at running your own business, come join mine, then
Right.
I'd have a better shot. So.
Right. Let me just give a little context for this because some of you may not understand this conversation that's been going on. There are a few different national firms that have begun to buy up small law firms around the country in different practice areas. And a few of our former members have sold their law firms to this national group. And the way this national group is doing it is brilliant. I mean, really smart. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. And obviously, I'm not giving any names. And if you know the names, please politely shut the fuck up and don't say it out loud, okay? Keep it to yourself. Anything, if you know any names of any identities of anything I'm about to say, please keep it to yourself. Because number one, you could be completely wrong. And I don't want you to blurt out a name that's not even right. And number two, if you're right, I don't want you to blurt it out because I don't want anyone to feel like we're talking shit about anyone, because I'm not talking shit about anyone. I'm just talking about a shitty situation. Make sense? So this is the typical scenario. Let's take a contingency personal injury law firm, for example. I could use a family law firm. I could use a bankruptcy law firm. I could use an immigration law firm. I could use any area of law you want. I'm just going to use personal injury because it's what came to mind first. Okay? Let's say there's a personal injury law firm with $10 million worth of cases in the pipeline, right? They went out and they did marketing and marketing and marketing and marketing, and they did the most spectacular job in the world, and they've got $10 million of cases in the pipeline, meaning cases that will produce $10 million of fees for the law firm. I don't mean $10 million in settlements. $10 million in fees for the law firm. You with me? And let's just say that we put this on the chart, and it looked a little bit like this. Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, Q5, Q6, 7, and 8. So we got 2 years worth of quarters here on the chart. You tracking me? Right? Some of the cases are going to cash flow, are going to generate revenue in Q1, in the next 90 days. Some of them are not going to generate any revenue for the firm until 2 years from now, because maybe it's a big case and we haven't even reached MMI or something like that, right? So you have an inventory of cases. Case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, all the way up to case, we'll just call it 100. And let's say that the total value of all cases is $10 million, yeah? All right. Case 1 is expected to generate, what's $10 million divided by 100? What? Is it 10,000? Okay, let's just say for conversation purposes, let's just say every case is going to generate $10,000 in revenue, just to make the math easy, yes? And who are the PI attorneys in the room? Okay, and what's a reasonable cost of goods sold on a $10,000, on a case you're going to generate $10,000 in revenue on? Can we go with?
Including cost of acquisition?
Not including cost of acquisition. Not including cost of acquisition, just the cost of delivering the service. Let's say, what, 25%? 30%? 30%?
If you were to include like cases that go to litigation and fail, yeah.
Including cases that go to litigation, blended average of, let's say, a third. Yeah? So we're going to say that the average case value is going to be $10,000 times 100 cases is going to be $10 million. You with me? Oh, it's 100,000. 100,000, sorry, 100,000. All right, $100,000 per case, 100 cases, $10 million. Yes? And look, you can make the average case value anything you want. The principle is the same. I'm just trying to show you a concept. And let's say that the COGS is going to be 33%. I'm just going to call it 30% again to make the math easier. And we'll call it, the average COG is going to be $30,000 for a average gross profit of $70,000. Yes? $70,000 average gross profit times 100 cases is how much? $7 million. So $7 million. No, not 10 years, eight quarters. You with me? All right, so what's 100 divided by 8? This isn't a math test. Take out your calculators. How much? 12? Okay, I'm just going to call it 12. So that'd be $1.2 million per quarter of revenue for 8 quarters. You follow me? So case 1 is going to generate $100,000 in Q1. Case 2 is going to produce $100,000 in Q2. Case 3 is going to produce $100,000 in Q3. Case 4 is going to produce $100,000 in Q4. Case 5 is going to produce $100,000 in Q5. Case 6 is going to produce $100,000 in Q6. Are you getting where I'm doing this? So you go through and you inventory random cases, or you inventory and you spot check some cases, or you do a sophisticated statistical analysis and you use that number, or you inventory each and every case by case, by case, by case, by case, to make sure that each case stands on its own, number one, to make sure that each case isn't a dumpster fire, number two, and number three, to make sure that none of the cases has a giant cost of goods sold hanging on out there that they're lying to you about. Which approach would you take if you weren't a moron? If you weren't a moron, you'd inventory each and every case, right? Yeah? So you'd inventory each and every case, and you'd figure out for each case how much revenue you think the case is reasonably going to produce. Yeah? You would figure out how much it's going to cost to prosecute each case. You'd figure out what you think the gross profit on each case is likely to be and when that money is going to come in. Now, if you thought that the case in a best case scenario was going to be worth $100,000, would you give it a valuation of $100,000, or would you discount that because what if you're wrong? You'd give it some kind of a discount rate, yes? Right? And if you think that the case should cost $30,000 cost of goods sold, would you say, okay, great, $30,000, or would you put a little buffer in there just in case? Right? So you discount the $100,000 to maybe $90,000, and you'd bump up the $30,000 to maybe $40,000, and so you'd figure that the average gross profit per case is around $50,000, and you discount the valuation. The seller is trying to tell you that there's $7 million of value in there, and you say, well, yeah, but I'm going to say $5 million because because I'm going to discount the top line a little bit, and I'm going to bump up the bottom line a little bit, and oh, by the way, so now we say it's worth $5 million. Yeah? Except I got to wait 8 quarters for the last case. And I got to wait 7 quarters and 6 quarters and 5 quarters and 3 quarters and 2 quarters. So would you pay $5 million? You discount that by something, right? So what would you discount that down to? Don't worry about the math. Just throw a number out there. What feels in your gut right? Someone said $4 million? Great. So we'll call that $4 million. All right. So now, hold on. So now, in a best case scenario, each case is worth $100,000, but we're going to say, yeah, we'll call it $90,000 because just in case. In the best case scenario, each case will only cost $30,000, but we're going to say $40,000 to be safe. Yeah? And we're going to understand that there's a time value of money, and we're going to wait 2 years to get the final case, so we're going to discount it down to $4 million, right? Now, what would you pay for that $4 million package? Would you pay $5 million for the $4 million package? Would you pay $5 million for the $4 million package? I promise you, you understand the question. The answer is obvious. No, you would not. Would you pay $10 million for the $4 million package? No. Would you pay $4 million for the $4 million package? Yes? You still have to do all the work. You still have to front all of the expenses, right? Because remember, there's $10 million in revenue, there's $3 million of expenses. That capital has a cost to it, right? It costs you something to front that $3 million of capital, yes? Now maybe you don't need $3 million, maybe you only need $1 million because you can recycle it, yeah? But that $1 million has a cost to it. There's a value of taking that $1 million out of the stock market, out of a real estate investment, out of any other place, and putting it in the safest place in the world, right? Or at risk. At risk. So you better be getting better than $4 million. You better be getting a profit on that $4 million. Otherwise, why are you going through all this trouble? Right? Hey, could I please take all of your risk off of your hands? Could I please absolve you of all of your ongoing responsibilities? Could I please work for the next 2 years to squeeze all the money out of all these cases and not make any profit? I mean, would anyone do that? Does that make any sense at all? No, it does not. So what would you pay for the $4 million of cases? 2, maybe 3, right? Maybe you're willing to pay for goodwill. Maybe you're willing to, great. So all these clients, these 100 clients might become referral sources for you in the future because we're all hoping that they get run over by another truck. I mean, I'm trying to show you something, because when I tell you, going back to Justin's point, this is where this whole conversation started, because there are a bunch of lawyers going around who are telling people that they sold a firm like this for $10 million. Does that seem plausible? But what if they've got a great brand? What if they've got a great marketing machine? What if they've got a great staff? What if they've got great processes and policies and systems and procedures? What if they've got a great office lease that's significantly below market value? What if they've got some magical computer software and some magical computer equipment that's not going to be in the garbage 10 years from now? But there are lawyers running around right now who are listening to this bullshit and believing it. Yeah? They're believing that someone with a brain who actually knows how to value a business is going to pay $10 million for a contingency law firm with $10 million of cases. Yeah? And when they tell me this, I'm just like, that's not true. Well, how do you know that's not true? Because I know? I mean, because I understand how to value a business, because I have some experience, right? Now, in some of the cases, some of the lawyers who are going around and telling these stories are actually former members of ours, and I happen to know what a shit show their business is. So I know there's nothing else but the cases. But some of the lawyers who are going around telling these stories are people that I've never met before. I don't know anything about them. I have no special knowledge, except I just know how. Listen, if you want to tell me that you've got a $1 million of cases, right, and you sold it to some entrepreneurially immature, naive lawyer who doesn't know anything about business and has bad professional advice, and they fell for some bullshit story, you pulled the wool over their eyes, I could buy that. That happens, right? But you tell me that someone's going to peel off $10, $20 million to buy a law firm from you, I know they've got professional advisors who probably know even more than I do about how to really squeeze, do this analysis. You know what I'm saying? The point, Justin, is this is the conversation we were having on the Practical Profitable Mindset program, I think, that you're referring to, right? Because you can buy small law firms from owners who don't really know how to value their firm. In other words, you can take this same knowledge and use it to your advantage when negotiating with sellers who don't know better. But first, you've got to not fall for the bullshit. I have an entire program. We got exercises. We got lessons. We got a whole workbook full of great stuff to do. I don't want to turn this into a big Q&A thing. We'll talk later. I just wanted to set some context, okay? So we got people who are here because you want to sell your firm. We've got some people here who want to build your firm through acquisition. We got some people who want to just go on a straight up acquisition run. That's great. Is there anyone here who has a different reason for being here that I want to make sure that I take into consideration and address? Throw the microphone here, Jerry.
Maybe this will be answered later, but is the only way to sell your firm just to sell it to a different?
Say again?
Is the only way to sell your firm or exit to sell your firm? Like, are there other ways of exiting that aren't selling your firm?
Okay, we'll talk about that.
Sure.
All right, does that pretty much cover the waterfront, as they say? These are all the reasons why we're here. You want to sell your firm. You want to get yourself ready because you know you want to sell your firm at a known time in the foreseeable future. Second is you want to prepare yourself in case something pops up and you need to sell your firm, right? Like always have a to-go bag, right? Or some of you want to acquire other firms. Okay, good. And then there's also the factor of what do we do with the staff so we don't leave them high and dry, and what do we do with the family who have no interest in taking over the law firm, either because they have no interest in it or because they are not attorneys, and we still have to be an attorney to own an interest in a law firm as of today, still, most around the country. We're good? Say again?
Do you know if by chance that's
With a microphone. If you don't have a microphone in front of you, don't talk because I can't understand you.
Do you know if that's also in other countries as
It's
well?
not
that-
in other countries.
Oh.
John?
Oh, good.
The only thing I'd caveat is maybe an unknown time in the somewhat foreseeable future, right? Like,
So there's the known time, the unknown time. So it's things you know that you don't know that you don't know, but you know that you don't know that you know that you don't know.
And I
Is that what
wanna
you're
know.
saying to me?
and I want to know.
For some reason, I just have banjo strings twinging in my head when you say this. All right. Good. Let's get to it. And by the way, this countdown clock has not counted down at all. So no, now you don't just get to press countdown. You have to actually make sure it counts down to the right time. Please, keep me on time. Glenn, keep me on time. If I start late, I have less time. Always keep me on time. All right, so sale. Sale is the transfer of ownership and title of property from one person to another for a price. That's a sale. Clear on that? You're giving ownership of your firm to another person for a price. Your firm will be sold. It will either be sold voluntarily on your terms, on your schedule, based on a valuation method you agree to. You should write this down. Based on a valuation method I agree to. This is the most important part of this conversation. Based on the valuation method I agree to. Or else it's going to be sold involuntarily on a valuation method that your creditors jam down your throat, pull out your ass, and make you eat again. I know, fucking gross. That's my point. It's fucking horrible. When your creditors dictate the valuation term to you, it tastes terrible. Or your firm is going to be sold through dissolution, which also the terms are dictated to you. Or your firm will be sold by your estate after you're gone. No one escapes selling their firm. That's the point. So all these lawyers who are going around saying, I'm not interested in selling my firm, they're a lot like the people who say, I'm not interested in getting into an accident in my car, therefore I won't wear a seatbelt. You know, you got to be prepared, right? You got to know it can happen to anyone at any time. All right. Profit or loss versus the balance sheet. So what I'm going to do is I got to install, this is not in the workbook, so just jump to the back and make some notes. I'm going to install some concepts and some ideas here that we're going to be using throughout the day today. Who's heard of a profit or loss? I'm sorry, a profit and loss. Profit and loss. There is no such thing as a profit and loss statement. It's one or the other, right? It's a profit or a loss. But they would say P&L. I know that. I know they always say P&L, which is part of the reason why it's so confusing, because a rational person thinks, wait a second, this makes no sense. I'm either making the business either made a profit or it made a loss. Yeah? Or broke even, right? But it's called a P&L. So a P&L is very simple. There's revenue, source 1, source 2, source 3, subtotal of revenue, and then there are expenses, cost 1, cost 2, cost 3, subtotal, and then you add up the subtotal of revenue with the subtotal of expenses, and you find out if you had a profit or a loss. Make sense? That's a P&L. All right. And Becky's point, we advocate that you use profit first, and you should use profit first. And if you're going to do profit first, I recommend that you have an expense, and you have an expense called profit first as an expense line, so that your profit or loss should actually end up being 0. But all you're doing is counting the profit up here instead of down here. I don't want to get too confusing here, okay? But conceptually, this is a profit and loss statement. It's a accounting of all of the sources of revenue. Attorney 1, attorney 2, attorney 3, paralegal 1, paralegal 2, paralegal 3. Workshop 1, workshop 2, workshop 3. Location 1, location 2, location 3. You and your accountant, you and your finance team can decide how you want to represent this, right? And reasonable minds can differ about how you want to divide up these categories. We have a whole different workshop on financial literacy where we can get into more detail about how to set this up. But conceptually, anywhere you decide to divide it up, all of your revenue comes down to this subtotal of total revenue, total income, Yes? You get this? All right. Same thing with expenses. You can mix and match. So in our bookkeeping business, we get people all the time who get all bent out of shape because, you miscategorize something. Oh my God, my bookkeeping is garbage because you miscategorized something. Bookkeeping that sucks doesn't suck because of miscategorizations. If you put costs for one into category 3, we can recast the financials to clarify that in the future. But all the expenses are going to be expenses, and the difference between the revenues and the expenses are going to tell you whether you made a profit or a loss. Make sense? Okay. This is also, okay. For some of you, I fully appreciate this is very basic remedial stuff. This program will build. We're starting with like basic concepts and ideas for everyone. Some of you, this is a refresher, and it'll become more challenging as we go. If you get to the end of the day today and you don't find yourself stretched and challenged, come let me know, and I will stretch and challenge you, and we can start breaking out the valuation formulas and really spin your head around. But I'm trying to make this simple and accessible for everyone. All right, a balance sheet is assets, liabilities, equity, here's the most important part of a balance sheet. This, by the way, was invented in the 1300s. And this is the brilliance that was invented in the 1300s. There's one single thing I'm about to show you right now. You ready? You ready? This changed business and commerce forever. This one single thing. An equal sign. Let the record reflect that my controller is applauding in the back of the room. This changed business forever. All right. If the total assets are X, what do you know the total of the liabilities and the equity has to be? X. If the total of the liabilities and equity is Y, what do you know the total of the assets have to be? Can the total of the assets ever be different than the total of the liabilities and the equity? No, because if it does, the balance sheet is said to not balance. Exactly. Get it? So you total up all the assets, and let's use an example that everyone is probably familiar with, a house. Everyone understands this of a house, right? So let's say there's a house. And let's say the house is worth $100,000. What's the total? $100,000. And let's say the house has a mortgage of $75,000. Where does that go? Mortgage of $75,000. What's the total here? What's the total here? $100,000. We know that because this is $100,000. So if the total is $100,000 and the mortgage is $75,000, how much equity is there? $25,000. Now let's say that the house appreciates in value. And now, instead of being worth $100,000, let's say the house is now worth $110,000. So if the house is worth $110,000, what do I have to do here? I got to make the assets worth $110,000. And because I got to make the assets worth $110,000, what do I do next? I make the total $110,000. Now I said that the house appreciated by $110,000. Did we take out a bigger loan? No. Did the liability, did the mortgage change? No. So how do I make this add up? I can't change the mortgage amount. The mortgage didn't change. Where do I put the extra $10,000? In equity. So now there's $35,000 of equity in the house because of appreciation. Everyone understand this? This is how a balance sheet works. I'm going to give another example to start making it more applicable and relevant to a law firm. Because I want you to see how much power you have, that you can either take advantage of this power or not. And unfortunately, most lawyers don't. Let's suppose that the house does not appreciate in value, but you decide that you're going to improve the property through your own industry, right? You're going to go to Home Depot, you're going to buy some paint, you're going to buy some carpeting, you're going to put in a little sweat equity on the weekends, and you're going to make improvements to the house which make the house go up in value from $110,000 to, I'm just going to change colors here, you've put in sweat equity, and now the house is worth $140,000. How much value did you add to the house? You added $30,000 worth of value. So what do we do here? How much? So this is now $140,000. See, I turned the 1 into a 4, $140,000. So what do we have to do over here? $140,000. Did the mortgage go up? Did we take out a mortgage? Did we borrow more money against the house? No, we did not. So where does the extra $30,000 have to go? So what's the equity of the house now? It's now $65,000. So we added, hold on, so we added $30,000 of value here. Yes, you follow? All right. This is what you do when you create policies, when you create procedures, when you create and document systems. This is what happens when you create a marketing system. This is what happens when you build a marketing machine. This is what happens when you create an onboarding system for onboarding new staff. This is what happens when you put key performance indicators in place and dashboards and checklists and templates, right? When you, by your own industry, create things that have value in your firm, you don't have to wait for it to appreciate. You can create things that a buyer will value, yeah? So let's say that we're sitting here looking at this house that's worth $140,000, right? Except you painted the house yellow, bright yellow, because you like bright yellow. And you put orange carpeting in the house, because you think bright yellow paint and orange carpeting is just fantastic, right? And let's say you planted a bunch of cactus all over the yard, because you think cactus is like the right thing to put in the yard of a house. So you got an yellow house with orange carpeting and cactus everywhere, yeah? And a buyer comes along and says what? The buyer comes along and says, I don't value any of that stuff, right? So I don't value the house at $140,000. I only value the house at $120,000. Yeah? Because the things you did to improve the value of the house aren't worth anything to that buyer. Yeah? But let's say another buyer comes along and they say, yellow is my favorite color. I love yellow houses. In fact, the reason I came to this house is because it was yellow. And I love orange carpeting. That's great. You've got great taste. We should be friends. And I totally understand why you put cactus in the yard. I'm a cactus aficionado. Also, I love cacti, right? They're great for the environment. They keep out the burglars. They keep the visitors away. I love cactus. they would value the firm at $140,000, the house at $140,000. Two different buyers, two different opinions. Yeah? If you sell your law firm to a big national law firm that already has a marketing machine, that already has a sales machine, that already has a recruiting machine, that already has an onboarding system for new staff, that already has their own policies and systems and procedures and ways of doing things. Yeah? How much value will they put on all these things that you worked all those nights and weekends with all that sweat equity and elbow grease to build? They won't put any value on it, right? That makes them probably not a good buyer. Yeah? But you go to another buyer who has no processes in place, has no systems in place, has no procedures in place, never even heard of the idea of training and onboarding staff, right? And they think, holy shit, this is brilliant. Now I don't have to spend the next 3 years of my life figuring this stuff out. That firm is my favorite color. I want to buy that firm. That color adds value to that buyer. Are you getting what I'm saying here? You get what I'm saying? So this is not a court of law, right? There is no statute that dictates the way to do this, right? You got to understand that different buyers are going to put different values on different things, so you have the opportunity to think strategically about how you want to start positioning your business for sale. Who do you think, who do you imagine, who are you preparing this firm for? Make sense? And then you can make some decisions about how you want to strategically deploy your resources to maximize the value for the right buyer. When we bought our current home, when Allie and I bought our current home, we walked into the place and we just loved it. Like, we asked, could we please buy the house completely furnished? And the seller, who's a professional interior designer whose weird, quirky taste happens to be like ours, she said, well, give me a list of what you want to buy. And we said, give us a list of what you won't sell us. And everything else we'll take. I mean, like, literally, it's like, we wanted everything. There was even, in the dining room, there's the, what is it, like Virgo, Sagittarius, what are those things called? The zodiac signs painted on the ceiling in gold, whatever, which you might be disgusted by, but we thought was really cool. And she's like, I'll have my contractor paint that over for you. We're like, no, don't change it. We love it. Again, you got to figure out who your buyer is going to be. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We were willing to pay a premium for the house because we didn't have to decorate it. We didn't have to spend the time, the energy, and the money. In our case, the time and the energy was even more valuable to us than the money. We don't have to decorate this place. All right, so you understand a balance sheet versus a P&L, how they work? Yes? Got it? All right. Now we get to cash flow. Rather than doing a big chart, I'm just going to explain cash flow is basically the ability of a business to cover all of the expenses without having to go into the line of credit or borrow money. Got it? So you can have a business that's profitable on the P&L. It's profitable, yeah? But it's not cash flow positive. You understand? You can have a business that's profitable, but not positive cash flow. You can have a business that's got positive cash flow, but not profitable. Don't confuse profit, equity, and cash flow. These are three very different, very important, but very different concepts. Got it? Some buyers are going to buy the firm just for asset value, equity value, I should say, balance sheet. Some buyers are going to buy the firm just for profit, and some buyers are going to buy the firm because of positive cash flow. Imagine a buyer whose own firm is very, very profitable, but it doesn't have positive cash flow. And they're not expecting to have positive cash flow for the next several years. But it's very, very profitable, just not positive cash flow. And they look at your law firm, and your law firm maybe is not very profitable, not a lot of equity value, but you got a lot of positive cash flow, a lot of free cash coming in. And they could buy your firm, and by buying your firm, they get access to all that free cash coming in, so they don't have to keep borrowing more money from the bank, they don't have to keep putting more capital into the firm. That's one kind of a buyer. Are you getting what I'm saying? There's another kind of a buyer who might look at your firm, and maybe your law firm is not profitable. Maybe your law firm is actually losing money. It's unprofitable. There's loss after loss after loss after loss every single month, losses, with nothing but losses projected into the future. And it's not particularly cash flow positive, right? But maybe there's an asset that buyer really, really needs. Maybe there's an asset that's really valuable to the buyer. And maybe they can get rid of some of your expenses to make your law firm losing less money. For example, your law firm has a director of legal operations, and their law firm has a director of legal operations. Guess what the combined firms don't need? 2 directors of legal operations. Save some money there. Their law firm has a acquisitions director. Your law firm has an acquisitions director. Guess what the 2 firms combined don't need? Are you getting where I'm going with this, right? So just because a law firm is losing money doesn't mean it's not very valuable to the right buyer. There might be some assets that are really valuable to that buyer. There might be that law firm that's losing money because it can't support the director of legal operations and the marketing director and this and that and the other. But maybe that law firm has a kick-ass marketing machine that just generates a ton of revenue. It's just not enough to cover all the costs. And if we can acquire that firm and take that marketing machine and plug it into our existing operation, we can get rid of all these expenses we don't need, these duplicate expenses, and bam, the combined firm is worth a lot more. You conceptually understand what I'm saying? All I'm trying to do with this part of the conversation is stretch your mind and challenge your thinking and help you understand that there's lots of different ways to look at the valuation of a firm from both the buyer's perspective or the seller's perspective, right? There's no right way to do it, okay? And I understand that, lawyers, you love to be able to, look at a statute or a regulation or a rule or a set of instructions, and you'll want things to be black and white, but they're just not like that, all right? Also, I think I heard earlier when we were talking about why are you here, what are you hoping to get out of this? It was Leah. You asked, why do law firms get valued so little? And the answer is usually because when you're looking at the valuation of a law firm, you're looking at a valuation of a law firm being foisted upon someone by someone who has an agenda, right? So based on my agenda, I will go to the balance sheet valuation to say, this law firm is a worthless piece of shit, and I'm going to give you pennies for it. Or I might go to the P&L valuation and say, the firm might have no equity, but it's got positive cash flow and lots of it for the foreseeable future, because it has good processes and systems and procedures. And while the balance sheet might look like crap, the future income stream is great, and you should think of it like buying an annuity. Or I might say the balance sheet has not a lot of equity, and the P&L doesn't look very pretty either, but it's got so much positive cash flow. It's got lots of free cash flow, and if we could just get rid of some of these expenses by having some mature, grown-up, possibly uncomfortable conversations, man, we could make this thing into a superstar.
Now, I have a quick question for clarification. On the balance sheet, when you're referring to the valuation, are you referring to the bottom line number that you have on both sides of the assets and the liabilities
No,
as the value
equity.
of the firm, or
The
just
value
the
of the firm is
equity?
equity.
Got it.
Equity.
Okay.
Equity.
Thank you.
Yeah, when we talk about the value on a balance sheet, we're talking about the equity. When you talk about a house, Leah, the house can be sold for $1 million. Yeah? The mortgage is $900,000. How much value is the house to you, the current owner?
Yeah.
$100,000.
Yeah.
Make sense? All right.
Absolutely.
All right. Where are we on time? We are going to break. We're supposed to have broken 9 minutes ago. So you're supposed to keep me on schedule, not 9 minutes late. All right, let's go to break, and when we come back, we'll keep going. Let's do 10 minutes because we're already 9 minutes late. Glenn, can we get some music? We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
You done with this?
I'm working on it. Thank you.
If they understand that people stroking checks as long as they keep stroking them legal, they'll keep stroking them legal. If they understand that the checks will only keep getting stroked to them if they help build a brand, well then they gotta build a brand. This is not on them, this is on him, to tell them, I want you to use your PR skills to help me build a brand, to build the brand, not me. So, back in the day, when we only had 15 people at the first live quarterly meeting, and 40 people at the first live quarterly meeting, and even up until we had probably, I remember being at a live quarterly meeting with 80 or 90 people in a live quarterly meeting, and it was great. And we still have people that, when we ask them to do testimonials, they say, RJon's program this, RJon's program that. Thank you. Please, RJon's program, please. I mean, it took me years to train the members to stop saying RJon's program, and start saying how to manage. So when he's doing his interview, what are they going to ask him?
Well, right now he's trying to position himself to be on the attorney, because he has a big case law. So big case laws is like the news.
So if you watch me on stage and you're watching, pay attention. How I'm moving, and I'm going to do it. You'll notice how much I invest in training the members to understand that most of the people on my team are better than me at most of the things that they do. Right? So who's your CEO? CEO?
I was needed.
You should be in some of those meetings. You should be in some of those meetings. And you should get into the week. That's a different conversation. Right? Whoever that CEO is probably better at doing that job than I am. They probably are. I'm disorganized. No, yes, I don't know. You need to find a way for it. You need to look for this thing. When you're working with a patient, psychotherapy, how do you know?
Always.
And then you see them a month later, and how do you know what the issues are? Ask the same questions all over again. Back to what? Which are on. Hey, that's all business plan is. Business plan is a conversation. It's a conversation. Don't look at the business plan. Let him tell you the business plan. He should be able to tell you the whole business plan with one point. If he can't describe that entire business plan to you,
His legal practice administrator. She's better skilled at that.
there's no matter. He can look at the paper. He needs to tell you, these are my financial goals, these are my personal goals, these are my professional goals. These are why these goals matter to me. This is why these goals matter enough to me that I'm willing to take all my excuses, jump on my ass, and do it. Right? He should be able to tell you, this is how I'm going to track my financial goals. This is how I'm going to track my personal goals. This is how I'm going to track and measure my professional goals to make sure that I'm actually making progress. Right? He should be able to say, in order to achieve these financial goals, these personal goals, professional goals, this is how many clients I think we need to help. This is how we're going to get the client. This is just a conversation. That's a business. The reason we put it on writing is so that they don't change the story. I would encourage you to get more engaged.
He's ready for that. I think when he first started his journey, his old partner, he was the wise
So part of it
It's all right, I'll put it here.
Blah, blah, blah. Fucking.
Well, the good news is that he also laid off a bunch of IRS people, so I think it's like, well, no, that's not what I was getting at. What I was getting at is that even if they fuck something up, like the chances that we're gonna go after.
Well, my concern was if another neighbor like turned in, that in Florida, felony directly with someone who's a lease. So, and I'm like, I don't prosecute my 80-plus-year-old parents for having a caretaker as their own entity.
Are they doing that in Florida? Like it being on the books that they're actually doing it?
They were going originally after all of the construction companies, and they were rating them. And then what they did is, like Geo went ahead and made all of their employees, like they had the people who are legal, set up their own companies of no more than 10 people because they tend not to raise. But every so often they my parents have dealt with like a lot of the different workers there. Like my parents have hired do our like project on the site and sometimes
Right.
and they've told them everything.
Right, so
It's
case
pretty
they
terrible.
do, yes, spot checking and reporting people to keep people afraid, but what about going after the employers? Because on a national level, they rarely, yeah, and those are their voting days.
It's their voting days, but not everyone, like parents sure as hell aren't voting. They could, I know it's the non-voting people.
That there is a way to get rid of undocumented immigration. They could easily do it by consistently looking after employers. They could do this. it would collapse. They're not going after lawyers. Very,
All right. So, let's see. We are 90 minutes into the show, and we got to our third slide. Sounds about right. All right, normalized salary. So what we're doing now is we're basically just covering vocabulary words. I'm just installing some basic concepts, some basic vocabulary. Like I said earlier, some of you are more experienced, and these are refreshers for you, right? And that's okay. Normalized salary. So there's how much your firm pays you, and there's how much your firm should pay you, and they're not always the same number, and there's sometimes some very good legitimate reasons for why those numbers are different. Normalized salary. The question is, what would the firm pay? Could you do that later, please? Could you do that later, please? Thank you. Just take that out. Thanks. Oh, he left that there. He left that there. Yeah, he left that there on purpose. Thanks. All right, so the question is, if something were to happen to you, grab the door, what would the firm pay? What should the firm pay? What would the firm pay someone else to do the same jobs that you do? You get what I'm saying here? Right? So we all understand from law school that the firm is an artificial entity, yes? It's not you, you are not it. Right? So what would the firm pay a third party? What would the firm pay anyone else to do each of the jobs you do? So here's what you do. You take everything you do. Hey, at the next session, anyone who comes in late, you're not coming in. This is too distracting. I'm sorry. It's like people are coming in, coming and going. No, can't do that. This is everything you do. So let's say that you divide up 100% of your time that you work for the firm, and let's say 25% of the time you do the job of a associate. And let's say 25% of the time you do the job of a, I don't know, marketing manager and sales. And let's say 25% of the time you do the job of a professional legal administrator running the business operations of the firm. And let's say 25% of the time you spend doing the job of a secretary. You with me? All right. What would you pay in your market for a full-time associate? Someone give me a number. How much? $150,000. Okay? So you'd pay $150,000 for a full-time associate in your market. It doesn't matter if your market, you said 100 or 200. He said 150, so we'll go with 150 for purposes of this example, right? So you have this amazing full-time associate who you're very, very happy with their performance, and they do a really good job. All is good in the world. $150,000. And this associate comes to you and says, hey, listen, because of insert good reason here, I'm going to only be able to work part-time. And I understand that's going to affect what you pay me. That's reasonable, yes? So if a full-time associate makes $150,000, how much does a 50% part-time associate make? $75,000. You all following this? Raise your hand if you get it. Okay, raise your hand if you need me to explain it. All right? So if a $150,000 full-time associate makes $150,000, and a $150,000 part-time 50% associate makes $75,000, how much is a 25%? $37,500, right? So if you work 25% of your time as a $150,000 associate, how much should the firm pay you for your work as an associate? $37,500. If the firm pays you $150,000 for 25% of your time, the firm's getting ripped off, right? Yeah? Okay. If the firm paid anyone other than you $150,000 and that person only showed up 25% of the time, you'd be pretty upset. All right. Same concept. How much should the firm pay for the marketing manager, acquisitions manager, salesperson? Someone throw out a number. $100,000. So if the full-time marketing manager, acquisitions manager, salesperson should be making $100,000, how much should a 25% person make? $25,000. $25,000, right? And how much should a full-time secretary make? $50,000. So how much should a part-time 25% secretary make? $12,500? $12,500? You guys got to start using round numbers here. $12,500. See, if you had $60,000, this would have been easy. Let's see if you can get this right now. The professional legal administrator should make how much? $200,000. And so 25% of a full-time $200,000 a year professional legal administrator, you would pay? $50,000. See how easy that is when we use round numbers?
But we have two 500, so that would round it up.
Shut up, math guy. All right. So the normalized, this is what's called a normalized salary. What's the normalized salary here? $37,500. $12,500 is how much?
50.
Plus 50,000 is how much? Plus 25 is how much? $125,000. $125,000 would be the normalized salary for the owner of the firm who spends 25% of their time doing the job of a $150,000 associate, 25% of their time doing the job of a $200,000 a year professional legal administrator, and so on and so forth. Yeah? If the firm pays this person $150,000, and it should be paying this person $125,000, what's the difference? This $25,000, we would call that part of owner benefits. This is really profit being funneled to the owner in a stupid, reckless, irresponsible, wasteful way that clearly demonstrates that the owner of this firm does not have a good tax strategist. You get the idea? Mm-hmm. All right. This is normalized salary. There's that vocabulary word. Now you know what it is. And it's going to come up again because when you're going to buy a firm and the owner of the firm says, yes, I pay my son $200,000 a year to do a job that we could pay anyone else on the planet $100,000 a year to do, what do you know you can do with that firm when you buy it and fire the son? You can make it more profitable, right? Normalized salary is a very important concept to understand when you're buying firms, and it's important to understand that the buyer, unless the buyer is unsophisticated, but a sophisticated buyer is going to also look at normalized salary to figure out what they should be paying for your firm. Okay? All right. Next slide is going to bring us to how profitable is your law firm? How profitable is your law firm? So I wrote a whole chapter on this in my book, Profit First for Lawyers. And here's sort of a recreation of the concept. It's not in the workbook. I'm just explaining these concepts and ideas. Law firm A, law firm B, and law firm C. Law firm A, making this blue instead of black. Law firm A has gross revenues of $1 million. Law firm B has gross revenues of $1 million. Law firm C has gross revenues of $1 million. Yes, you following this? Law firm A has, this is revenue, has expenses of $500,000. Law firm B has expenses of, let's say, $300,000. And law firm C has expenses of, let's say, $200,000. Right? I did this wrong. Sorry. Law firm A has expenses of, we're going to say, $300,000. Law firm B has expenses of $300,000. Law firm C has expenses of $300,000. The other one was to illustrate a different point that I'm not trying to make right now. $1 million in revenue, $300,000 of expenses, yes?
Yep.
Law firm A says they have, wait, I'm going to start over. I got all twisted around, sorry. Take two. Right, so law firm A, law firm B, law firm C. Law firm A has revenue of $1 million. Law firm B has revenues of $1 million. Law firm C has revenue of $1 million. Law firm A says, I have profit of 30%, which is $300,000. Law firm B says I have profit of 20%, which is $200,000. Law firm C says I have profit of 10%, which is $100,000. Are you tracking this? Law firm A has total owner benefits of $300,000. Let's call this $250,000. Law firm B has total owner benefits of $250,000. And law firm C has total owner benefits of $250,000. Total owner benefits. Tracking? You're not tracking.
Well, I'm not tracking the
They all have $1 million in gross revenue. We understand that, yes? They all have $250,000 in total owner benefits. We're tracking that, yes? Are we tracking that they all have total owner benefits of $250,000, Marjorie? Yes, you are. Okay, good. What you're confused about is how could they have the same total owner benefits?
with the different profit.
That's because $500,000. See, when someone threw out $500,000, it threw me off. Sorry. No, it's all right. It's my responsibility to not get thrown off. I'm the presenter. $500,000. All right, so they all have $500,000 in total owner benefits. Are you tracking here? Yes. Okay, they all have gross revenues of $1 million. They all have total owner benefits of $500,000, except the owner of law firm A goes around bragging to anyone who will listen how he's so smart because he has 30% profit. And owner of law firm C goes around thinking that she's some sort of fucking idiot because her law firm only has 10% of profit. Has everyone had this experience before? Yes? Sorry?
All through the phases of the firm.
Yes. Because profit is made up of three things. W-2 salary, K-1 quote-unquote profit, and other. I'm going to do this again because I made it too small. Firm A, firm B, firm C, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. Profit of 300, 200, 100. Hey, I'm a little OCD. Total owner benefit is going to be 500, 500, 500. This is the part that I want you to all focus on. This is why I rewrote it so we could really zoom in on this, okay? This one pays himself a salary of $100,000. This one pays a salary of $150,000. This one pays a salary of $200,000. Got it? This one's under market. This one's over market. This one's just right. All right?
The salary is to the owner. Yeah.
Salary to the owner. This one reports K1 quote-unquote profit of $300,000. This one reports K1 profit of $200,000. This one reports K1 profit of $100,000. Got it? 100 plus 300 is how much? 400. We got to get to 500. So this one has other. This would be tax strategy, right? This one uses the tax strategy and runs $100,000 a year through the business. This one runs how much through the business?
Huh? I can't see the.
200 plus 150 is 350. So how much do we have left over? This one runs $150,000 through the business because they have a better tax strategy than this one. Yeah? And this one runs how much through the business? $200,000 through the business because this one has a better tax strategy than the other two. But the total owner benefit is the same. You with me? The problem is when you go around talking to people and they start saying, yeah, my law firm has a 30% profit, or my law firm has a 20% profit, or my law firm has a 10% profit, or whatever. The problem is you don't really know what they really are talking about if you don't understand their tax strategy and their normalized salary. Sorry?
How is the total owner benefit 500 in every A, B, and C?
Because 100 plus 300 plus 100 is 500. And 150 plus 200 plus 150 is 500. And 200 plus 100 plus 200 is 500.
What's the other?
It's all of the things you run through your business as a
I'm
tax
sorry.
strategy.
Okay.
So, A, the business doesn't provide a car. B and C, the business is providing a car for them. A, the business is not providing for health care. B and C, the business is providing health care. A, the business is not renting a home office from them. B and C, the business is renting a home office from them. A, the business is not providing a off-site retreat 14 times a year for leadership to work on the business. Neither is B, but C went to our tax strategy workshop and learned how to get the business to pay you money tax-free and save you like $50,000 or $100,000 a year in taxes because of some pretty good tax strategies that we work on. But A is going around at the bar function talking shit to anyone who will listen about, look at me, I'm so great, I have a 30% profit margin, you're a bunch of fucking losers, right? And people who don't know any better are going around taking this person's bad business advice about all different parts of their business, right? Because pretty soon what starts to happen is A, who's going around saying, I have a 30% profit margin, and C, who has a 10% profit margin. A pretty soon starts giving C marketing advice, sales advice, staffing advice, advice about policies and procedures, advice about things which A doesn't know really anything about, but because A is telling anyone who will listen that he's got a 30% profit margin. And by the way, you'll notice I keep saying he. You know why, right? Why? All the women in the room know why.
All right, I go to the back.
Come here. Just get up, come here. I got to teach you a quick lesson. Just go, come up, come on. Turn around. Go on back to your seat. That's why. All right. And so there's a lot of young lawyers who are getting a lot of bad advice from older lawyers who don't really know how the business of a law firm works, but they're very persuasive when they say that they have a 30% profit margin, because they do have a 30% profit margin. But the reason they have a 30% profit margin is because they have no tax strategy in place. And because they don't really understand what the normalized salary of the business should be, which is part of the problem with the tax strategy. Are you getting what I'm saying? You get it?
Me?
Person behind you with a nice ass.
That you just smacked his ass?
No, could you repeat the last sentence? You say, I understand that he doesn't have a tax strategy, and then what else did you say?
And part of his not having a good tax strategy they kind of go together. Very often when you find a person who's all out of sorts with their normalized salary, they very often also don't have a good tax strategy. Very often when a person doesn't have a good tax strategy, usually you find out their normalized salary is all out of whack. They're not necessarily always go together, but they usually do.
Right, because they don't run by metrics.
Right. Throw the microphone to the back, and I should be enforcing the microphone rule better. I'm sorry.
Thank you, RJon. So considering that for salary you have to pay your payroll taxes, et cetera, if you're going to end up in the same place at the end of the day anyway,
You won't.
why?
It's a flawed hypothesis.
Okay, so then I take that sentence back.
You can leave it.
But my question is, why does it matter, excuse me, whether you're overemphasizing salary versus other? Do you know what, because you're still going to wind up with a 10% profit margin, no?
No.
Because the profit margin is not as important as the total owner benefit.
Right, but the total owner benefit I thought is going to be the same. What I'm not understanding is why does it matter which category you put it in?
Got it. I'm going to explain this to you in very simple terms. And again, this is not a tax strategy workshop, so I'm trying not to go too deep into this rabbit hole, okay? You're going to pay 15% of $100,000 for taxes. That's how much?
Oh, $15,000. Oh, I didn't know you were asking. $15,000.
You're going to pay 15% of $150,000 for taxes. How much is that?
22.5?
You're going to pay 15% of $200,000 for taxes. How much is that?
30.
What's the difference between 15% of $200,000 versus 15% of $100,000?
15,000.
That $15,000 is going into the garbage. This person is saving $15,000 in payroll taxes.
So why wouldn't you make your salary?
Extra $15,000 in payroll taxes.
So why not make your salary even lower and save additional money on the 15% and not put that money into other?
That's exactly what you should be doing if you have a good tax strategy. But if you go too low, then you have a problem
With the
because
IRS.
now you're below a normalized salary, and that's where you run into trouble.
I understand. Thank you.
The salary should be the lowest normalized salary you can justify, not lower and not more. You get it?
Can,
Yes.
oh,
Quick question. I'm Jason Walls from Raleigh, North Carolina. I've recently started following a lot of brokers online, and they're going to list these law firms for sale, and they're going to basically list revenue and cash flow.
They list revenue?
Yes.
Gross revenue?
I don't know if it's gross revenue, but I'm assuming it is. Yeah. So revenue and then cash flow, and maybe amount that went to the owners. In your opinion, do most of these brokers really understand kind of the formula and the methodology that you're kind of walking through, or is this just kind of like they're just throwing it up there and just hoping to
In my
lure in
experience,
somebody?
do most business brokers who are in the business of selling law firms, creating a marketplace to buy and sell law firms, do they understand this stuff? Some do, some don't. I don't know. all of them. I don't know all of them. I've seen some who do. I've seen some who don't. Most do. Most understand this stuff. This is not particularly sophisticated stuff. I want you all to understand. This is like 101 kind of conversation here, right? This is the 101 level course that we're talking about. This goes up to like the 501 level. We're talking, I'm introducing you to basic concepts and basic ideas. It goes back to the point that I was making earlier, that depending on what your agenda is, you're going to present it one way or you're going to present it another way. You follow? The important point is you understand this stuff. So you call the broker and you start asking some questions about, hey, what's the equity value? How are you coming to that equity value? And you're going to see throughout the day today how you figure this stuff out. What's the free cash flow? What's the profitability? What's the normalized salary? What other benefits is the owner running through the business to come to that profit margin? We're going to be going through all of this in detail throughout the day. Last question, and then we got to move on to the next slide, or we're never going to get through the
Okay,
material.
I just want to clear up just for my head. So I'm seeing that the K1 is equal to the profit on the top line, right? So the K1 is
K1 is the profit you report on the taxes. That's
Right,
why it's
which
called
is
K1.
equaling your profit
It's
on-
called the K1 profit because you use the K1 form on your taxes. That's why we call it the K1 profit.
and that gets taxed on your own tax return,
Yes,
depending on your entity.
yes.
And then, so it's best, you have more.
I will not answer this question because that is going to take us straight into the
Okay.
tax strategy workshop,
All right.
which is not this.
Sure.
We need to talk about how to understand the value of a firm. How you choose to structure your taxes is a completely different conversation. An important conversation, just not this one today. All right. So how profitable is your law firm? So we understand there's different ways to think about profit. So when someone's saying my firm is this profitable or that profitable, they could be meaning different things. Yes? Okay, good. Profit versus free cash flow, I think we already talked about that. Yes? Profit is we generate this much revenue, we incur this much expense, what's left over is profit. Yes? Leaving aside the whole conversation about profit first, but in a strict definitional standpoint, we generated $1 million in revenue, we incurred $600,000 of expenses in order to generate that $1 million in revenue, we had $400,000 of profit, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that we have positive cash flow. That doesn't necessarily mean that we can pay our bills as they are coming due, right? We might need to lean into a line of credit for that. We might need to have a term loan for that. We might have to juggle expenses around for that. Don't confuse cash flow with profitability. The classic example of a law firm owner getting themselves into really deep doo-doo is the law firm owner who runs their business off their bank account, right? I got money in the bank, everything must be fine. Could be losing a ton of money. Just because you got money in the bank doesn't mean everything's fine. Got it? True story, and then we're going to move on to the next slide. Shortly after the pandemic, we had the owner of a multi-million-dollar firm who happened to be in the office one day attending a workshop, and just in casual conversation, I was talking to this person, and this person was telling me how excited this person was because their law firm was going to gross something like $6 million. And I said, that's fantastic. Is it profitable? And this person looked at me like, almost like, what? Is it profitable? Of course it's profitable. I just told you it's going to gross $6 million this year. And I said, that's great that it's going to gross $6 million this year. Gross revenue is a very, very reliable measurement of how well your marketing is working. It's a very reliable measurement of how well your intake is working. It's a very reliable measurement of how much value your business is providing to its clients, but it doesn't tell us anything about whether the firm is actually profitable or not. So is it actually profitable? And this person was like really kind of like bent out of shape and offended. It's like, well, of course it's profitable. I said, how do you know it's profitable? And this person said, the CFO in the room knows the answer. What did this person say? For the record, we've never met or spoken before, right? Yes. And yet I know you know the answer to this. With the microphone, please.
Oh, here you go.
What do you know this person said to me when I said, yes, but is the firm profitable?
I
And
have
this
cash
person
in the
said-
bank.
He said, I can pay all my bills. All my bills are getting paid, so it must be profitable. And at the risk of going a little too far out on the limb with a CFO who I've never met or spoken to before, I'm going to give you a hint. Don't worry if you don't get it right. I'm not even going to give you a hint.
Oh, thanks.
When we dug into it, well, you work for Mary, so I have a high degree of confidence. When we dug into it, where was the cash coming from to pay all the bills? Here's your hint. Here's your hint. Including but not limited to, this is why it's good not to blurt out the first thing that comes to your mind because it's wrong. Here's your hint. Where was the cash coming from to pay all the bills, including but not limited to the legal administrator's bonus? The legal administrator's bonus is your hint. The second hint is this was in 2021.
Oh, the ERC.
Right! Well, idle money. Idle money. This firm was losing $100,000 a month. A month! And this guy, oh, I said guy. Now you know who I'm talking about. No, you don't. You have no idea. And this guy was walking around like a pig in shit, bragging to anyone who would listen about what a fucking financial genius he is, because he built a $6 million firm that's losing $100,000 a month, and he doesn't even know it because his $2 million in idle money is, I mean, he's like $500,000 just gone. See, she knew what the answer was as soon as I said, covering all the expenses, including the administrator's bonus, because the administrator was hiding the losses from him. Because if she showed him the losses, she wouldn't get a bonus. Sorry? With the microphone.
I said she shouldn't be working.
That's exactly what we said. Wait, don't put the microphone away. You're not off the hook. That's exactly what we said. She shouldn't be working for you. She's misleading you. And you know what he said? Come on, everyone. You know what he said.
A nice person.
He said, but she's been with me forever, and she blows such sweet smoke up my ass. It makes me feel so good. She tells me how smart I am, and she lets me go around bragging to everyone how smart I am. And then you know what he said after that, right? I quit How to Manage. That's what he said. Yeah, he quit How to Manage. He quit How to Manage because we showed him that he was the emperor with no clothes, and rather than saying, holy shit, my legal administrator has let me walk around naked, thank you. I swallowed the next comment. Doesn't taste good. Alex, where's Alex? Glenn, are you ready with the video? All right. The marshmallow test. Does everyone know what the marshmallow test is? No. Okay. With a microphone, who can tell me what the marshmallow test is? Who knows what the marshmallow test is? Come on. Throw it over here. And give it to with the green shirt, throw it to the person all the way in the back with the white. What's the marshmallow test?
Oh, gosh, all right, I have to pull this out of my brain. The marshmallow test is a test that's done with 5-year-olds. Am I on the right track?
Little kids.
Little kids. And you put a marshmallow in front of them and you say, you can have this marshmallow today, or I have a marshmallow behind door number 2, and if you wait a bit, you can have 2 marshmallows.
Everyone got the basic idea? right?
My wife is a psychiatrist.
So the idea is that you go to a kid and you say, you can have 1 marshmallow today, right now, or if you wait an hour, I'll give you 2 marshmallows. And the hypothesis is the kid likes marshmallows, right? I'm sorry, I was making a Planet of the Apes reference. It was an obscure reference where I substituted bananas for marshmallows. Does anyone know the reference? Planet of the Apes, they crash on this planet. Yeah? They're put in a cage in a research laboratory, and they put a banana hanging from the ceiling, and to test to see if they're smart enough to figure out how to get the banana. And the female ape, who happens to be a psychologist back on Planet of the Apes, builds the whole thing to be able to get up to the banana, and then she sits down and she just starts looking at the banana. And the researchers are all like, this is crazy, what's going on here? She built this whole thing, why doesn't she go get the banana? Why doesn't she get the banana? And they don't know that they can speak English. And so she turns to them and she goes, because I love bananas. Anyway, the hypothesis is that the kid wants 2 marshmallows. You get the idea? All right, sorry. I gotta keep myself entertained teaching this stuff. I hope it entertains you too sometimes. This is the marshmallow test. Glenn, you're going to play the video.
You want to eat it, yeah. So if I give you another one, okay, I have both.
Right, so, there's another version of that that's really funny where the kids are all like crying hysterically. Quite entertaining. You get rid of that. And then, but the little interesting thing about that, there's a theory that there's actually a flaw in the marshmallow test. I don't know if anyone knows this. And the theory is that it disproportionately advantages children who come from more privileged backgrounds, where they have more food security and housing security and more stable households, and that they've been able to correlate or connect those issues. Anyway, the whole point of the marshmallow test in this context is to talk about the time value of money, present value of money, right? So, Glenn, do you have that formula? That page with the formula on it? Yes. All right. So the idea is to understand that there's a value of money over time, right? Would you rather have $1 today or $2 tomorrow? Which would you rather have, $1 today or $2 tomorrow? Who says $1 today? Who says $2 tomorrow? All right. Would you rather have $1 million today or $2 million a year from now? Raise your hand if you'd rather have $1 million today. Raise your hand if you'd rather have $2 million a year from now. All right. Would you rather have $1 million today or $5 million 5 years from now? $1 million today or $5 million 5 years from now? Raise your hand, $1 million today. High, come on, raise your hand high, $1 million today. $5 million 5 years from now. Raise your hand. Okay. For those of you who said you'd rather have $1 million today rather than $5 million 5 years from now, what would you do with that $1 million that makes it worth more than $5 million 5 years from now? Right? You would have to be earning, what's the rate of return on that? No, what would be the internal rate of return on that? Glenn, Alex, I need that thing, please. What would be the internal rate of return on $5 million? You invest $1 million today, and 5 years from now, you get back $5 million. How much are you earning on your money?
It's like 25% or something.
How much?
I don't know, but 25% or something.
Around 20%? Can we just, how much? It's way more than that. It's way more than 17 to 20%. You're taking 5 million, dividing it by 5. I'm saying if I give you $1 million today, how much return do you need to make to have $5 million 5 years from now? You need to make $4 million of profit on that $1 million. How much? Well, you make $1 million the first year. Hold on, wait, slow down. If you get the $1 million and you make 100% return, the year 2, you got $2 million. If you make another 100% return, in year 3, you got $4 million. In year 4, you'd have $8 million. In year 5, you'd have 16 million. So it's not 100%, right? If it was 50%, in year 1, you'd have $1 million. In year 2, you'd have $1.5 million. Yeah? In year 3, you'd have 2.25. In year 4, you'd have 3 point whatever. How much? It's 38%. you'd have to make 38% return on your investment. So if I gave you $1 million today, or $5 million 5 years from now, you'd have to be able to get better than a 38% return on your money to make $1 million today a better deal. Can anyone make 38% return on your money consistently year on year for 5 years? Anyone? Because if you can, I would like to get your advice, please, because I don't know how to do that.
So I said yes, not thinking about it like an investment, but thinking of, and I guess our firms are sort of investments, but I was just thinking that if I put it into the firm today using strategic advice, that I'd probably be able to turn it into at least 5 million in 5 years.
That's just a fancy way of saying, I think I can make better than 38% return on my money. Do you understand what I'm saying here? So when you're buying a firm, you're looking at the present value of the future money. When you're selling a firm, you're looking at the present value of the future money. This is just a concept to understand, and I'm not teaching you how the formula works because you don't need to know. None of us needs to know the formula. All we need to know is that there are websites for free that you can calculate. So payment amount, $1 million. Put $1 million, I'm sorry, $5 million. All right, interest rate, 38%. Number of years, 5 years. Calculate the present value. It should be around $1 million. Yeah, I think you put too many zeros there.
You're going in the wrong direction. You're going in the wrong direction.
Oh, I'm sorry. Start with $1 million.
Right.
No, this is all wrong. Okay, we're not going to get distracted by this. You understand the concept, yes? Okay, and the big thing is, don't worry about the formulas. Understand there are calculators that will do these calculations for you, where you can say, if someone gives me $5 million in the future, or $1 million today, what do I have to get? You get what I'm saying? All right, get rid of that. Yeah, we did the wrong thing, sorry. Not important, we're not going to fix it, you all get the concept, yes? We'll find the formula, whoever finds the formula or the calculator, let us know, we'll put it up there for everyone to share. All right, yes? With the microphone.
Back to college, and we actually also use that at Johnson & Johnson, but whenever we're evaluating different projects, IRR was the thing that we used to measure, because no project is the same. So you needed some sort of baseline to compare. How am I going to, where am I going to make the best investment? So I think as we're buying firms, the IRR is one measure that we could use in terms of future profitability between completely different investments, whether it's a firm or, I don't know.
Yeah, when you're deciding, am I going to use this money to buy a law firm, or am I going to use this money to buy a piece of commercial real estate, or am I going to use this money to buy a lottery ticket? You got to figure out what you think the rate of return is going to be. And the point of this conversation is to understand two things, or three things. One is the concept, which I think we all understand, yes? Time value of money, we all understand that concept. Second thing to understand is that you're using this as a seller and you're using this as a buyer. It's just that the buyer and the seller are going to argue over a few different pieces of the formula, right? The seller is going to say that the likelihood of this firm making money is, of course, 100%. And the buyer is going to say, no, 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 I'm going to discount that down to a lower number. Yeah? And the buyer is going to say, well, I could otherwise get 20% on my money, so you have to sell this firm to me for less to give me the rate of return I'm looking for. And the seller is going to say, bullshit, you can't make that much money, that much return on your money, So I can sell you the firm for more. Just understand that these are going to be conversations. Got it? There's no right or wrong answer. And it changes depending on current interest rates. And it changes on current economic climate. All right. Renoir. Everyone get that? That's a Renoir? All right. So Vern Harnish in Scaling Up and Rockefeller Habits and all that tells a story to illustrate this point. Imagine there's a house for sale, and the house is appraised for, let's just say for argument's sake, $1 million, right? The house is appraised for $1 million. And 3 buyers come along. One buyer dislikes the house. That is an ugly house. I do not like that house. If I were to buy that house, I would have to do hundreds of thousands of dollars of renovations on it to make it into something that I would even reasonably consider living in. That's buyer number 1. Got it? Buyer number 2 says, that's a nice house. I like it just fine. I could take it or leave it. It will serve my purposes. Buyer number 3 comes along and is in love with that house. I love that house. It's exactly in the right school district. It's on the right block. It's just my style. It's perfect for me. Yes? And the appraised value of the house is $1 million. Buyer A dislikes the house. Buyer B likes the house just fine. Buyer C loves the house. What's buyer A going to probably be willing to pay for the house? How much? $800,000. I don't like the house, but if you give it to me for a good price, I'll take it. How much is buyer B willing to pay for the house? Probably around $1 million, right? It's worth $1 million. I'll pay $1 million. If I don't get this house, I'll get another house just like it. It's all the same to me. What's buyer C willing to pay for the house? I love that house.
1.2?
Someone says 1.2. We'll call it 1.2. Got it? Except now they're all doing their inspections, right? And as they're going through and doing their inspections, buyer A sees something up in the attic that buyer B and buyer C don't notice. They notice an old painting covered with dust, hidden away in the corner, out of sight, and he recognizes it and says, that's an original Renoir. That's a lost Renoir painting, right? Now the offers come in. What's buyer C going to offer? Why 1.2 when it's appraised for $1 million? Because they love the house. What's buyer B going to offer? $1 million because it's appraised for $1 million and I can take it or leave it. What's buyer A now offering? They're offering $2 million for the house. 1.5, whatever it takes, yes? Because they know something, there's something in that house that's uniquely valuable to them that they are aware of that none of the other buyers see, recognize, value, or appreciate. Are you getting what I'm saying? So very often when we are looking at people buying and selling businesses, we see people paying much bigger multiples than either the balance sheet or the free cash or the profitability would otherwise justify. Because the buyer sees something that no one else sees. They value something that no one else particularly values. This business is worth more to this buyer than anyone else. Are you getting what I'm saying here? Now, here's the thing. You have the ability to put a Renoir in the attic of your law firm. You have the ability to do things with the way you build your law firm. You have the ability to make choices and take actions that will create a Renoir in the attic that will be of enormous value to the right buyer. Not to the wrong buyer. The wrong buyer is oblivious. They don't know the difference. But to the right buyer, you can make your law firm much more valuable than all the other law firms that seem to be identical. Flip it around for those of you who are interested in buying law firms. I'm going to show you where to look for and how to spot the Renoirs that are in the attics of a lot of law firms. Because there's a lot of law firm owners who are sitting on Renoirs in the attic that they don't know about. And they're willing to sell their law firms on the cheap. And you can pick them up and find enormous value in there. Sound good? All right. And again, because I am a person of integrity and give credit where credit is due, this is a Verne Harnish concept, not mine. All right. So again, how will your firm be sold? Your firm will be sold voluntarily on your terms, on your schedule, or it will be sold involuntarily by your creditors, or it will be sold involuntarily through dissolution, or it will be sold involuntarily, well, voluntarily by your estate, but after you're dead. Obviously, the best thing to do, oh, this doesn't have a pointer. Well, the best thing to do is to sell it voluntarily, right? So be proactive, be preemptive, be thinking ahead, and I would recommend always be preparing for, something to happen. You never know when you're going to have to sell your firm. All right. Which brings us to what you're going to be selling / what they're going to be buying. And for those of you who are interested in to buy firms, what you're going to be buying / what they're going to be selling. These both go together, okay? First, you're going to be buying revenues. You're buying the amount of revenue, and you're buying the predictability of the revenue. Would you rather buy a firm that has $1 million of revenue and a 50-50 chance of ever seeing it again? Or would you rather buy a firm with a $500,000 revenue and a 100% chance of it happening year after year after year after year? Which would you rather buy? You'd rather buy the second one, right? You understand that there are lawyers buying law firms all the time that they're buying the first one. They're buying $1 million of revenue on a hope and a prayer that it ever repeats itself. Because there are a lot of brokers out there who, you ask me the question, do the brokers know better? And I kind of am hesitating because the answer is yes, the brokers know better, and they have an agenda, and the agenda is they want to sell the firm, and so they are benefit when the buyer doesn't think about this kind of thing. I'm not saying all brokers do this, but the unscrupulous ones do. So you're thinking about how much revenue is your firm producing, but more importantly, you should be thinking about the predictability of the revenue, right? You keep focusing on gross revenue, gross revenue, gross revenue, gross revenue, gross revenue, and you ignore those boring, unsexy, not glamorous, not exciting, no one wants to do it, documenting policies, documenting procedures, training staff. How boring. But this is what creates the predictability of the revenue. Got it? You're buying profitability. You're selling profitability. The amount of gross profit and the amount of net profit. You might be willing, this is in your workbook, by the way. Yeah, it is. Page 4. You're buying profitability, gross profitability and net profitability, right? So a buyer might be very, very, very excited to buy a firm that has no net profit, but a lot of gross profit. Get it? Because they can create net profit by removing duplicate positions, right? You have a firm that's grossing $10 million in revenue, producing, let's just say for argument's sake, $5 million of gross profit, yeah, but loses money, has zero net profit. And I come along and I say, wow, I don't need 2 professional legal administrators. I don't need 2 acquisition managers. I don't need 2 directors of legal services. I don't need 2 malpractice insurance policies. I don't need 2 IT departments. You get where I'm going with this? And I can take that $5 million of gross profit and drop most of it down to the bottom line because I've already got the rest of the expenses covered. That's enormously valuable to me. Whereas another buyer might not have all those duplicate positions in place to be able to make the firm more profitable, and they might be only looking to buy net profit. This is why when we're working with you, this is why your C-suite is always pounding on you to pay attention to your cost of goods sold. Because your cost of goods sold directly impacts both the gross profit and the net profit. If there's one thing you can do to improve the health of the gross profit and the net profit, it's by focusing on your cost of goods sold. I don't know if this person is in the room today. If you are, I apologize. I'm not going to use your name. But we have a owner of a bankruptcy law firm who refuses to take their gross profits, who refuses to take their cost of goods sold seriously. And the thing that the owner of this bankruptcy law firm keeps telling their C-suite is, I don't need to worry about my cost of goods sold because in my market, the trustees won't approve more than X for a Chapter 13 case. And since the Chapter 13 case, I can't earn more than X dollars for a Chapter 13 case in my local market, it doesn't matter what my cost of goods sold are. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Yes, you do? Is there anyone who doesn't understand what I'm saying? You don't understand what I'm saying. This person is saying that in my local market, the trustee will not approve more than this amount. I'm capped at how much I can charge for a Chapter 13 bankruptcy case. And because I can't charge more than X for a Chapter 13 bankruptcy case, I'm not going to pay attention to how much it costs me to produce and deliver the service. Do you understand? See, I said the same thing. It's just that you're a rational person who didn't go to law school, and so your brain didn't get all twisted into a pretzel, and you thought to yourself, I must be missing something because that sounds... Say again? Right! You should care even more because you're capped. See, if you're not capped, you can cheat by raising your fees, but if you're capped, you got to pay extra special attention to your cost of goods sold. Again, I don't know if this person is in this room. I heard that this person was at this Palooza. I didn't know what workshop this person's in, but y'all get what I'm saying. All right? Anyway, when you're buying and selling, you're going to be having conversations about you're buying the amount of gross revenue, you're buying the predictability of the gross revenue. When you're selling the amount of gross revenue, you're selling the predictability of the gross revenue. Y'all tracking that? Okay, good. You're also buying or selling the profitability. You're buying the gross profit, and for some buyers, you're really only selling, they're more interested in the net profit. Different buyers are more focused on different things. You're selling owner benefits, right? These are all the other expenses you get to run through the business, right? So you are running your business and the business pays for you to drive a what? Say it. What? A car over 6,000 pounds, for example, a G-Wagon, right? And so my business actually does give me a G-Wagon, and the Tesla is better in every single objective, rational, logical way, except one. The Tesla is 10 times better than the G-Wagon. There's only one way the G-Wagon outperforms the Tesla, and that's just fucking fun. Anyway, it's like driving a Tonka toy. It's inefficient, it's uncomfortable, it's inconvenient. It's in every way, shape, and form, it's less good than a Tesla, except it's just every time you get into it, you feel like a big kid. Anyway, the point I'm making is, if you were to buy my business, would you let the business pay for me or anyone else to have a G-Wagon? You say, fuck that, and you drop that straight to profits, right? So the point I'm making is, when you're buying a business, when you're buying a law firm, when you're looking to buy a law firm, you're going to look to see all of the expenses that the business is running, that the owner is running through the business, yeah? And you're going to say, well, when I buy this business, I'm not going to let the business pay for the seller's G-Wagon anymore, right? Or the seller might say, as part of the sale, if you're sellers, you might say as part of the sale, part of the deal is the business has to keep paying for my G-Wagon. That's part of the deal. These are things to pay attention to. These are the kinds of things that make deals fall apart, because no one thinks about it till you get to the closing table, and, or worse, after the deal is done, and then you find out that you both had very different expectations about which of the fringe benefits the seller was going to continue to enjoy. Because in most cases, the seller is going to sell the firm and stay on for some period of buyout or earn-out, right? All right. Stuff. You're going to sell stuff. Stuff can be intellectual property, systems, lists, and junk. So let's talk about the stuff that has real value and the stuff that is just junk. Who can give me an example of something that would be an asset on the balance sheet of a law firm that is, in fact, probably better described as junk? The computers. Did you say computers also? All technology is basically junk, right? It has no real value, right? What else is junk? The furniture is pretty much junk. What else is junk? Sorry? The what? The office supplies are junk. Oh, you don't want to know this, but it's true. You're all trying to deny. Some of it's seeping into your heads, and I can feel you fighting it. I can feel the psychic tug of war going on. What's junk? All of the current cases are junk. Why is a computer junk?
Depreciating.
Because it's depreciating, right? It's just a used piece of equipment that will be worth nothing someday relatively soon. That client who you told your family, I'm sorry, family, I can't be there for you because I don't have any processes or systems or procedures, and I didn't do a good job of onboarding and training my staff, and my staff doesn't have good checklists or good training or good key performance indicators, and so therefore, love you, my beloved family, I can't be there for you because I got to service this client. You know what that client's worth on the balance sheet? Nothing. That client is basically a liability on the balance sheet. Yes. With the microphone right next to you.
Here. So it'd be a little different, like as you said earlier, in a PI firm, but I'm a criminal firm, so I've always looked at it as the current cases that a lawyer has is junk. Because they're most likely they've been paid either in full or in part for them and still haven't provided
It's a liability.
service.
You got all the money up front and all you owe is work.
Right. It's like a Ponzi scheme in a way.
So back when I used to work at the Florida Bar, at the Law Office Management Assistance Service, a big part of my job was going into broken law firms. So 54% of the bar grievances that are filed nationally start off as avoidable law firm management problems that wind up as a bar grievance. And so I would spend about half my month out in broken law firms, and I would do these little party tricks. And so I'd sit down with immigration lawyers are the worst offenders of this. They're the worst. The worst. The worst is the immigration lawyers, right? And I sit down and I say, so, how much do we owe the clients? And they say, what are you talking about? And I say, well, the client came in, they gave you all the money up front on the immigration case, yeah? And we owe them a shit ton of work. And we can't do the work until the immigration court does their thing. And 6 months, 9 months, a year from now, the phone call is going to come, the letter is going to arrive, and all of a sudden we got to do the work. And that's going to cost us something. But you understand, if you don't understand what cost of goods sold is, and your bookkeeping sucks, you don't know this, and so you're basically running a Ponzi scheme. Yes, exactly. A lot of criminal defense lawyers are running Ponzi schemes too, when they have longer tail cases.
So how do you discount that if, I was looking to buy a criminal law firm or a few solos or whatever? How do you discount that?
Right, so you would say, okay, how many open cases or matters do you have? Let's just say, for argument's sake, you've got 100 open active cases. Great. And you say, how much work do we owe each of those clients? And let's just take one case as an example, right? This client came in and they were charged with
Burglary.
Hold the microphone, please.
Burglary.
With burglary, okay? And we quoted them a fee of
$25,000.
$25,000, and they paid us
$15,000.
$15,000. They didn't pay you in full.
Well, no, there's a payment plan.
Let's talk about a client who paid you up front.
Okay, they paid in full.
And they paid you the $25,000 up front. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. How much will it cost us to deliver the service that we promised to deliver?
$5,000. Well, what happens when the lawyer goes, I don't know, I'll work 80 hours a week, I'll work 30 hours a week, I'm a solo lawyer. Right.
This is why most lawyers have struggling law firms, precisely because they don't know that. But you, as a sophisticated buyer, is going to say, okay, you're going to work, how many hours will it take to deliver that work? And the lawyer's going to say, well, I don't know. I've never done a SKU homework. I have no idea. I've never thought this stuff through. This is why I want to sell my law firm, because I run it so fucking badly that I'm willing to sell it to you at a fire sale, bargain basement price, because I'm a fucking idiot. And you are going to pound on that sore spot and demonstrate just how fucking stupid they are until they really are begging for mercy. And you're going to say, well, let's do our SKU homework here. How many hours will it take for this? And how many hours will it take for that? And how many hours will it take for the other? And blah, 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 blah. And you're going to say, this has got 50 hours of work into it. And I got to pay someone to do this 50 hours of work. And I got to pay someone, how much?
$5,000.
No, how much is that attorney? The attorney who can do the work earns how much per year?
Oh, okay, $150,000.
The seller is going to say, you can pay someone $150,000 a year to do the work, right? So we say $150,000, right, times 1.2 is $180,000. $180,000, we expect this person to produce how many productive hours per year?
1440, let's just say 1,500.
1,500 hours a year, right? Except because we're buying the firm, We're going to say we only expect this person to produce 1,200 productive hours a year, and we're going to hope that the seller is probably too stupid and unsophisticated to realize what we're doing here. So we're going to say 1,200 hours. So we take $180,000. Come on, take out your calculators. Watch how you fuck someone out of their firm because they're stupid. It's really easy because they're unsophisticated. They don't want to look at the numbers and they don't want to get good advisors. So take $180,000. Y'all, how I got? Start again. $150,000. $150,000. Yes? Alex, can you put something on the screen and show them $150,000? $150,000 times 1.2 is $180,000. Got it? You got to gross it up for taxes and benefits. $180,000. Now take $180,000 and divide it by 1,500 hours. And what do you come to? 120. Now take the same $180,000, yeah, and divide it by 1,200 hours. And what do you get? 150. So you, as the buyer, are going to say that you should get how many productive hours a year out of the associate? More or less?
Less.
Less. And you, as the buyer, are going to say $150,000. No, 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 no. We got to pay that person at least $200,000 to get anyone decent, right? So you're going to squidge $150,000 salary up to $175,000 salary times 1.2 brings you to $210,000, right? $210,000. Alice, just show an Excel spreadsheet. Just show an Excel spreadsheet. Take the 1.2, put it in cell 2. No, in cell 2. Leave 175. Down, left, 1.2. 1.2, next 1.2. Go to row 3. 180,000. The next one is 210,000. All right, row 4, we're going to say divided by 1,500 hours, divided by 1,800 hours. I'm sorry, 1,200 hours. No, 1,200 hours, right? So now row 5 is going to be $150,000. $150,000 times 1.2 is 180,000. Y'all got that? Divided by 1,500 hours is, no, Alex, down, left, 5, go to 5, delete 5, delete, go down 6, go down, is $120 an hour. 120. No, not per hour, don't write per hour there. And then because the seller is unsophisticated and doesn't know their numbers, we were able to squidge 150 up to 175. Well, I'm not really sure we can get someone for $150,000. I think to do the job right, we got to pay someone $175,000. So we do $175,000 times 1.2 gets us to 210. And I don't know if we can get 1,500 productive hours a year out of this person. I think we can only get 1,200 productive hours a year out of this person. Divided by 1,200 gets us to 175 an hour. Alex, 6B is 175. Delete everything else below it. $175 an hour. Go down, delete 8 and 9 and 10. Delete all that stuff. Just delete it. Just delete. Just press delete. Come on. All right? Well, the difference between 175 and 120 is $55 an hour, right? $55 an hour times how many hours did we say it was going to take to do this case? 50?
50.
Times 50, I just discounted the case by $2,700. I just saved $2,700 on the purchase price on this case because the seller doesn't understand the cost of goods sold. because the seller doesn't understand their financials. I just saved $2,700 on that case. And how many cases did I say we're buying?
100.
Times 100. I just knocked $275,000 off the purchase price with 2 little tweaks that the seller isn't going to notice. By the way, if the buyer is sophisticated, guess what they're trying to do? They're trying to do this to you. And you could be the seller who's unsophisticated, who doesn't know what the fuck you're doing, who leaves $275,000 on the table if you're not paying attention to this stuff. You get what I'm saying? By the way, did you notice that there's basically no math involved in any of this? This is just understanding concepts and ideas. You with me? So, did I answer your question?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
And this applies to every practice area. All right. Good. So we're going to go to, so this is what you're buying, this is what you're selling, and the real value here is in the middle. It's the going concern value. And the going concern value is also the PITA factor, pain in the ass. It's the pain in the ass factor of having to go out and find and recruit and onboard and train and then explain to Jose where Mario went. And then you got to go hire a new Mario because he quit after the second day. And then Jose shows up, he's like, hey, when I interviewed with you, you had Mario. What happened to Mario? And like, it's a pain in the ass, right? Not having to go out and recruit and train and onboard and manage, get all these people in place, right? What would you pay a recruiter to find you a $100,000 a year solid employee? $20,000, right? And what would you pay to not have to kiss 3 toads to find the one good one? How much? Put a dollar amount on it. How many associates do you need to hire to wind up with one really good one? 3? So you paid the recruiter $20,000 for the first one, yeah? How much did you pay the recruiter for the second one to replace the first one who didn't last? Another $20,000, yeah? And how much did you pay the recruiter for the third one? Another $20,000. That was a trick question because by the second time the recruiter fucks you, you stop paying the recruiter and you just do it yourself. But let's say you pay $60,000 for the recruiter to wind up with your $100,000 employee, right? How much time, how much salary did you pay the first one before they flamed out? How much did you pay them? How long did it take before you fired the person? Or they quit? How long did it take before you fired them or they quit? 2 months. 2 months. 2 months. Because you fucking listen when we tell you to have a proper fucking onboarding system in place so you can screen them out and get them out the door in the first month or 2 before you go and fucking waste $1 million a year or 2 years of fucking salary on these people. By the way, what would you pay to not have to create that whole onboarding system for someone to just magically create it for you? Is that worth something to you? Yes. It's worth at least $60,000, right? So you got to pay the first recruiter you got to pay $20,000 for the recruiter for the first one. You got to pay $20,000 for the recruiter for the second one because most recruiters, not all recruiters, but most recruiters are unscrupulous scumbags. What, is that not true? I didn't say all recruiters. Some recruiters are really good. Most of them really fucking suck. So $40,000 in recruiting money down the toilet. A $100,000 a year employee who you fire him after the first 2 months, how much is down the toilet there? Come on, do the math. 16,000 plus you got to give them another month to get rid of them. So how much are you into it now for? Call it another $20,000. So now you're $60,000 in the hole, yes? And what's the value of your time or your staff's time to have to onboard this person who didn't work out? What's that worth? Could we say another $20,000? Yes? So now we're $80,000 into it. Oh, wait, but there's more. And how much did it cost you to clean up the mess this asshole left behind after you fired him after 2 months? Could we just say another $20,000? It's $100,000. That employee who's been with the firm, solidly, reliably doing the job, with a written fucking contract. Do you all have written contracts with all of your employees, or are you just idiots? It was a rhetorical question. I was going to give you a pass, right? All of your employees, certainly the associates and the paralegals, please put a written contract in place, right? Use the template sample written contract that we have for you for free in the library with instructions that protects you with non-compete, non-solicitation, non-disparagement, that they don't go and recruit all of your staff away from you. Put that in place, please, okay? So the point I'm trying to make is that $100,000 associate who, where's that associate show up on the balance sheet, right? I'm sorry, on the balance sheet as an asset. That associate is an asset. That $100,000 associate is an asset on the balance sheet if they've been properly recruited, if they've been properly onboarded, if they've been properly trained, if they have a good contract in place to protect you from their leaving on bad terms. What's that associate worth? I need a number. What would you pay to have an associate who's got 3 years of good track record with a firm, with a contract, and with a clear career plan in front of them where the owners or management of the firm have sat down and said, what are your financial goals? What are your personal goals? What are your professional goals? Where do you want to be in 3 years? And now we have a plan to help you grow professionally to achieve your goals. Is that a solid employee who's probably not going to flame out? Yeah? Which would you rather buy? A law firm with that associate or a law firm with an associate who wasn't properly recruited, wasn't properly onboarded, hasn't been thoroughly trained, has no written contract, and no one has any kind of plan in place for how they're going to grow financially, personally, and professionally to their goals that makes them really value the job that they're in? Which firm would you rather buy, firm A or firm B? All things else are equal. Everyone, come on. A. Why? Because it's so much better, right? It's worth so much more. Okay. How much would you be willing to pay? How much premium would you be willing to pay for a firm with just one associate? So we're doing two different firms, firm A and firm B. Firm A and firm B. A and B. A, they do not have a proper recruiting mechanism in place. The person just came in however they came in. A, the associate was not onboarded with a systematic, organized, thoughtful, intentional onboarding program. They were just hired and the next day thrown into the deep end, sink or swim. Ha, 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 right? A, the associate has no key performance indicators that they're measured and evaluated by. A, has no ongoing training or mentorship program in place for the associate. A, the associate does not have a written agreement in place that specifies the terms and the way in which the associate will leave the firm with non-compete, non-solicitation, non-disparagement, and all that kind of stuff, right? Firm A, there's nothing in the file. No one has been sitting down with the associate every quarter to talk about what are your financial goals, what are your personal goals, what are your professional goals, and how can we make a plan to help you get to where you want to be in your life. That's firm A. Got it? Firm B has all of those things in place. Both firms are grossing the same amount of money. Both firms are in the same practice area. Both firms are in the same city. Both firms have the same gross revenue. Both firms have the same gross profit. Both firms have the same net operating income. Both firms are as identical could be, except for this one single thing I just described. How much more would you be willing to pay for firm B over firm A? What's the dollar amount?
$100,000 per associate.
$100,000 per associate, I heard? $100,000 per associate? Is there anyone who think that number is like crazy? So if you could buy that firm and only pay $25,000 per associate, would that be a bargain? Yes. $50,000 would still be a pretty good deal? $75,000 is pretty reasonable? But you'd be willing to pay at least $100,000 per associate. So a firm with 5 associates, you'd be willing to pay an extra $500,000 to the seller of that firm. Yes? What did we say earlier about being able to manufacture value in your firm at a cost of nothing? What did we say about being able to manufacture value? What am I doing? Yes, I know. What did we say about being able to manufacture value? Remember I said to you earlier that I was going to show you how to manufacture equity in your business. Who wants to sell their firm? Who's in here because you're thinking someday you want to sell your firm? Someday you want to sell your firm. Raise your hand if someday you want to sell your firm. Do you want to make an extra $500,000 or not? Do you want a buyer who's going to be easier and they're going to say, wow, this firm is well maintained, well managed. This is an easier firm to buy. Firm B is an easier, even if you sell it for the same amount of money, firm B is going to sell faster than firm A. The buyer of firm B is more likely to make all of their payments to you than is the buyer of firm A. Yeah? Because the buyer of firm A, with none of these things in place, and they buy the firm from you for, let's just say, $1 million, and they say, I'm going to give you $200,000 down and $200,000 a year for the next 4 years for $1 million buyout, except in 6 months or a year, a whole fucking staff quits and takes a bunch of clients with them and takes the fucking paralegals too, and they say, hey, here's what I say about you and your payments. Fuck off. They're not going to pay you. Do you understand how serious this is? Do you understand why we get so worked up around here when we show you how to do this and no one cares? This is what is going to make a huge difference in your life when the day comes that it's too late to turn back the hands of time and wish you had done it better the first time. All right? With the microphone. Holy shit. Anyone who starts talking without a microphone, we're putting $10 in the I'm going to spend the money all on myself at a bar jar.
There you go. Would you recommend that we start putting some of these things on our actual balance sheet and assigning a value?
Yes, I would. We're going to get to that later today. You should start putting these things and accounting for them on your balance sheet. This is part of what a good Don't you value assets of the firm?
Not intangible.
But you could.
Yes, you can.
It just wouldn't be GAAP compliant, would it?
That is correct.
Why does GAAP matter?
Well, I'm a CPA, so it matters.
In point of fact, GAAP doesn't apply to any of you. GAAP is almost entirely irrelevant to everyone in this room.
I agree.
The only reason why you should give a shit about GAAP is because you have to give a set of GAAP compliant books to the bank. Other than giving a set of GAAP compliant books to the bank, GAAP doesn't matter. You shouldn't manage your business on GAAP, and you sure as shit shouldn't try to sell your business on GAAP. You try to sell your business on GAAP, you're going to get fucked. You're going to leave a ton of money on the table completely unnecessarily. Generally accepted accounting principles, which now I know you didn't read my book. Thank you for your patronage and support. Please read Profit First for Lawyers. There's an entire chapter in that book dedicated to explaining why GAAP doesn't matter for any of us. All right, this is a good time to take a break. Lunch. See you, Ben.
You
Get
said
lunch.
that when we come back, if we're late, that we're not going to get in?
Yeah, don't be late, please. It's whenever lunch is over. I don't know.
Setting us up.
It's in the agenda somewhere.
You can do it conceptually for you, but it doesn't. You can't take it to the bank. Lunch bank, it doesn't. Awesome, huh? What do you think? You owe me. Why, we did you get help? Yes. Pointed you out? Yes, twice now. Twice.
Okay, so you got 6 more times, right? To each session?
Wait, did he say lunch or did he say break?
No, lunch.
Did he say what time would you best?
I guess. If somebody really needs my.
Oh my God. The one that nobody, I'm the only one that uses?
Well, where is, I have
I think. I don't know what we should do with them all. We replaced 25 of these. Nobody likes them. I love it. And most of the weight is this cover. It's not really the computer. Okay. If I took the cover off, you'd be like, oh my gosh, it weighs like a pound.
Yes, Sloan says, Mom, that thing is ancient.
It is ancient. I
It is.
understand.
Well, this is mine personal.
Oh, well, that's what we're all buying. That's the we're all buying those Lenovo's.
Are they that clunky?
Oh, yes, no doubt. Thank you so much.
You done with this?
No, just leave it. Thank you. Yeah. And, all right, let's eat.
And it's usually really good food, too.
Not rubber chicken.
Today, I'm giving up $1 here, but I'm getting $2 right now. it's a backed by startup. This is exactly what looking at the estate plan and saying, what's causing this rapid decline? How likely is it that those things keep happening when the seller leaves? Yes. Yes. His law firm generates $500,000 in revenue because he has CLE speeches booked with every big law firm in town, every real estate company in town, every financial planner in town for the next 2 years. All booked out. And not just book one, right? Like competing appearances. And he's been doing this with the same referral partner the last 3 years. And they keep renewing and renewing and renewing and renewing the invitations. And Jose is not the one who's going out to do speeches anymore. He used to do speeches. He figured out how to get the speeches working. And now he's got Ron, who can barely even tie his shoes, going out doing the speeches. Working. Except when Ron quit, Jose hired Sally. Sally went out with the speeches and they kept working. But his firm will generate $500,000 revenue. I lost it. $1 million revenue. So I'm so fucking I go up and I'm glad everyone knows me. Everyone knows me. It's the personality. Both stuff. His stuff. His wife's looking for a concrete answer. Yeah. And it's a particularly complicated art to practice because you practice it with a seller who you at once don't want to screw. Right. But you also don't want to okay. Yeah, I mean,
Shoes.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that. You said. Okay, but.
So I wanted to talk to you first. Work on. So I just want to figure out. Would you? Same time.
Utilize it. Check always done. Whole new thing. Also,
You sent me an email?
Are you okay if I do it? RJon. Great. Thanks, RJon. Do you? I have to say, I know you tried. She's the one that sits there. Exactly. She's all over. That's what matters. Take it. Take it easy now. You too.
Wouldn't it be awesome if we had something go live on FaceTime live every single day? Something going on. Yes. Don't we have stuff going every single day? Somewhere in this organization? Yes. What if every single day we have something to go live? Share once in a while. People think that's the part, right? Okay, now, what would happen if you played a recording of something and see, you unfortunately were born in 1989 for the days of making your own fake IDs. Yeah, I didn't think about that. How did they make it? So the way that we used to make videos back in the day, I used lead, right? And so you get something, always like some smartest person, and that would project the idea and draw over here, and pull right there. Just right this, just right there, just right there.
Basically, you print yourself on top of the back.
Stand on the blue background. Yellow is under 21. So yellow is under 18, blue is over 18. And so you pull the board, the blue background, and you get it just right angle, just right distance, just right right. Now the picture is Polaroid. And you Polaroid in your back, you cut the Polaroid out, and you just put it on your back. It's live. Are you going to join me? Yeah, sure. You what? Or whatever you want. I got to grab that.
have a little friendly wager. Except that we're both betting for him. Because no one wants this. So we can be on. Here's a little price. Okay. It's a polite way of saying no. It's a polite way of saying no. Yeah, I got it.
Which honestly, I'm still kind of gonna do it. Even if I do lose the weight, if I do lose the weight and I'm rocking 6 pack, why not? I'll even wear a little piece together. Oh, then we all lose.
Everyone's got the same time. And you make sure you're going to cars. And you use your review cars. Don't be a lot of. So, have you heard about Mario? Tanya just told me that he was that was only his second day. We just hired him. And then his form is where, his whole backstory. Mario, for the last 3 years, was I don't know if this was well-known rap as a personal assistant. And that guy is for 10 years.
have time to go to the restaurant, I guess. How much time?
To the restaurant.
Okay. Not take my jacket and my job.
Awesome. I just sat next to Helen, who watches the crash course sometimes. I sat next to her last time. Helen Costa. She's one who was in the cohort. Was in the trial council.
Jose will be starting, when he's done taking the bar exam, he'll be starting as my executive assistant.
Oh, awesome. Congrats on the bars. Florida?
Nice.
In Florida or where? That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Florida, California, New York.
He's in
Yeah. I'm Missouri, Illinois. In Akron. I haven't practiced in a long time. I dove in UCLA. I went in Akron, Illinois.
Oh, you went in Akron?
Okay. I pay $500 a year, then if I go to Akron.
I stay active, I stay active and I have to do 36 for 3 years.
Yeah.
Which is another way of saying, every third year I got
Yeah, in the last 30 days before you have to report on it, our firm was pretty good.
So what programs are you watching today?
I was in the sales with the nation, and then you, and I already talked to 5 members, 4 members. That's a lot of fun. You guys weren't lying about that. A lot of fun talking to those guys. I'm so excited about the business.
We are.
I have heard, 2 of them I just had lunch with, Kevin Vitale and Helen, said that it's like drinking from a fire hose still. And Kevin's been in it for 3 years, and Helen has been in it for about a year and a half. I asked Kevin, I said, well, how many of you both of them, that, when I said, how are we dropping the line? You're hitting both of them, which is too much information. And then show up next month with only 2 of the 3 things. If you were lucky. There's a million different ways to tweak a business. Just gotta figure out which ones matter. I'm in here this next session.
All right, now I'll put it back on. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle. You can have my orange juice if you want it. I mean, I'll drink it later.
Yeah, no, just drink it later. I got my iced tea still.
It is, yeah. But I've been comfortable.
Perfect.
Thank you. Did I hit you?
Hello?
How's it going?
Good.
Good.
Everything going with you?
Good.
Good. Talk to the members. Yeah.
I was horrible. Penny slot first. I do not. I can do craps for like a half hour just because of the cheering. I might walk around and, you know, come back in the room once in a while, but he'll stay.
So, actually, both of them, yes. So, I am new to HT.
Okay.
And I, new staff.
Okay. Okay.
And
What are you coming in for?
COO.
Okay.
And I have been challenged to speak with some of the members.
Okay.
And so, I have a couple of questions for you guys, if you don't mind. COO? Good. You too. I see it on you.
Yeah,
Jessica.
No, I don't need the CEO. You have it.
Jessica and Corinne?
No, I'm married.
You're married.
But Jessica's our CEO.
Ah, okay. You're married. Got it.
Mary from Tennessee.
Mary.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How long have you been with them?
A week. This is week 2. This is week 2. So, but how long have you both been members?
Started doing it for 4 years, then we got out and came back.
Okay, so when did you start?
2014.
2014.
Then we got out in 2018. Then we came back in
So you both been here since 2014?
Yeah, I work for me.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure I can count this. You paid all the bills.
But you are a member of HC.
We're a member.
Got it. So yes, you qualify. Tell me why you joined. Tell me why you joined HTM.
First time I did it, I did not figure out how to be more profitable. It looked like I tried everything. Bought a business, bought a real estate. I did not figure out how to make one stop. I was full-time for the project. I look at other lawyers with $1 million rooms, and I'm like, I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah.
How do I get there?
There.
The same degree. Like I'm same school.
Okay.
I'm just along
Same
for
reason?
the ride.
Along for the ride?
And then the second time was my anxiety became so high. In 2018, that my husband said, you need to go back to how to manage because you thought it was going
So what's the,
and my husband.
so what's one example that you can share of where HTM exceeds their brand? Yeah. Are you accountable?
I don't even know what the promises.
Brand promises? You always get 5 times your ROI. You get clarity on your financial, personal, and professional goals, including why those goals matter to you. You have a written plan for each of the 7 main parts of your business. Held accountable to talking about the action against that plan.
Yeah, we get that way too much.
Being held accountable?
Which is a good thing. It's not why are you wrong? Why are you dotting this side? Yeah, dotting this side.
So if that's a way where you feel like they have exceeded the promise, is there a way where you feel like they fell short? Where HTM fell short of those promises?
I don't think it fell short. Beyond that, we want to make sure
So would you have liked to see more coordination? Coordination of
all the training.
So you feel like HTM has not done that?
I would like to see
So more about what you want to talk about and have me tell you what you want to hear, or would you prefer that I know more about the firm, the goals, you can call it my agenda, and talk to you about the truth and what you need to do to get your business where it needs to be so you can live the life you want to live? Yeah. That was it.
We did something called Working Genius. Counties in the state. Okay. And they like to do business in the county. We ran it for 2 years to see if it would work. And then we.
Right. Ready? All right, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch. One, two. Raise your hand if you're on my team. You're not on my team. Okay. Let me rephrase that.
We're employees.
Raise your hand if you're employed by How to Manage a Small Law Firm. Thank you. We have, so we had one of the, just as a little aside, when How to Manage was between 1.75 million and 3 million, that year that we made that growth from 1.7 to 3, which I think was 2000, 2012 or 2013. 2013, between 2012 and 2000. Anyway, the point I'm making is a person that I was friends with at the time, who at the time had an $85 million business, he said to me, the best advice I can give you for growing your business, which I lacked the entrepreneurial maturity to take him seriously at the time, and regret having not taken his advice more seriously at the time. He said, hire a full-time recruiter now. And we now have 4 full-time recruiters, and Candace and I last night were talking about that we need to probably hire 2 more. So by the end of this year, we very well likely will have between 5 and 6 full-time recruiters just to keep up with growth. And yeah, it's just something that you should all be thinking about, is making an investment in recruiting. I ran into someone from a different workshop during the break, and we were just talking. He's in the workshop next door, the one on Profitable People. Thank you, the Profitable People workshop. And I told him that the biggest regrets I have, the things that I would have, could have, and should have done better in growing this business, in fact, growing all of my different businesses, the biggest regret I have, the biggest mistake I've had, always revolved around people. Hiring the wrong people out of desperation, holding on to the wrong people out of desperation, holding on to the wrong people, or holding on to great people who became the wrong person, not because there's something wrong with them, but because like the job or the business outgrew them, and I didn't have the internal fortitude or the entrepreneurial maturity to just sit down and have a real honest conversation. Not investing enough in training, not investing enough in ongoing training. In addition to the 4 full-time recruiters, and I think we just hired 14 new people that are starting this month. 14 new employees starting, 13 starting this month and 1 starting when he's done with the bar exam. And anyway, it's just a big opportunity for growing your business. Because, for those of you who are thinking you want to sell your business, I would challenge you to get your business working for you well enough where you can take off for not 30, not 60, but take off for 90 consecutive days with emergency access only once a year, right? Because when you can take off for 90 consecutive days with emergency access only once a year, maybe you don't want to sell your business, right? Maybe you look at it and you say to yourself, you know what? If I sold my business, you wake up every day and you say, this is a business I'd love to buy, right? And then when you've got a business that you would love to buy, then you don't want to sell it and you don't need to sell it. And if someone comes along and makes you an offer you can't refuse, so be it, right? So like How to Manage, I only work in this business Well, this year, the last 18 months, this statement that I'm now making has not been true because I've been doing a lot of other things. But for the most part, I really only work in this business about 90 days a year. I mean, I'm not talking about taking off for 90 days. I'm saying I'm only working for how to manage a small law firm about 90 days a year, which basically means 3 quarters out of 4 of the year, I'm not working for how to manage a small law firm. I'm off building other businesses and doing other things. And the only reason I'm building other businesses is because I don't really have any hobbies. Like building businesses is really kind of my hobby, right? But my point is, when people come along all the time talking about they want to buy how to manage, I get offers all the time. I literally just got another email from people. I mean, half of them are cranks, right? But every once in a while there's someone who's somewhat serious, and it's like, I'm just not interested. If you want to give me a multiple that is so much more than it's reasonably, realistically worth, okay, I'm not going to say no, right? But unless you're willing to pay something that no reasonable, smart person would do, unless they find a Renoir in the attic or something. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is as you're looking at this and looking for ways to, all of the things that are going to make your business more saleable and more valuable to a buyer are things that will probably wind up making your business something you won't want to sell. Or put another way, they'll make your business into something you'll want to buy from yourself. Are you getting what I'm saying here? Anyway, it's just some food for thought. All right, so where we left off was that what you'll sell, what they'll buy, and then we were getting into the balance sheet, right? So this is just another way of looking at some of the concepts that we were speaking about, that we were talking about before lunch, right? These are just all of those concepts presented on a balance sheet. So here you can see the assets, right? The assets, revenues are an asset, right? Obviously, cash in the bank is an asset, but no one's going to pay you a multiple of cash in the bank. If you have $1 million in the bank, no one's going to pay you more than $1 million for $1 million in the bank, right? But they will pay you for revenue. More specifically, what they'll pay you for are the mechanisms that cause the revenue to happen, right? So what causes revenue to happen? Marketing machine causes revenue to happen. A well thought out intake system where all the holes in the bucket are plugged, that causes revenues to happen. A systematic sales process, sales methodology, that causes revenue to happen. Yeah? Efficient production of work, the efficient production of the work product causes revenue to happen. Billing systems and smart strategic pricing strategies cause revenue to happen. These are all the things that cause revenue to happen. Yes? And we talked about maximizing the amount of revenue, of course, but balancing that and maybe in some cases even prioritizing the predictability of the revenue, right? So let's imagine you had 2 different law firms. They could be any practice area, it doesn't matter. Think of your own practice area. Law firm A has $500,000 in gross revenue, right? Law firm B has $1 million of gross revenue. All things being equal, I think we probably would all think that B, with $1 million of gross revenue, would be more valuable. Yes? Okay. But what if law firm B, with $1 million of gross revenue, has $1 million of gross revenue because it has a charismatic, lawyer with a amazing track record of winning every case and they're the greatest speaker and the greatest presenter and the greatest lawyer, and they've got the best reputation, and every judge knows them and every judge loves them, and they're being interviewed in every media outlet. And every time something happens, the media outlets all call this lawyer, and this lawyer is interviewed, and they're on TV, and they're in the newspaper, or whatever the newspaper gets replaced by. You know what I'm saying? And like everyone knows their name. You get what I'm saying? And because of the magnitude and the magnetism of this super lawyer, $1 million of business comes to this law firm because of this super lawyer. Are you with me? All right. And let's just say, for argument's sake, that $1 million law firm throws out $250,000 of total owner benefit. All right? Lawyer B, the firm is only grossing, the other law firm, I forgot which one of them, this A? Yeah, is only grossing $500,000 a year. Also, and instead of throwing out $250,000 of total owner benefit, let's say it's only throwing out $125,000 a year of total owner benefit. You getting what I'm saying? Half as much total owner benefit, half as much gross revenue, half as much total owner benefit, okay? Except this law firm has speaking engagements booked with all the major law firms in town. This law firm goes around and does a CLE talk to every major law firm in town. And January, they got a CLE engagement booked with with one big law firm in town. And February, they got a CLE engagement booked with a second big law firm in town. And March, they got a CLE engagement booked with a third big law firm in town. And in between the big law firm CLE speaking engagements, let's say this $500,000 law firm with only $125,000 in total owner benefits also has a newsletter that it sends out, an old-fashioned snail mail newsletter that goes out every month to a growing list, yeah? And it's got an intake system and a non-attorney salesperson, a dragon non-attorney salesperson, okay? And the owner of the firm, after figuring out how to get all of these speeches booked, and the owner of this firm, after figuring out what talk to give for the CLE to really dial it in, hired someone else to go and do the talk for them. And the owner of the firm, when he or she or they do the talk, every time they do that talk, it produces, I'm just making up a number, $20,000 of referrals. And the person they hired, every time they do the talk, only produces $10,000 of referrals. But $10,000 of referrals consistently. And when that person who they had doing the talk got hit by a bus, they hired someone else and they put the other person in place, and they also kept producing $10,000 consistently. Are you getting what I'm going with this? And every time they mail out that newsletter, they know they get 1 or 2 referrals back. And as the list grows, it went from 1 referral to 2 referrals to 3 referrals to 4. And you can see that as this list grows organically, that referral base will keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Are you getting what I'm saying? And the intake people, the people who are calling the firm, don't care if they're meeting with the owner of the firm, Mr. Magnetism, or if they're meeting with a non-attorney salesperson. Are you with me? All right, so how much would you pay for the law firm with Mr. Magnetism that gives you $500,000 of total owner benefit? How much would you pay for that firm? You pay something, right? Not nothing, but you pay something. How much would you pay for the other firm with only $500,000 of revenue and half the total owner benefits, but it is a machine and it just works and works, and you pay more for this firm, right? Even though it's half the size with half the revenue, or with half the revenue, with half the profit, you'd pay probably more than twice as much because of the predictability of the revenue. right? So,
And transferability.
and the transferability of it, correct. The predictability of it and the transferability. What I mean is that you can depend on it, right? You can buy a machine that will keep working for you and working for you and working for you. So now let's talk about selling your law firm. If you have a law firm that's got a marketing machine that just keeps working and working and working and working and working and working and working without much input from you at all, and it's being managed by a acquisitions manager, being supervised by a professional legal administrator with key performance indicators and metrics and a dashboard. You getting what I'm saying? And it just keeps working and working and working and working and working. Doesn't that take one giant thorn out of your side that makes you want to sell your law firm? Yeah? Okay. Well, now let's talk about Mr. Magnetism and his law firm versus that boring law firm. Mr. Magnetism's law firm, his $1 million of revenue comes because he is so brilliant. We all know some brilliant lawyers. You're all brilliant lawyers, right? Comes because he's so brilliant. He's so creative. He's got such a unique way of seeing things. No one can do what he does because he's just so fucking smart. Yeah? And you know what else? He fucking gets his ego stroked every time he pulls another brilliant idea out of nowhere. His ego is just, oh, look how smart I am. I'm so great. I'm so smart. I'm so wonderful. Yeah? Boring old law firm over here has a bunch of, junior attorneys doing some important work that helps the clients have materially better lives, but it doesn't require very much creativity. It's pretty much cookie cutter, cookie cutter, cookie cutter, cookie cutter, cookie cutter. And by the way, you know why the work is so cookie cutter? Anyone want to guess?
Templates and policies and procedures.
No. I'll give you all a hint. I just finished telling you how they get their business. Because the marketing machine stamps out the same kind of client over and over and over and over again. The marketing machine has standardized the client, right? We're only looking for these kinds of clients. We're looking for these kinds of clients who have these kinds of problems, who have this point of view, who have this perspective, who have this set of values, who see the world from this perspective and have these wants and needs. And because the marketing is mechanized in this way, it keeps producing clients who want and need the same solution over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah? So you can take great people, you can take brilliant people, you can take great, brilliant people who really care and really give a shit, give them some really great training, and 80% of their job is just boring, 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 boring. And because 80% of their job is boring, 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 they have so much extra bandwidth and so much extra capacity and so much extra energy to do really brilliant work when the really brilliant stuff needs to get done because they're not getting burned out putting out fires all the time. Is this making sense? The marketing machine allows this firm to mechanize and systematize and standardize the product, the work product. Are you getting what I'm saying here? Does this seem familiar to anyone? Who do you know who's got a business like this? Me. My marketing attracts the same kind of people over and over and over again. You look around the room and you see black and white and Asian and Hispanic and gay and straight and older or younger, and I see the same people You're all so similar in ways that you might not realize. You realize how similar you all are? Well, think about it. The marketing that attracted you, it didn't repel you, did it? It repels a lot of the wrong kinds of people. Not that they're bad people, they're just wrong for what I'm trying to build, right? When we talk about, so the marketing attracts you, right? You all share a very similar set of core values. You come from different walks of life, you come from different ends of the political spectrum, you have maybe very different lifestyles in your personal life, but your core values are remarkably similar. This is why when you come to live quarterly meetings, you all get along so well, because you have the same set of core values, right? You ever notice that? You're all ambitious. You all believe in yourself. You all have a similar taste in humor. You do. You all have a similar set of family values. Gay, straight, black, white, Asian, Hispanic, older, younger. You all put your kids on a pedestal. Yeah? You all really value family. I mean, I could tell you so many things about each of you that you'd be like, how does he know that? And the answer is because the marketing specifically speaks to these points to attract people who think this way and repel and screen out people who don't. Make sense? My point is, when you build a marketing machine and it doesn't make you suffer to get new clients, yeah? And then you build a production machine and it doesn't make you suffer to produce a great product that you can be proud of. And then when you build a recruiting machine and you don't lower your standards just to, satisfy a waiting list, and you maintain your standards even if people get pissed off about it, you find yourself pretty soon surrounded by people who it doesn't make you suffer to work with them. You look forward to working with them. And they get along and they work with each other well. And then pretty soon you have a business that someone comes along and says, I'd like to buy it. And you're like, I don't hate this business anymore. I like this business. So you want to know how to make your business saleable. Make your business into a business you don't want to sell. All right. I will now dismount my soapbox and continue with the lesson. Unwrap all of those right now in one fell swoop. Just get it done. Just get it done. I'll wait. Come on, help him out. Everyone unwrap some candies and give them to Jerry. I cannot fucking sit here listening to this guy with the little crinkle paper. It drives me insane. I have PTSD with this. I'm sorry. I do. You laugh at me. You're laughing with me? I'm not trying to amuse you. I literally fucking suffer with this.
What's the source of the...
500 fucking people sitting there rattling their ice and unwrapping their crinkly little fucking candies in a live quarterly meeting over and over and over again until I finally got the AV team and the events team to stop putting fucking ice in the drinks and stop giving out crinkly candies to people. And he comes and says, crinkly candies. I also have PTSD for having assistants who think that it's less distracting to come on stage like this if they have to give me something. Just fucking walk up on stage, do what you need to do, get off stage. I had an assistant who would do that, incessantly. And so I made him get on Zoom one time. And while he's on Zoom, I started just creeping around like that. And he lost his mind. He quit shortly thereafter. All right, assets. So revenues. So it's the amount of revenues, but more importantly, it's the predictability of the revenues. Yeah? So when we talk about your marketing machine, when we talk about your intake, when we talk about streamlining your SKU, when you're doing your SKU homework, documenting your processes, documenting your procedures, we're talking about adding value to the assets of your business. Like literally creating assets that can go on your balance sheet. All right, profitability, we talked about there, owner benefits stuff. You see how it lines up, right? And then liabilities, obviously those are debts. Creditors, external creditors, internal creditors. Internal creditors are money you owe your family. Every time you take money out of your household and you give it to the business, who's done that before? Don't give it to the business, loan it to the business. Would any of you ever advocate or stand by and allow one of your clients to loan money to a stranger without having a note with terms of repayment? No, you would not? Raise your hand if you think that would be a reckless, careless, irresponsible thing. Raise your hand if you think that would be a reckless, careless, irresponsible thing. Everyone, raise your hand if you think that would be a reckless, careless, keep your hand up. If you think that would be a reckless, careless, irresponsible thing for a head of household to take money out of their household to loan to a business without any kind of terms of repayment in writing. And if you're the spouse or significant other who has your hand up, if you're the spouse or significant other, have your hand higher, higher, higher. And if you know that your spouse or significant other has done that before, hit them. Because they're stealing money from the business. They wouldn't do that. Listen, spouses, significant others. Your lawyer just said they wouldn't let one of their clients do that, and yet they did that to their own family. I've done it too. I'm guilty, right? I've learned the hard way. Don't do that. Anytime you take money from your family, make sure the business writes a note it owes you money, including but not limited to when you forego a paycheck. You just did like this. You're like, what? What? I've foregone a paycheck. When I started How to Manage, I had no money. There was no money to pay anyone. I worked for free. But I kept a log. And when I started hiring people who got to share in profits, because I do profit share, they came in. I said, by the way, before you come in, understand that business owes me this much money. And when the business is paying this money back, this is repayment to a creditor. This is not distribution of profits. Y'all get what I'm saying here? Anyway, liability, cost to deliver unproduced work to clients. We talked about that. That's a liability. You see how that goes on the balance sheet? And then you end up with equity. The difference between total value of assets and total of all liabilities. Okay. Assets minus equity, assets minus liability equals equity. We know that. Liabilities plus equity equals assets. Y'all get this? Okay. So now we get to the fun stuff. We are on page 6. Page 6 of the workbook. A. Yeah, page 6 is the definitions. A, gross is total revenue collected less refunds and pass-through expenses such as filing fees, recording fees, investigators. We all know that? Yes? Okay. B, owner's wages on tax return from the firm. All right, so if you file jointly, this is not as clean or easy to figure out. But understand conceptually that you're going to look at your tax return and you're going to look at line 7 of your personal tax return, and this will be your total W-2 salary. This is the whole conversation about the normalized salary we had earlier this morning. B is your wages. Ideally, B and C should be identical. C is normalized salary. This is what you would have paid a stranger. right? If you would have paid a stranger $100,000 for all the different jobs you do for the firm, letter C, well, B, the wages should be $100,000, yes? Make sense? All right. And D is total owner benefits. And hopefully you're beginning to start getting some good tax strategy advice at the beginning of every year. If you don't meet with your tax strategist at the end of this year to plan out next year before this year ends, probably you don't have a real tax strategist. If you're not meeting with the person doing your taxes until it's time to do the taxes, you do not have a tax strategy. You're just getting thrown some crumbs and you might not know better. You have a question?
I mean, you say B and C, you said ideally would be identical. It was my understanding based on what you said earlier and other things that like really ideally you want B to be sort of on the low end of reasonable and C, you know, you're going to pay people, you want to get like high quality people, it might be kind of on the high end of reasonable.
That's a detail you don't have to worry about for purposes of this
Okey-dokey.
analysis. All right. So let's get to it. Gross revenue. This is where you take out a pen and you write in the gross revenue. A, gross revenue is a reliable indicator, is a reliable measure of how much value a business has delivered. Right? So all things being equal, $1 million firm has delivered twice as much value to its clients as a $500,000 law firm. A $10 million law firm has delivered twice as much value as a $5 million law firm. Yes? So you all have your gross revenue number in there? You wrote it down? I don't see it in your books. All right. B, your wages. How much did the firm pay you? I realize you don't have your tax return with you, but you can use an estimate for now. When you go home and you do look at your tax return, make sure you're using line 7, not line 37. Yes, if you both work in the firm, you can just mash it all together. Yes. All right. We're now on page 13. The normalized labor salary. What would the firm pay anyone else for doing the job that you do? Ideally, in a perfect world, the firm would be paying you exactly what it would pay anyone else, no more, no less. So you might have to do a little exercise here. Remember the circle? Where'd the circle go? Remember this circle here? Remember this one? So just make a list of all the stuff you do for the firm. Give an estimate for about what percentage of your time you wear each of those hats in the average month, let's call it, or quarter. Little working music. We'll give you 5 minutes to do this.
if you're spending time supervising other attorneys and answering their questions and helping them, are you billing it out as your own time or as something else?
What is the lowest level of qualification, skills, and experience that you would require of a candidate that you would hire to do that job in case you decided to stop doing it?
To answer those questions of the lower level people.
If you weren't able to answer those questions, who would answer those questions?
There would be nobody to answer those questions.
If you weren't able to answer those questions, could you hire someone to answer those questions? Or are you the only person?
They'd have to be a pretty high level person. They'd have to be a pretty high level person, so I guess it would.
Okay, so what would it cost to hire that person on a full-time basis? Are we talking about a person who's earning $1 million a year, $500,000 a year, $250,000 a year, $125,000?
Probably $200,000 a year. Probably $200,000 a year.
Okay, so at $200,000 a year, you think you could hire a person full-time to do that job for $200,000 a year?
Yeah.
Okay, and that person said, listen, I don't want to work full-time, and you don't need me full-time, this isn't a full-time job. How about if I work part-time? I'll work 50% of the time, and you pay $100,000.
Right, yeah. No, I get it. I just wasn't sure.
So how many hours a month or a week would you estimate you were doing that job yourself?
Probably 7 or 8 hours a week. Probably 7 or 8 hours a week.
So 1 day out of the week.
Yeah.
So, 1 day,
So 20% of my time. 20% of my time if it's a working day of the week.
right, so you should pay that person $40,000 a year.
Okay, thank you.
Now, the question then becomes, is that the highest and best use of your time, doing that job? You could pay someone $40,000 a year to do that job, to free you up 20% of your time. Who has discovered something that you're currently paying yourself dog shit money for? Who has discovered something you're currently paying yourself dog shit money for? And you are now realizing that you have been chasing a false economy. You've been telling yourself you're saving money when in fact really you've just been giving yourself a demotion every day. Raise your hand. No one? I call bullshit on every single one of us, including me. Let me hear from someone I haven't heard from before. Becky, who has not spoken? Throw the microphone at them.
Oh, did?
I didn't say hand it to her. I said throw it at her.
She already has one.
At her head. See if
Oh
she can
my
catch it.
goodness.
Okay, it's okay. Becky, find someone else who hasn't spoken. Over there. That guy who's hoping not I don't see him.
Who?
That guy in the corner who.
Oh, William. See, I talk to William all the time.
Yeah, but William hasn't spoken here. All right, what have you discovered that you have been doing and earning a lot less than you could otherwise be earning?
So I have always and forever been managing my own emails, client emails, vendor emails, scheduling emails, networking, event emails, like all kinds, newsletters, all kinds of crap.
Okay, so you are an attorney?
Yes, correct.
And do you bill by the hour?
Yes, correct.
And what do you like to pretend that you bill by the hour? When you go to cocktail parties and you want to show off to your friends, what number do you tell them that you bill per hour?
$475.
This is going to be embarrassing for you.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm good with it. I'm not doing it anymore, so that's the good news.
$475 an hour.
Yes.
And you were doing the job of
An EA, an executive assistant.
a good offshore EA.
Yeah, for sure.
who you would pay how much?
I mean, let's say I use Get Staffed Up, which I use now, like $2,200 maybe a month.
Let's say $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
Divided by $3,000 a month times 12 months is $36,000 a year. Divided by 46 productive weeks in a year is $782 a week.
Yeah. And my mental health.
Divided by 40 hours
That's what it costs of that.
is $19 an hour. I'm going to round it up to 20.
Yeah.
Do you have any cash on you?
Yes.
475 minus 20, $455 per hour divided by 60 minutes in an hour is $7.50 a minute. Do you have $7.50 on you?
I do.
Can I see it, please? Will you please produce it? If you have 6 or 8, that's fine.
I've got a 10.
Great, come on up.
You're gonna make me rip it up. That's what you're gonna make me do.
I'm not
Yeah.
making you do anything. I just want you to
I've done
experience.
this before.
I want you to experience the reality of your own choices. Every minute you, come on. Just turn around. Face them. Every minute, oh, this will just take a minute. I'll do it myself. It'll save me some money. Rip. Whoa. What do you mean, ooh? You're all doing the same thing. Every single one of you is doing the same fucking dumbass shit, and you're fucking grimacing. See, look, the theme parks have this all figured out. They give you the little fucking band on your wrist, and you don't realize that you're spending $10 for bullshit every time you turn around, right? You'll burn $10 a minute, like 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes a day, every day after day after day after day, without even giving it a second thought. In fact, you even pat yourself on the back. I was productive. I saved myself some money today. But as soon as you see the reality of your choices, you grimace. Give that to the guy in the jacket in the back. No, the other guy. Because he's my new assistant, so you can tape it together and keep it. It's a bonus of hanging around me. You get the scraps. In this case, torn up money. In all seriousness, though, you want to make your business easier to sell. Stop wasting your time on shit that isn't productive. Yeah? Flip it around. You want to buy a firm. Oh, man. You're going to find a law firm being run by someone, and they hate their firm. And they can't wait to get away from their firm. And their firm isn't really very productive or very profitable. And you watch how they work for a little while, and you realize, holy crap, I could hire a, like, there's so many ways to make the firm more profitable. You can pick up these distressed assets. And this is where you go to find all these things. Remember I told you I was going to help you find all the profit centers hidden in the attic? This is an example of it. All right. What do you waste your money on?
I could name 20 million things, but think one of the main things,
What do you consider to be the highest and best use of your time? In your business, what is your business growth last year?
5.56?
Okay, so around $5 million, almost $6 million.
Yeah.
$5.5 million.
Yeah.
Great. What is the highest, what do you consider to be like the top 2 or 3 highest and best uses of your time?
Well, it's taken me a long time, but I'm still stuck in sales because it's taken me that dragon, whether the dragon could sell. So
You have a dragon or you don't yet have it?
I have 4 of them now.
Okay, you do now?
Yes,
Okay.
but it took me a long time to get this. I've
Right.
seen
Like-
the growth.
Like you wish you had done it sooner.
I wish I would have done it sooner.
Good.
But I'm still stuck in sales because I'm helping them out till I could.
You're stuck making sales or you're stuck in training them?
Stuck doing sales because
Why are
I'm
you
worried.
doing
I'm worried because I'm worried about. I have a lot of dog shit, if you will. So
What do you mean?
in the sense of, I have a bunch of cases, and I'm an immigration firm, so therefore money comes in and goes out, and I spend it. So I have a lot of problems. So
Wait, stop, because you're saying things that the words are English, but when you put them together, the sentence doesn't mean anything.
all right.
So slow down. Hold on. Are you still doing sales yourself?
I am.
Okay, hold the microphone.
Yes, I am.
Okay, how many hours a week would you say you are doing the sales yourself? Are we talking about a situation where I jump in and I do sales once in a while just to make sure that the quality of leads isn't changing so that when the salespeople try to gang up on me and give me their excuses, I can jump in there and say, bullshit, I can take the same leads that Mitch and Murray paid good money for and go out and make myself $15,000 tonight?
No, I'm doing a good 30, 35 hours in sales.
A week?
A week with the sales team.
35 hours a week in sales. You yourself are personally sitting and making sales 35 hours a week?
Yeah.
Okay. Would anyone like to buy that life?
Yeah.
No. See, you're making your law firm impossible to sell. You are literally just depressing the value of your assets. Not to mention preventing your business from growing much more. What if you didn't spend 30 hours a week making sales? What would happen? Do your salespeople suck that much that they can't make the sales? Or is the problem that because of the current political climate, there's so much volume coming in, they just can't keep up with it? Is that what's happening?
I think it's half and half. So half of it is the complexity of what the heck is going on and changing every day and making sure my staff, my salespeople kind of are on top of it and they know what the hell's going on. And the second part is I'm still holding them. I'm handicapping them. So I'm still holding them and babying them and instead of letting them go make their sales.
What do you mean by babying them? Again, I'm trying to
letting
understand.
them
Are
make
you-
excuses and I'm
Okay, but these are
buying
two
them.
different things. One is babying them, accepting their excuses. That's one thing. The other thing is you yourself are sitting there with a prospect having a sales call instead of one of your salespeople having the sales call. How many hours a week are you sitting with a prospect having a sales call instead of letting one of your salespeople have the sales call while you're off doing something else? That's 30 hours a week.
30 hours a week,
Okay.
right now.
Is that because there's so much volume coming in that the 4 of them can't keep up with it and you're just doing the extra? Or are you doing something?
So I jumped out and I had to jump back in because now my consultations were taking 2 weeks, a week. and in the immigration environment, we need answers now. We need to
What
speak
do
to
you mean,
somebody now.
what do you mean the consultations were taking a week and 2 weeks? Is that
For
because you
scheduling,
don't, is that
scheduling.
because you don't have enough salespeople? Or is that because your salespeople aren't good enough? 2 weeks before I can get on 2 weeks before I can get on your calendar isn't a function of the salesperson being good enough necessarily. That's a function of you not having enough salespeople.
We don't have enough salespeople, So I jumped in to help and, alleviated some of it, but that's not what I want to be doing every day.
Are they closing the sale on the first sale, or are they closing the sale on the second, the third, the fourth appointment, and that's why they're so inefficient?
Usually second or third,
Right, so you can close the sale on the first sale, they're taking the second, the third to close the sale.
Most of the time, yeah.
Okay, so are you primarily motivated by helping your clients?
Yes.
Or are you primarily motivated by making a positive impact in the area of immigration just globally? Or are you primarily motivated by maximizing your own personal income? Or are you primarily motivated by family, being able to spend more time with your family?
It'll be a combination of A and B.
So
the client, helping the client, and also making an impact in the immigration arena.
Okay, and maximizing your own personal income is not.
Should be, yes. I'm with you.
I'm not saying it should-
I know.
I'm not saying it should be. I totally respect if you say that your primary objective is you want to help these people who are really in a bad way. I totally respect that. I'm not saying you should make maximizing your personal income your top priority. I'm not saying that.
Not maximizing, but I think the last one, I do have 3 little girls, that are running around the house, and I'm always busy.
So you're not there with them 30 hours a week that you could be.
Correct. So the money's going to come if you do the right thing. And you have the right setup.
The money's not going to come if you do the right thing. The money's going to come if you build the business the right way.
Correct. But so yeah, I think I want to do the right thing. I want to be somebody that the community see as reliable in that arena.
All right, we've never done a mindset workshop together, and I don't know you. Like, we've never really spoken. I don't think. Right?
No.
I mean, you've never done a mastermind with me. You're not my iron sharpens iron. We've never done a VIP day together.
No.
We don't really know each other, right?
No.
So, can I just have permission to just take a moment and take us on a 2-minute detour and just do a little spot mindset thing with you?
Sure.
Okay, this is all about your ego.
Okay.
You are prioritizing your ego above everything. You're prioritizing your ego above your children. You're prioritizing your ego above your income. And you're prioritizing your ego above your staff's well-being. And you're prioritizing your ego above your client's well-being. This is all about your ego. Because you feel good when you close sales. You feel like the superhero when you close sales. And so you are willing to put your children second, put your staff second, put your income second, and put your clients second to the feeling you get when you close that sale. That is what I see very clearly happening based on what you just shared with me. You understand?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. A $5 million firm, and you have 35 hours a week that you could be using to grow that into a $10 million firm. Do you believe that if you invested 30 hours a week, you could probably double your firm?
We are doing what I believe should be more, because we're on a run rate, we're on a run rate to hit 9 to 10 this year.
Do you agree that if you gave 35 hours a week to
something.
focusing on the marketing, focusing on the intake, training and empowering your salespeople, yeah? Training and empowering your salespeople, and reviewing and really studying and analyzing your financials, if you invested 15 hours a week on that, do you agree you could probably add an extra $5 million of revenue to the top line?
Yes.
Okay. And out of that $5 million of additional revenue, do you think you could probably pull an extra $1 million out for yourself?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you are currently spending 35 hours a week getting your kicks with prospective new clients, right?
Yeah.
$35 hours a week. I'm asking you to take 20 of those hours and then give them to your children. $20 hours a week with your children, or at the gym, or with your family, whatever you want to do, right? 15 hours a week on training, systematizing, financial controls. And marketing, which doesn't sound like you got a marketing problem, right? And this would produce for you $5 million more gross revenue. Yeah? And your average case value is how much?
75 to, say 10,000.
$5 million divided by, you said 10,000?
10,000.
That would be 500 clients whose lives would be saved because you stop being so entrepreneurially immature. You claim that you put your clients first, but you don't. Because there's 500 people who would be better off if the firm generated an extra $5 million in revenue, which it would do if you could focus on the causes here. On top of which, that $5 million would produce $1 million of net operating income for you.
I do not have $1 million in my pocket to rip up.
I'm sorry?
I don't have $1 million in my pocket to rip.
I can't hear you. Put the
I
microphone.
don't have $1 million in my pocket to rip up.
Okay, but I want this to hurt, so I'm going to make a point. I'm not saying this to be a dick, but I want you to I want this to burn a little bit so you remember it, okay? Why do you claim to care so much about these clients?
Now let's get personal. Once upon a time, I was in the military, and my ex-wife was in removal proceedings, and she was sick, and they violated her rights. And I, as a military member, they ripped her out of my hands, and they laughed in my face, and they thought it was funny while I was in uniform with my daughter. So it became personal. I had no need to be a lawyer. But that day I decided that, the DHS attorney was prior military, and then a light bulb lit up in my head, and I decided to become an immigration attorney. So that's why it's personal to me, because I know what happens on the inside. I've seen it, and I feel like, if I fought for this country and they sent me to Afghanistan to fight for somebody else's freedom, then that's the reason that, that's my calling. Like, I need to fight for those that are, less fortunate. That's why I do what I do, and I feel like I have to do something for the community, especially when I see somebody's due process and all the things that are going on violated left and right.
So as a
Hindsight being 2020, I should have let her ass get deported. But that's neither here nor there. Should have just,
So anyway, back to my point.
Yes.
Let's say we took this $1 million, yeah?
Mhm.
And 500,000 of it we stick into a trust fund for your kids, which after taxes would be 300,000. Let's just call it 300,000. So you got 3 kids?
I have 4.
Well,
Three little ones.
300,000 a year, 300,000 after taxes goes into a trust fund for your kids. How would you feel knowing you just deposited $300,000 into a trust fund for your children?
It would feel great if.
Imagine doing it again the next year, another 300,000. Imagine the third year you deposit the last 300,000 and you realize you have $1 million sitting in a trust fund for your kids. And the next year you're going to deposit another 300,000. And the next year another 300,000. And imagine that trust fund is being used to buy income-producing real estate and all kinds of other assets that build generational wealth for your children.
I'm part of your Access Insiders program, so I could see where, it could all come together.
Did you notice that I only put half of it there?
Yeah.
Guess what we're going to do with the other half? We're going to take the other half. Sorry?
No.
This is the one that's going to hurt. This is the one that's going to hurt, but I'm doing this for you with love.
Yeah.
Okay? You might want to take a breath. Ready?
Let's go.
We're going to take the other 500,000. And you're going to stick it into a foundation. And this foundation is going to pay for legal representation of the spouses of military enlisted people. So if you are in the military and you have a spouse or a domestic partner or whatever who is in deportation, or you decide what the criteria is, and you're an active enlisted military, this foundation will pay for their immigration representation. Which is going to help another 50 to 100 per year.
Point taken.
You're in?
Yeah.
Just for fun, you're going to make a big marketing thing around this. And when you do a big marketing thing around this, you know what's going to happen to this top line revenue, right? your firm's going to double again because of all of the marketing that you're going to get from it. Are you getting where I'm going with this?
I do.
What I want you to get is, this is what I'm talking about, and I'm not trying to be funny about this, right? I'm trying to be really serious about it. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about entrepreneurial maturity. It's the marshmallow test. It's having the maturity to understand that we're going to forego the short-term, momentary thrill of having that sale with that client today, because every time we go for the short-term thrill, we're denying these 50 to 100 enlisted service people and their families free representation. We're not helping these 500 extra families that need your representation. You're not depositing $300,000 a year into your children's trust fund. And you're not investing, most important of all, really most important of all, you're not investing these 20 hours a month. Was it a month or a week? You're not investing these 20 hours a week to give your children your attention.
Thank you very much for making me feel like shit.
I mean, this is just the reality of the situation, right?
It is.
I'm not saying this to beat up on you or make you feel bad. I'm saying this because I want you to see the reality of the choices you're making. You know, she tore up $10. Everyone grimaced. This is the reality, right? You have the opportunity to transform, I mean, your whole world could be so much different 12 months from now. You just have to give up the short-term, immature thrill.
I'm on it.
You gonna do it?
No, I have to do it. It's not I'm gonna do it.
You
I
don't
have
to do it.
I mean, I do. I mean, I'm not getting any younger, so.
Okay, great. So for everyone who is joining my team, all of my new employees, you can see all you have to do is tell them something logical, and they just do it. See how easy it is? They just do it. You just tell them something logical, and they do it. And now with no further motivation or follow-up or accountability, he's just going to go do it.
Yeah, right.
See how easy it is? Problem solved, next. He's not going to do shit. We have to follow up with him. We have to hold him accountable.
Bullshit.
There's all kinds of stuff we got to do to make sure that this actually gets done.
No, but to be honest, I've been in this program long enough, and this is all stuff that's kind of just sitting out there, and I'm just procrastinating, and I'm saying I'll do it tomorrow because
Isn't that what I just said?
So
Okay.
So
what if you don't do it?
I keep doing the same shit over and over again.
That's what's going to happen. Oh yeah, that's where strippers come from. Strippers come from their fathers who don't give them the attention that they need because they're off getting their thrills in other ways. It's true.
Yeah. All right, I didn't see it.
All right. People are like, what the fuck? All right. So we got this. Owner salary, here we go. Owner benefits. Your total owner benefits. This is a quote that we share in the tax strategy workshop all the time. I'm going to read it for anyone who hasn't participated. Anyone may arrange sorry, everyone, but this was written in 1935, his. Anyone may arrange their affairs so that their taxes shall be as low as possible. They are not bound to choose that pattern which best pays the treasury. There is not even a patriotic duty to increase one's taxes. Over and over again, the courts have said there is nothing sinister in so arranging our affairs as to keep our taxes as low as possible. Everyone does it, rich and poor alike, and all do right, for nobody owes any public duty to pay more than the law demands. And this is from Judge Learned Hand in 1935. If you're not engaged in a very proactive, aggressive tax planning strategy, you are just paying more than you need to in taxes for no good reason. Get to a tax strategy workshop. If you want to go to a tax strategy workshop, Danny Farrow in the back will take a list, and if there's enough people, we'll organize another tax strategy workshop. Who's been to a tax strategy workshop? Oh, so we're not going to get a big pickup in this room because everyone's been to it. All right. So D, what are your total owner benefits? Everyone just sort of figure out your number and let's get a little working music for a couple minutes. You got an estimate? Who needs another minute or two? Okay.
Okay, it's the total value. Okay. No, like, total order for vacation. Ordinary. But now, we're getting benefits. Something. But we home office, cell phone, the website. I wouldn't. Yeah. Vacations. So were you together?
So everyone's got their numbers, yes? All right, so let's talk about what all this means. We're going to page 17. B divided by A. B divided by A. What is B divided by A? Come up with your number. What's B divided by A? Just write it down. You're going to need a calculator for everything we do now. So get out your phones, open up your calculator. B divided by A. B, wages on tax return divided by A, gross revenue. Wages on tax return divided by A, gross revenue. Everyone got that? It's meaningless information. Meaningless noise. C divided by A. But I want you to understand why. Why is it meaningless? Why is it meaningless to know that your wages were X percent of gross revenue? Why does that totally mean nothing? Who can tell me why that's meaningless noise? With the microphone. Right behind you. You have your hand up. Look behind you. Look behind you. The big blue box, that's a microphone. You've held it.
I couldn't see it even with my glasses.
Okay.
That's a problem. Well, it's meaningless because it's really not measuring anything, because you could have many employees and wages is just a number that you allocate to yourself, and it doesn't really tell you if the law firm is profitable, if it's well managed. It's just a number. It really means nothing. It has no practical applicability when you sell or when you want to buy a law firm. It's just a tax number.
Exactly. It's also meaningless noise because the amount you decide to pay yourself in wages is so subjective, right? Lawyer A could pay herself $150,000 and lawyer B could pay himself $100,000, and they're basically doing the exact same thing, except they have two different tax strategies. Like there was a period of time where I artificially paid myself more wages than I needed to because I needed to max out. I was trying to qualify for disability insurance. And so in order to maximize my disability insurance, I had to increase my wages. And so I what's it called? Foregone, but in the future tense, forewent. I didn't take advantage of all the tax savings that I could have taken. I was willing to pay more in taxes than I otherwise would have had to pay so that I could max up my disability insurance. Right? The point is, owners' wages are so subjective that evaluating and analyzing owners' wages as a percentage of gross revenue, it's meaningless. It's just it's a number that means nothing. Yeah?
Yes.
Everyone get that? All right. C divided by A. C is your normalized salary. Your normalized salary divided by gross revenue is also basically meaningless noise. Y'all tracking that?
Yeah. So real quick, for this exercise, on total owner benefits, are we including the wages?
Yes. Yes.
So it's wages, net,
Yes.
net income?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, just a really kind of dumb fundamental question. To do these calculations of like B divided by A, when you enter that in your calculator, is that B number divided number A number?
B, put the number in.
Yeah.
Press the divided button.
Uh-huh.
And put the A number.
Thank you.
All right. If C equals B plus D, so B plus D, your owner's wages plus your owner benefits, yes? Your owner's wages.
Well, that's why I asked, because wages plus benefits, that includes his wages.
Your wages. Total owner benefits includes wages. Wages do not include total owner benefits.
Right.
If your owner's wages, B.
You're counting wages twice.
I know that. If B, your owner's wages, plus D, your owner's benefits, if those two numbers together equals C, you just have a job. Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah. When,
Basically, if D equals C.
Yeah.
Then you have a job.
no, if B and D equals C, you have a job. You understand the concept? You get the concept? If you are going to go buy a law firm and the owner says that my wages are $100,000, yeah? My wages are $100,000 and my total benefits are $50,000. If my wages are $100,000, if my wages are $100,000, you're looking at this strange. You not understand wages are $100,000. If the wages are $100,000 and my benefits are $50,000, my car, my insurance, my vacations, if my benefits are $50,000, what's $100,000 in wages plus $50,000 in benefits? What's the correct number? $150,000, yes? My total wages and my total benefits are $150,000, right? And you look at this and you say, okay, is that all you're taking out of the firm? And they say, yes, all that I'm taking out of the firm is my $100,000 salary in wages, and I'm taking another $50,000 in benefits. The total I'm taking out of the firm is how much again? $150,000. And you look at this and you say, wait a second, the normalized salary that we could pay anyone on the planet who's qualified, if we could pay someone $150,000 to do what you're doing for the firm, what does the owner of that firm actually have? A job. Yeah? So there might be some asset that you want to pick, that you want to buy from that firm. There might be some, a scratch and dent sale, right? This might be a distressed asset sale, but this thing is going to be, this firm is good for nothing but scrap parts. You get what I'm saying here?
Yeah. So for this exercise, when we talk about the benefits, we're saying benefits above and beyond the wages.
Yes, I realized I said it backwards before.
Okay.
I don't know if you're going to get to this later. When you asked in the Facebook group, I expressed significant interest in the client lists, and I know we kind of glossed over that.
We're getting to it,
Okay,
we're
great.
getting to it. There is a method to my madness.
Got it.
All right, so page 18. So what does this all mean? If the arrow is pointing towards something, the thing is pointing towards is
Less.
greater than or less than?
Less than.
The arrow points away from the elephant and to the mouse. Got it? By the way, without this key, I can't remember that. I remember seeing this in grade school. I remember the classroom I was sitting in when I sat there. I remember the seat I was in. I remember it didn't make sense to me then. It doesn't make sense to me now. Without this, I can't keep track of this at all. So if you need this, you're welcome. Don't feel bad. The arrow points away from the elephant and towards the mouse. Right? So, if C is less than B plus D, yes. With the
No.
microphone, please. With the microphone.
I'm sorry, but D includes wages. So why would we say salary?
I corrected myself and I said that wrong before.
Okay.
And for purposes of this, we're talking about total owner benefits other than wages.
Okay.
Remember that whole lesson that we talked earlier today about the meaning of profit?
I understand it. I'm just
Okay.
looking at this, so.
I'm gonna clarify it because I misspoke and I don't want anyone to be confused. I misspoke before and I don't want anyone to be confused. Put it on the wall next to him. Sorry? Yeah, thanks. There's W-2 salary. There's K-1 profits. And then there's owner benefits. For purposes of our key here, this is B. This is D. And this isn't A, B, C, or D. This is something else. With the microphone.
I'm sorry, this might seem like a silly question, but do the owner benefits include like owner distributions, or are you saying that's the K1?
Owner distributions, it depends on how you're distributing. Are you talking about a distribution in lieu of salary?
No, in addition to a great portion of it.
That would be profit. That
So
would be
not
profit.
owner benefits, okay.
Yeah.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to go? We're going to go through this quickly. We're 2 minutes over, and we got to get to break. So if look at this. Go to page 7. Take page 7 and rip it out of the book. That way he's got it with you, so you don't have to keep flipping back and forth. So, take B, which is salary, plus D, owner benefits. If that number is greater than C, your labor salary, your labor cost, you're losing money. The business is making a loss. See that? If C is less than, if C, your normalized labor replacement salary, is less than B plus D, you're losing money. Did I put that little carrot thing backwards? I told you I can't do these carrot things. All right, so here's the lesson you should all be taking from this. Here's the lesson. We'll go to break, but first I want to tell you the lesson. Here's the lesson. The lesson is that you too can build multiple multi-eight-figure businesses. You too can earn. Allie and I earned over $10 million last year, and I can't do basic fucking math. And I get my carrots backwards, and I have to use mice and fucking elephants to keep track of this shit. All right? This is not a math test. All right? All right, let's go to break. I will fix the little carrots, and we'll come back from break, and we'll do this. Danny, come on up and help me, please. 10-minute break. 10-minute break.
I think I want to get right up.
It's like my bookshop. I'm fantastic directions.
I have for everyone audible book that I have, three others that I study.
Yeah, for sure. No, no, and also, wow, physically, so
It's probably
This is a
helping
really
you
good
to
one.
see. Really look at the numbers.
We do. I need to have more time. What is this? I don't need more time. Change my point. I don't get more time.
Have you read the book? They buy because they buy something about, you know how there's a wine, the whole Simeon thing? Yeah. That one's all about wine. There's another book, and I was in this one, I haven't read it, but just has a book. It talks about wine. They buy because it's not because of the wine. That's another one that's that was really interesting because of market. Because we had issues of trying to figure out what is that?
Are you good?
Like you said, what do I say? Yeah. And it's more than strong. So there's 1,000 other that one has that can take you to the back because of the
No, I do not have that.
I was talking to somebody but the guy has No. The author was one other, and I don't think I've ever remembered, because I'm not sure if I almost memorized the whole guy's presentation because he had real life illustrations.
Yeah, the engineers need.
Like concrete. Back in the day, you probably remember this. Starting in the market with the blue line. So Force has the blue line. So Force has the blue line. That's supposed it's blue because it connotes, frost, right? So the marketing campaign advertising to go was all about the cold. What I did was that every because if not it will correct. Okay, with the beer inside. Right. So all he did was make it blue. However, that's just a market. The interesting part is that they had this market and they had in his slides all the different why people might buy it. You go to the supermarket, why you buy it? Because it's cheap. Because it has flavor. It had like 20 different things. Because it's fresh. And he had crossed out all the ones that people were so Corona advertised something with the line. The other guys about fresh and kind of so they had there's only two things. One of them was the temperature. He went after the cold. They go, nobody's using a coldness as a fact. So they went all in on the coldness. They started saying that the restaurant that their beer would be served at 29 degrees, which was below freezing. That was fascinating. Yeah. Because they did a scientific study where they were like skipping people in jingles. So if you're in line, hey, can I get in front of you? 29, 30, like 60% of the time, they'll let you in. You just ask. Now, if I go in and say, hey, can I skip in front of you because I need to make some money? It's obvious. It's a line that have literally like $1,000. He said he went to buy, barbecue sauce. It's okay anymore. So you just have to have it. If not, you said if not, then you're if you tell him exactly the same thing that everybody's saying, I'm the best attorney. I work faster. My quality is not. Quality of doing is actually making it worse. You're confusing by adding the same thing. Because everybody on that shelf is saying the best tasting.
Dedicated,
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Which so in other words, it's actually a hint to give them the same reason. Because you're like anyhow, fast. He did a webinar. He did a webinar himself once, but he also the workers are going to work in the workshop. So we're about to work on the workshop. But he also does, I think, he also is to do something else. Yeah. But literally, I memorized it. Very important organization. The why we exist, but it goes, come up with a blue lighter. I need a blue lighter. Tracy, that's what I need, a blue lighter. And she goes, and he goes, obviously, this is human rental. But it works.
Because we all did.
Yes. They like it. That's different.
Yes, no, I don't, because what happens is fucking up.
This is what Rena sent it to me.
Claro.
So I can't turn it off.
No, no, that's exactly what happens to all of us when we start.
Irish. Yes, yes. So basically, unless it's Matthews, it's Charlotte.
So, okay, so I was like,
Where's Matthews, right? Yep.
Okay.
Not too far from Texas. She's in Raleigh, right?
She said she's in Raleigh.
Yeah, it's about 3 hours.
Yeah, I've been to, I thought it was Charlotte, South Carolina. No, is it North Carolina?
You're thinking Charleston.
Charleston. Oh,
A lot of people
okay.
get those two confused. Charleston, South
Okay,
Carolina is beautiful.
wait, was Charlotte where the Final Four was? Maybe I've been to Charlotte once when I was in law school. The Gators were in the Final Four championship that year, and my guy friends dragged me there, and I went then. And then I think for is BMW there? The BMW racing?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. I'm getting the two Carolinas confused.
Yeah, well, at least, as far as I know, they have a plant. Don't they have a plant?
They have a plant, but they have near the plant. It's not in the plant. They have a racing facility where they do. It's so much fun. If you're not far from there, I would totally take like my employees there or whatever. And I went once. I took my dad for I think his 65th birthday M racing because he's super into like the M series, and we had fun. They had like regular racetrack, wet track, all sorts of stuff. And then I went once for a charity fundraiser where they had every different kind of car. It wasn't just M cars.
I'll tell you what this
And they had
means.
obstacle courses,
So-
and all this.
That sounds like amazing fun.
And it was amazing, totally amazing. So
I'll have to
I would
check it out.
I would check that out because that's fun. I've done those two, and then I've done the Mercedes AMG racing in Germany, Hockenheim.
You're a little racer, aren't you?
It's fun.
I need to try it. I need to do it.
You should totally
Check it out.
That's
That's
close
far.
to you. And it wasn't like crazy expensive either time. And then the group thing was like, I thought that was super cool for the charity. Like, I'm like, this would be a very cool employee experience or something.
We're always looking for ideas. I'll have to let my other family know.
Yeah, figure out what groups.
I think it should.
Oh, I know. Man, it's so cold in here. It's chilly.
Well, everybody's back home.
Are you really? Sounds like it's freezing.
Yeah, because I got 30.
Always chilly. Hello? They'll give it to you. I don't know. Yeah, I think that date is like, I think you'll come right on the track. Yeah. Don't write on the back until they finish the other ones. I'm not, honestly, I've read it and I can understand it. I think you just have to get there and tell them it's their first year. Just say, hey, like, I don't know what to write on. But I wouldn't even write it until I get there, just 'cause we've never seen it done. You know? And you only get one shot at writing it, you want to have like a big cross out chart. So I would just wait. Everyone have a chart. Yeah, I would get there just a little bit earlier. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, bye. Have you guys been competing out there? Have you guys been out there?
No,
When did
I
you
get him midnight last night. And we're supposed to go out to dinner. And then we fly out at 7:30 tomorrow morning. No, I don't think. When did you get?
We got here yesterday morning. I came with my husband. Yeah.
So is he enjoying the beach?
Yeah. Well, he's in another one of these right now.
Oh.
But yesterday we spent pretty much the whole day there. It was nice. The water's nice.
Look, it's beautiful out there.
It
I just took a picture. It's assumed the money is going to come out.
But they always do them in Florida. So.
We respect it, we respect it.
We leave Sunday morning. Yeah, we made it a whole. Well, my husband's actually a lieutenant with Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Department. And he's got a year and a half left before he retires. And he's going to be coming into work at the firm. Well, probably help with some sort of operation. We're thinking maybe some HR. Still trying to see where.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that could be.
Yeah, he manages a lot of, he manages all patrol. He's been doing management for many, many, many years. Obviously different industry, but I think some skills are transferable.
Most management skills are.
Yeah. But I certainly need the help. I need help now, so.
So he has 18 months. That's quite a bit.
Yeah.
But you hate to sit there and try to get somebody else. That's probably his best skill.
Exactly. And at the salary level, that's why I keep like going back and forth. Like, do I do it? Do I wait? Do I not wait? It's a tough one. I'm trying to hang in there.
Yeah. Are you practicing much at all?
I would say very little these days. Like I do very simple divorce, like the absolute divorces, which is just signing. But I have the rest of the associates do the cases. But I still feel like I don't have enough time in the day. Like I don't know.
Just, because of my age, I to learn the time is valuable. Just write it down like that. Some of the stuff.
I'm like him now. I do some sales, not anymore, but some, and then there's admin work that I know I do. And I'm really guilty of like trying to, put out fires that maybe I shouldn't be getting involved in, and I want to fix everything, like.
What's the real?
Yeah, so like right now we're 25 and it's just me and my office manager. It's primarily like lead everything. But my office manager, she's a hard worker, very dedicated, but she can't go past the office manager, if that makes sense. Like even if we both wanted to, but she can't, she doesn't have the experience, she doesn't have the education. So it's me monitoring. She helps me a lot more than probably an office manager, but I'm constantly supervising and changing and correcting because again, she wasn't hired to be doing operations. For example, I'll be like, hey, I really need this policy, help me out, because I'm like, I'm going to write this policy up. And she'll do it, but I'm like, okay, now I gotta go. So I'm starting to use AI now, which is really helpful.
What you're expecting. I mean, that's what my goal
Let me figure out where Nicole is.
Hey, great meeting you. Good luck. Good luck.
All right, we are back. We have is that clock correct? Yeah? We have 1 hour. All right. Hey, shut the door, please.
We're missing lots of people.
I have 90 minutes. All right. All right, let's go.
They usually that one, the workshop.
Turns out, hey everyone, go to page 19 and reverse all those little caret things. You already did? Okay. So if C, owner's normalized replacement salary, is greater than owner's wages and total owner benefits, you're losing money. The firm is losing money. Yeah? If C is greater than owner's wages and total owner benefits, what you are doing is investing sweat equity. Yes? All right. So if the firm should be paying, let's say, $150,000 a year for your normalized salary, yeah? And it is only paying you $125,000 a year because it's just getting started, it's struggling, cash flow, blah, 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 blah. What should we see showing up on the balance sheet every year? The firm should be paying you $150. It's only paying you $125 because of insert reason here. What should we see showing up on the balance sheet every year? What we should see is a liability. We should see a liability showing up on the balance sheet. The liability is called back wages the firm owes the owner. Got it? Because when you bring in a partner, when you go to the bank to borrow money, when you bring in a professional legal administrator or someone else who gets profit share, when you get to a point where anyone gets to have an opinion about the finances of your firm, if you don't yet have this liability recorded on the balance sheet, it's going to be a very awkward conversation. Got it?
Is there a statute of limitations to add that?
No. This isn't a statute of limitations question. This is why GAAP doesn't apply to anyone here. If we were talking GAAP, there's probably some sort of fucking GAAP rule that doesn't matter to any of us because you're a publicly traded company. If you have GAAP, we're not publicly traded companies. We're not regulated by the SEC. No one gives a shit. We can do whatever we want. GAAP doesn't apply. Just keep track of how much money the firm owes you. Yes, Becky, it's a big number for you. Yes. I know. All right. So you all understand what we're doing here? Yes. All right. Now we go to page 21. Page 21. That was page 19. It's on the screen now. Page 21. B plus D. If owner's wages plus total owner benefits, you divide that by A, gross revenue, and that's your total owner benefit percentage. Has everyone done the number yet? You want a minute to do the number? On the bottom of page 21, you see the little star where it says X equals all other overhead? You see that at the bottom of page 21 where it says X equals all other overhead? Does everyone see that? Mm-hmm. Take out a pen and after the word overhead, put and COGS. or plus COGS. It's all other overhead plus COGS. COGS. Did you ask what COGS is? Who asked what COGS is? Did my tone suggest that you should not admit that you asked what COGS was? Was it? I was too aggressive? Damn. Who asked what COGS is? Cost of goods sold.
Attorneys, paralegals.
All right, so you want a minute to do the exercise, the calculations on page 21? All right, Glenn, give them some music. B plus D minus C, owner wages plus owner benefits minus labor cost divided by gross is real profit. Yes, that is correct. Normalized replacement labor salary. Owner, just the owner, just the owner. C is the owner's normalized labor salary. So what's your number? What's B? Hang on, let me get a pen. Wait. What's your B? Hold on, just wait. Wait. Give me the microphone here, please. John?
Oh, sorry.
Leah? So what's B?
So I did B
what's
is
your number?
345.
B
D-
is 345.
D is 5075.
D is 507. And C?
C is 235. So I have
235. Wait. And A?
31.
Is 3,100,000.
Correct.
All right. So Danny, you're doing this with me? All right, so we've got B plus D, 345 plus 507 is 852.
852.5 minus 235.
Minus 235
is
minus 235 is 617.
Divide that by 3,100,000.
Divided by 3 million.
Oh, wait. I must have done it the wrong way.
Is what? Equals 19%.
Okay. I think I must have done that wonky.
Hey, hi.
Wait. Let me do this math again. $617,000 divided by $3 million. Yeah.
3,100,000.
I rounded everything off, so I came to 20%. But yeah, it's.
So, okay.
If you're not speaking with a microphone, please don't speak. With a microphone, yes.
Okay, we're confused.
What are you confused about?
Is D does not equal any of the K1 distributions, is that correct?
Or it includes it.
D is not K1 distributions. D is owner benefits.
Just like
Profit
a car.
is profit.
Okay.
But if we take money out of the.
B is W-2 salary.
I got that part.
Got that part. K1 profit is not A. K1 profit is not B.
I got that.
It's not C, it's not D. Owner benefits is D. This is the car. This is the insurance. This is the business trips to Vail. This is the assistant. This is the cell phone. This is the educational travel. This is the home office. This is the Eisenhower deduction. These are all the tax things you run through the business. Got it? Are you clear on that?
Yeah.
With the microphone.
Yes, it just, the normalized salary, I'm just trying
Is
to
not part of
connect
this.
Okay.
Normalized salary is normalized salary.
I think some of the difficulty is you worded it on here as total owner benefits, and we've always used the word total owner benefits.
Cross out the word total if it's easier for you to understand.
Yes.
Other owner benefits. Okay? Yes.
So I just heard Leah, I think, on her, the normalized salary seemed high, at least based on what Vanessa told me hers were. Is the normalized salary what, let's say in our case, Vanessa would have to pay herself to do those things that are not already included in her wages?
No.
So it includes?
No.
They're completely, so it's much higher than the wage?
No.
No to that either.
You keep asking the wrong question, so you keep getting the answer you're not looking for. Let me just explain to you what it is. Normalized salary is what the firm would pay someone other than Vanessa to do the job that Vanessa does. So what is something that Vanessa does for the firm? What's one thing she does for the firm?
Let's say rainmaking.
She does rainmaking. All right. What would if Vanessa was unable to do rainmaking and the firm had to hire someone else to do that rainmaking job full-time, what would the firm have to pay that person full-time to do that job, to do that function?
Let's say 80 a year.
80,000 a year? Okay. 80,000 a year. And if the person said, I only want to work part-time, 50% of the time, 20 hours a week, not 40 hours a week, how much should the firm pay that $80,000 a year employee?
Let's say 40.
40,000. If the person only wanted to work 25% time, how much should the firm pay the person?
20.
And if the person only wanted to work 10% of the time, they should only pay the person 8,000. You get the idea?
Yeah.
Now, out of 100% of Vanessa's time, how much is she really doing that job? It's not 100%. How much?
Let's say 10%.
So the firm should be paying her $8,000 a year for that job. Yeah?
Okay. Yep.
What's the second job she does for the firm?
She also manages the attorneys?
Okay. How much would we have to pay someone to manage the attorneys? Let's just call it $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
Let's call it $150,000 a year.
Okay.
Let's call it $200,000 a year. A really good lawyer to manage the attorneys. Great. A full-time person will be $200,000 a year, except she doesn't do the job full-time. The person we hired for $200,000 a year doesn't show up full-time to do the job.
Right.
The person we pay $200,000 a year to do the job only shows up 20% of the time, so they shouldn't make $200,000 a year. They should only make $40,000 a year. So now we're up to $48,000 that the firm should be paying her.
Right.
You get what I'm
I
saying?
got it. Yeah.
That's how you come to the normalized salary.
Okay. Got it.
If Vanessa suddenly got beamed off the planet and they said, we will beam her back in perfect health 3 years from now, she won't even age a day, and she'll be healthier and happier, and she'll be with Mickey Mouse the whole time she's gone. And 3 years later, she's going to come back. But 3 years, we got to figure out someone to do all these jobs, right? We'd say, well, we got to pay someone $8,000 a year to do 10% of the $80,000 job, and we got to pay $50,000 for someone to do 25% of the $200,000 job. Are you getting what I'm saying? That's how you come up with normalized salary. If the firm is paying her more than it would pay a stranger, it's overpaying. If the firm is paying, it's overpaying, and that overpayment really belongs as profit. Yeah? If the firm is underpaying her what it would normally have to pay a stranger, then the firm is underpaying her, and the firm is incurring a liability to your family. Your family is basically loaning the firm money in the form of working for less than it should be paying us. Is that making sense?
Yep.
Right.
Got it.
All right. Are we done with the exercises on page 21? All right. So I'm just going to, here, we're going to play a game. Give me that microphone, Becky, please. We're going to play a game. I'm going to throw the microphone to you, and you're going to just tell us your total owner benefit percentage, your real profit percentage, and your real profit percentage. Obviously, the middle formula and the bottom formula are just two different ways of arriving at the same thing. It's just two different ways of looking at it. Get it? Understand, everyone, the point of this exercise that we're doing is not to figure out your numbers. The point of this exercise is to learn how to look at the profitability of a law firm so that when you're looking to acquire a law firm, this is how you're going to look at the finances of the law firm you're looking to acquire. And when you're going to sell your law firm, you should anticipate that the buyer is going to look at your law firm this way too. Does that make sense what I'm saying here? Yes? Right? Okay, so I'm going to throw this to, I'm closing my eyes. Look, I'm closing my eyes. I'm not even paying attention. You ready? I have no idea who I'm throwing it to.
Watch your drinks.
Yeah, I'm literally just throwing this down this middle aisle. I'm giving you all a hint. It's coming down the middle aisle. You ready? Yeah, maybe. There you go. Total owner benefit.
I don't want it, I'm passing it on.
Total owner benefit percentage.
19%.
Real profit percentage.
Actually, the same 19%.
Very good. All right, throw it to someone else. Just throw it. Just throw it at them. Just throw it at them. They'll catch it or they won't. Total owner benefit
I have two
percentage.
microphones. It's 22%
And real profit?
17%.
Very good. Throw it to someone else. Just throw it at them. Don't even wait for them to catch. Just throw it at their head. They'll catch it.
All right, I got real profit.
No. I want to hear from the lead investor of the firm. I want to hear from your banker.
I have no clue.
What do you mean? It's on his piece of paper right in front of him. Just read the number.
Okay.
You're going to get in trouble for this?
No, she's already in trouble because she's a freaking shrink and she's trying to
Yeah,
evade
exactly.
responsibility with bullshit after bullshit excuse she gives me. How many times do you got to try to feed me bullshit? I feed it right back. I just give it right back to you before you stop giving me bullshit. 'Cause
Total owner benefit, 21%.
20, that's very good.
Real profit, 11%.
Okay, that's not so bad. Good. Someone else? Throw it to someone, anyone.
Everybody's facing away from me. I don't want to hit them back.
All right, Marjorie.
Total owner benefit, 23.5%, real profit, about 10%.
All right, throw it over there somewhere.
So I feel really bad, and I know this is going to say something about me, but I don't. I'm coming up with my total owner benefit as being 3.3% and profitability at 27%.
Total owner benefit is how much?
3%,
Okay, and real profit?
27%.
No, it can't be because you're.
Yeah, that's why isn't that possible? B plus D, B plus D. So your wages,
180.
your owner's wages, plus your owner benefits.
Right. And this is the other benefits, 56,000, not including distributions.
Wait, say again?
It doesn't include the distributions. It only includes the benefits coming out of the firm. Without
Where do the
other
distributions show up?
I did, that's
The
what I didn't
distributions
include them.
are your K1s.
Right. That's
Okay.
in the real profit, 27%.
The firm's giving you distributions instead of wages.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so put the distributions into wages and see what happens to the number.
Okay.
What is that?
Real profit.
that will bring the profits down.
Yes.
Hang on, let Mary finish this, because I want you all to pay attention to what's about to happen.
So profit's 10.33%, and total owner benefit is, you're taking, taking out 10.33% of revenue. So TOB is 10.33, the profit would still be, you do it.
Give her the microphone.
Gosh, that's why I kept asking.
All we're doing with this exercise, everyone, is giving you some practice thinking and playing with numbers and seeing the relationships between different ideas, so that when we get to the next part tomorrow, where we actually start talking about valuing your firm for sale, you can come up with a reasonable explanation to a prospective buyer as to where and how you came up with the number you came up with for what your firm you think is worth. Yeah? And conversely, when you are in your role plays tomorrow, we're role playing tomorrow, and some of you will be role playing the buyer, and some of you will be role playing the seller, and we're going to be switching, right? And the buyer starts trying to feed you some load of bullshit, Justin. And you're like, you can break them all up and say, but what about this, and what about that, and do different percentages, and take that calculation apart. Get it?
17% owner benefit and 27% profit, total profit.
So your total owner benefit,
17%. Still wrong?
I'm thinking. Danny, help me think about this. Total owner benefit is 17%, and the real profit is
27%.
I don't understand how the total owner benefit includes the profit. Profit is part of the total owner benefit.
Oh, I just did distribution.
She's on page 21, top and bottom.
What equation? The top and the B plus D divided by A, 17%, and then the A minus C plus X.
B plus
divided
D.
by
A, C plus
I did
X.
the top and the bottom.
C is your normalized salary
Yes.
plus all other expenses. Take that number, subtract it from gross revenue,
Yeah, 27%.
divide by gross revenue, 27% real profit.
And she's only taking out 18%. So there's money left in the business. At 27%.
Go ahead.
I have another question
Yeah.
when you're done. On the COGS, usually you take out the owner's salary on the COGS, right?
No,
You don't?
no.
Okay, so,
You do not take the owner's salary out of COGS. Cost of goods sold is the cost of delivering the incremental cup of coffee.
okay, so, and we include in the final number the distributions as well, in X, so all of their overhead plus COGS?
Correct.
Okay.
Whether you leave the money in the business, you don't leave the money in the business, you have to account for it. Danny, what am I missing here? I feel like I'm missing something. What are your actual numbers?
A
A is 7.1.
A is $7 million gross revenue. B,
Is
$180,000 of wages, your W-2 wages.
C is 272.
I'm just going to call it 270 is normalized replacement labor. So you paid yourself less than you should have. Yes? The firm should have paid you 270. It underpaid you by $100,000. Okay, you did that for a tax strategy. Understandable, just so we're clear. Okay. And then D is owner benefits.
Yeah, D is 650 plus 400 in taxes.
So it's $1 million. All right. So B plus D is $1,180,000 divided by $7 million is 17% total owner benefits. How much did you put on your K1? $180,000 plus $1 million plus another million on your K1? You said your K1 was how much? The K1 was how much? What?
1.2 million. We're double dipping.
You took $180,000 in,
Salary.
you took $180,000 in salary. Plus you took
$600 in distributions,
plus $600,000 in distributions,
plus $400,000 in taxes,
plus $400,000 in taxes,
50 in other.
plus $50,000 in other owner benefits is 1.2. 1.2 divided by 7 million, 18%. Okay. Good.
Much better than it used to be.
Yeah. Yes.
So do we include the distributions in doing this or not? I'm confused.
If you're taking distributions instead of salary, you're just classifying salary as distributions.
So we can add it in.
Take your distributions and throw them into salary.
Got it. Right.
Got it. Never mind. I
Right.
thought we weren't supposed to. Okay.
Right. Lower tax rate.
Yes.
Right.
That's pretty much everything.
You did the math? Then I guess that's right.
RJon?
Yes.
So when you said you're taking profit instead of the W-2, is it either or? Because I take W-2 and a draw, which I'm assuming is profit.
You're taking the draw and you're calling it profit.
Right. And I'm taking W-2.
Look, this starts to become, this is the whole point. You're trying to lock it down like it's got to be one or the other, and this
That's
is
what
why.
I'm asking. Is it's not one or the other?
This is why you have to talk about tax strategy before you can understand how profitable a business really is. You understand?
Okay. And also my second question was.
Let's put it another way. If you were gone, you're completely gone.
Yeah.
So what's your total number? What's your W-2 plus your distributions?
Without the other total.
Yeah, just your W-2 and your distributions.
Approximately, probably 400.
How much?
Around 400.
400,000. All right.
Yeah.
If you wanted to go away from the firm for 3 years,
Yeah.
and we're going to hire someone to do all the things you do for the firm, you're going to hire John Miller to come in and just do all the stuff you do for your firm. Are you going to pay him $400,000?
No.
How much would you pay him?
Well, the W-2 should reflect.
No. I just want to know, you
In reality,
are
or-
taking $400,000, and I just want to know how much would you pay John or Becky or Alex or David or anyone else? How much would you pay any of us to do all that stuff for you?
I would say 250 or 300.
All right, so 300.
Yeah.
So 300 is your normalized salary. 100 is actually really profit.
Okay.
Get it?
Yeah, I get it. But why would anyone on the W-2, why would anyone, this may be taxes
It's
also.
okay. Why would anyone
But why would anyone pay themselves more than 120 or 130 in wages? Because when you
there's-
split it up into CEO work and supervising attorney and everything, you can get it down to where it's, 120 or 130 is very reasonable.
And you want to know why someone would pay themselves more.
Yes.
And I'm telling you there's two reasons. One is, like I said in my example, where there was a period of time where I needed to maximize my disability insurance, and the only way I could get my disability insurance up was to max my W, because the insurance companies would only give me insurance based on my W-2 income. So I bit the bullet, said, fuck it, I'll pay the extra 15% tax for 2 years so I could show them 2 years of high W-2 so I could max out my disability policy.
Right.
Reason number one. Reason number two is they don't know any better.
Okay, so there's no real reason unless you're for some specific purpose like disability.
Unless you have a unique specific reason to do it.
Okay.
The explanation is they don't know any better.
Okay, thanks.
You'd be surprised how many people don't know any better.
Because we went through this.
So you do this for 10 years, then it won't surprise you anymore.
Well, we went through this exercise in the tax workshop.
Right.
And the theme was, as long as it's, quote, reasonable, and 120, 130 was pretty reasonable for everyone in the room because everyone was doing CEO work and everyone was doing supervising attorney and some secretarial and some paralegal.
A bunch of assholes were doing offshore VA work on their own email and meeting with prospective new clients instead of making an extra $5 million and starting a foundation to help a whole bunch more people.
Yeah. So the consensus was around 120 or 130 is.
Yeah, it usually
perfectly
ends up
reasonable.
being the number.
Okay.
All right, can we move on? We have an hour left. This is just warm-up stuff. Now we're on page 22. Overhead. Overhead is the general cost of running a business which cannot be charged or attributed to a specific product or part of the work operation. That's overhead, right? We know that? Now, I'm sorry, Ms. Gap, but I'm going to introduce you to two important concepts that Gap doesn't contemplate, but it's very, very relevant to a real business in the real world. And that's static overhead and dynamic overhead. Static overhead and dynamic overhead are subcategories of overhead. Now, we had to create these distinctions. And the reason we had to create these distinctions is because in an effort to cut overhead, we kept finding law firm owners who would like slash all the wrong things, right? So static overhead is, I'll read the definition first, costs which cannot reasonably pay for themselves or generate a profit. Examples, rent, electricity, furniture, copy machine, computers. Yeah? Whereas dynamic overhead is costs which can and should be expected to pay for themselves and generate a profit. For example, marketing, sales, a profit-first professional bookkeeper, tax strategist, C-suite professionals, training. All of those are examples of dynamic overhead, all right? As a general rule of thumb, you can tell whether you're talking about static overhead or dynamic overhead by asking the question, once we have enough, does adding more make the business grow? Once we have enough, does adding more make the business grow? So let's talk about something as mundane as a chair, all right? If you do not have a chair for your secretary to sit on, your secretary probably will become fatigued and lose productivity. Yes? All right. So let's give the secretary a chair. If we give the secretary an uncomfortable wooden chair, the secretary will probably be a little bit more productive than if that person was standing all day long, but not as productive as they could be if we gave them a more ergonomically healthy chair. Yes, we understand that? Once we've given the secretary the most ergonomically perfect chair in the world, giving the secretary a second ergonomically perfect chair will not increase the secretary's productivity. Correct? Correct. And for anyone who is trying to think, but what if they have two different places where they sit in the office and we give them two? Shut the fuck up. All right? Once we give them the best chair we can give them, giving them a second chair doesn't make it any better. Electricity. Not having enough electricity going into the office is going to prevent everyone from working at maximum productivity because we don't have enough light, we don't have enough air conditioning or heat, the equipment doesn't work. We need enough electricity to make everything work the way it needs to work. But once we have enough electricity, calling the power company and saying, could you please send me more electricity, doesn't make anything more productive. This is why it's static in nature. Office space, right? If you don't give people enough office space and everyone's, crawling all over each other, that's going to inhibit and reduce productivity. But once everyone has enough space, giving everyone 3 times more space doesn't make them 3 times more productive. Are you getting the idea of static versus dynamic overhead? Yes? Once the firm has enough employees, adding more employees doesn't make the firm more productive, right? Does everyone get this? Yes? All right. Now, what do you notice about most of the things that are static in nature versus most of the things that are dynamic in nature?
Things versus people?
Well, no, because people, once you have enough of the right employees, adding more of the right employees doesn't tend to make things more productive. What do you notice about most of the things that are static versus most of the things with the microphone that are dynamic? Marshall, throw that to me, please. Throwing it to you.
What I would say is they're actually correlated, meaning that
they're not. They're not.
Well, they are in the sense that, unless I'm misreading it, Once you have the basis, when you grow the size of your office, you're going to need a second copier and so forth. So it gets a point, it goes like a spiral.
That's an interesting observation, but I'm trying to make a different point.
Okay.
The point I'm trying to make, what do you notice about all of the things in the static category versus all of the things, or most of the things in the static category versus most of the things in the dynamic category? This is a really important observation to have in mind. I promise you, this makes a big difference. I'll give you a hint. Yes.
The static costs don't generate a profit by
That's what the
themselves.
definition is. That's right there in the
yeah,
definition.
okay.
All right. I'll give you a hint. You ready for the hint? Ready? Mindset. Mindset. What do you notice about most of the things that are static in nature versus most of the things that are dynamic in nature?
I think the static ones seem a little more fungible and easier to get.
They're fungible? You mean tangible?
Fungible, like they're just like a computer. Like, it's not that hard to get a computer. It's hard to get a dialed-in bookkeeper. Or, you have training, there's
Okay,
more work involved.
that's one thing they all have in common.
I think that the dynamic ones, we think of them as being more optional. Like the static ones seem like everyone's like, duh, of course you need that stuff. But
The dynamic ones we tend to think of as being more optional. Very good observation. You ready?
The static ones depreciate and the dynamic ones have like creativity or
The
something.
dynamic ones tend to can appreciate, and the static ones tend to depreciate. Yeah, anyone else? Mindset. Okay, here, you ready? When your friends or family are talking and they say, how's RJon's business doing? Most of my friends who don't have visibility into my financials, and most of my family who don't have visibility into my financials, and most of my professional colleagues who don't have visibility into my financials, right? They're going to express an opinion about how well I'm doing based on appearances, which mostly are static. RJon's doing really well. He's got that big office downtown with his name on the side of the building. I think RJon's doing really well. He's got an office full of people. I think RJon's doing really well. Have you been in his office? He's got all that really big, beautiful furniture and all that fancy equipment. Yeah? RJon's doing really well. He's got a really thoughtful, comprehensive recruiting strategy that brings prospects into a really well-developed 12-week training program where he uses objective key performance indicators to track it, and ongoing training, more training, and really good financial control. None of them see any of that shit. You get it? And if you're getting your love and your security and your self-esteem from the opinions of all these people whose opinions are uneducated and uninformed, and if you're worried about appearances, when things get tight, what does the immature entrepreneur cut first? Come on, say it. They cut all the wrong things first. What do they cut last? They cut all the wrong things last. They cut this dynamic overhead first because their friends and their family will not notice. Right? Cash gets tight. Jose, you're looking at me like confused. Cash is tight. The first thing an immature entrepreneur cuts is fucking training. The last fucking thing you should ever fucking cut is training and marketing. What's the last thing they cut? Oh, I can't give up my office. What will all my friends think if I don't have my office? I gotta keep paying money to a fucking landlord rather than burn the fucking thing to the ground and claim insurance and make more money and pay fucking training. No, don't do that. That's insurance fraud. That's arson. No, don't do that. I'm being melodramatic. Let the record reflect I am not recommending arson or insurance fraud. I'm trying to make the point. Cut the fucking static overhead ruthlessly. What's the guy, John Morgan? Did anyone read any of his books? Great advice. Live in an A-quality house and do business out of a B-quality office. Don't have A-class office space and live in a fucking shithole house. Do you realize how many lawyers are driving around in fucking Mercedes and BMWs and Porsches and going to these fancy fucking offices, and you go to their house and it looks like they're fucking broke because they are? They're so worried about appearances. Be really, really, really cognizant of static overhead versus dynamic overhead. All right? And when someone tries to sell you their law firm, and you see, when someone tries to sell you their law firm, where should you be sure to go and meet them at some point during your due diligence? Their house. And if their office is nicer than their house, you know there's problems in that firm. You know that all the decisions are backwards and upside down. You know that the staff is not being held accountable. You know they've got bad people on staff who they're afraid to fire. You get what I'm saying here? You know the marketing vendors are running amok. You go to their house and you go to their office is nicer than their house, particularly if they drive a really nice car. You know there's all kinds of problems going on in that firm. Say again?
Would the marketing vendor let us come to their house? That would be fun.
I didn't say the marketing vendor, I said the owner of the property, the owner of the firm. If the marketing vendor is smart, their house is probably a lot nicer than their house and their office. Their house is probably a lot nicer than their. All right. So, page 22, some items of static overhead that you are currently paying for. Some items of static overhead that you're currently paying for. I found $250,000 sitting between the cushions of a couch that I was sitting on in my office. I sat down and I looked between the cushions and there was $250,000 sitting there. That was fun. That was a good day.
Is your tech static or dynamic?
She went right past that, didn't she? I'll just answer that question since no one seems to be asking. Your tech stack, I would say probably is mostly, well, the hardware is probably mostly static, and the software and the data is probably mostly dynamic.
So what were the costs that you found that were wasted sitting in between the cushions on your couch at the office?
I'm glad you asked.
So that we could try to look for similar things ourselves.
So we bought, so in Coconut Grove, which is where I live, there is a commercial office space that I have been walking past for 15 years and looking at it, and every time I walk past, I'm like, that is awesome. I got to own that someday. And 3 years ago, we bought it. We bought it for $2 million. And it was a shell. So we put another, Danny, about $1 million, $2 million more into it. So we got about $4 million into it. It's 4,300 square feet, which gets us into it for less than $1,000 a foot. That right? I think we probably could sell it today for maybe 5.5 or 6 million. And we can lease it for, the broker tells us that we can lease it for, she's recommending, I forgot the amount, but it ends up being $25,000 a month, triple net. Okay? It's 4,400 square feet. And I can't get any of these motherfuckers to fucking show up to the fucking office. I built a fucking palace for them to fucking work in. It is beautiful. It's got an entire living wall on one of the walls. It's modern. It's beautiful. It has a shower in one of the bathrooms so they can go to the gym and work out and be healthy. It's got a kitchen. It's like literally in the middle of Coconut Grove. And these motherfuckers will not come to the office. So I was sitting on the couch of this fucking office, looking down between the cushions, thinking, what the fuck is going on? I'm sitting here by myself most of the time. And I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to lease this place out and go rent a fucking WeWork down the street. And so net, I'm probably going to save about $20,000 a month, which is going to put around $250,000 a year of net profit into my pocket, and let someone else pay the mortgage on my beautiful office space that someone else can take pride in. But oh my God, what's going to happen when people walk by and they see the name How to Manage a Small Law Firm removed from the building? Exactly.
Who cares?
Huh?
I said, who the hell cares? You'll be
That's my
enjoying
whole
your
point.
$25,000
Who the hell
a month,
fucking cares?
7.5% on your
That's the whole point
money.
of this conversation, is understanding that most people hang on to static overhead because of ego, because of appearances. And they cut dynamic overhead when what they should be doing is cutting static overhead. So on page 22, what are some examples of static overhead that you are currently paying for? Come on, jot it down. You all have some static overhead. Just because you write it down doesn't mean you have to cut it. I mean, if you write electricity, I'm not going to say, well, then you got to cut the electricity, right? Just get aware of what static overhead and dynamic overhead is. Glenn, let's get some music. And on page 23, some items of dynamic overhead that you're currently getting, keep the music going. Some items of dynamic overhead that you're currently getting a return on investment from. Some items of dynamic overhead that you're not currently getting an ROI on and need to do something about. Every one of you has some dynamic overhead that you're not actually getting an ROI on yet. You got that salesperson who used to be great and now they've gone lame. You got that marketing vendor who used to be great and now they're not anymore. You've got that trainer who used to be great and now they're not great anymore. You've got that salesperson who you had great hope for, and you gave them the first month and you gave them the second month, and now it's been 3, 4, 5 months and they're just not getting better. You've got that associate who reminds you just a little too much of yourself and you keep giving them break after break after break after break, and they're just not cutting it. Yeah? Anyone not have any examples of dynamic overhead that you should be but not getting ROI on? Some items of static overhead that you could redeploy into dynamic overhead. So I'm taking that $20,000 a month. Well, I'm using it to buy another house, but in the past, I would have taken that $20,000 a month and I would have used it for something else in the business. I'm just taking it out of the business altogether. That's an old program that we tried to run that didn't work. I told you the last time I did this workbook was 2017. I need to update it, including turning the carrots around. Does everyone have this done? You need a few more minutes? You're going to need this stuff for tomorrow's exercises, because tomorrow's exercises you're going to be doing role playing, and these are the kinds of things you're going to be challenging each other on. So invest a few more minutes, ask questions, otherwise we can wrap up. There is a reception today on the 33rd floor lounge. You can access this from the south or the north tower. So either elevator bank will take you up to the 33rd floor. Go there at 6:30 for the reception. Are we done with all the exercises on page 22 and 23? Yes? Yes. Throw the microphone to Paula, please. Oh, there's another microphone here.
Could you just give an example of a static overhead that could be redeployed into a dynamic overhead?
If I wanted to take the $20,000 a month that I'm going to be saving on my office is static overhead. I could take that $20,000 a month and I could use it to hire 3 new business development people, a new marketing person, more salespeople. I could take that $20,000 a month to hire more trainers. I could take that $20,000 a month to develop new technologies that make things get better.
That assumes that you have static things that you could give up.
You asked for an example. Are you
Yes,
saying
I
you would
did.
like a different example? I'll give you another example. Another example. You have, maybe you have new furniture you're planning to buy. So maybe instead of buying the new furniture, because, maybe it's not, maybe the furniture is getting a little bit old and worn out and doesn't look so pretty and fresh anymore, but it's good enough, right? So maybe instead of buying new furniture, you get a few pieces reupholstered, you do a little spit and polish, and you take the extra money that you would have spent to spend, $20,000 in new furniture, and you use the $20,000 to hire give that guy a little jab, please, in your elbow. No, next, yeah, there, him. Give him a jab with your elbow. Elbow him. Yes. You take the $20,000 and you use it to jumpstart the salaries of 2 non-attorney salespeople. And within the first 2 weeks, you know whether you're keeping them or not. And then the second 2 weeks, they're at least paying for themselves. And by the end of the second month, they're now making a profit for you. And then you take some of that profit and you use the profit that the dragons made for you to get the new furniture. Let the dragons buy you the furniture instead of sacrificing the dragons for furniture.
Or if you have rent, you could go all virtual. I know, I'm like that too, but it's just
There's another example.
Thank you.
You're welcome. A big place to look for static overhead, here, ready? A big place to look for static overhead is to think to yourself, what would people think if I got rid of this? If it's like, what would people think if I got rid of this, and that concerns you, that is probably a good sign that it might be static in nature. It's usually physical plant. It's vanity stuff.
Yeah, I think I just have a hard, like, we have clients into our office all the time, and it's partly them. We want them to have a nice experience when they walk into our office, so I feel like we do need nice furniture and nice space and all of that, so.
Like I said, you can't have not enough electricity, but once you have enough electricity, you don't need more of it.
Right.
Right? So how often do you refurbish your office?
We haven't since we moved here.
Okay, well, let me change tacks and say, maybe it's time to refurbish your office. I don't know. Look,
It's only
this
been
is
4
this is a
years.
thought exercise, right?
Yeah.
This is a thought exercise because what's going to happen is you're going to go look at a firm to buy one day, and you're going to look around that firm, and you're going to look at their profit and loss, and you're going to see that they're burning all kinds of money on things that are unnecessary, and you're going to say, I know how to make this place more profitable real quick. Get rid of all this crap we don't need.
RJon, can you give an example of dynamic overhead that's not getting an RO?
Unproductive salespeople.
Okay.
Unproductive marketing vendors. Unproductive managers who don't manage, who don't actually do the job of managing and holding people accountable. Those are common examples of dynamic overhead that's not producing an ROI.
So basically unproductive employees or vendors?
Generally speaking,
generally.
yes.
Okay, thanks.
It may not be a good example, but from static to dynamic, when I bought the photocopier and I put the code for each case and for litigation we charge per pages, that's how I paid my photocopier years ago. It doesn't make money, but at least it reimburses itself. I ran the numbers.
So let's just imagine, for purposes of this conversation, that it took 5 hours to implement that whole procedure.
Okay.
Right? Because you had to figure out how to do it. You had to document a policy for the staff to follow it. You had to do staff training to make sure they actually put in the right numbers. And let's just say that you paid, how much do you charge per hour when you work?
Per hour, right now, I'm at $4.95.
Great. So let's say you paid you made a $2,500 investment
Okay.
in putting this policy into place. Yeah? Well, that would be an example of a dynamic expense,
Okay.
because it more than paid for itself. Good?
Okay.
All right. All right, so look, if there's no more questions, we are actually 20 minutes ahead of schedule, surprisingly.
Can you talk about, since we've got time, can you talk about value and quiet list? That was earlier on in terms of stuff.
Yes, when you are looking at assets in a firm and you're looking to find Renoirs in the attic, yeah? Remember Renoirs in the attic from Vern Harnish's work? Well, most law firm owners aren't doing nothing with their list of former clients. Here, we'll do a little survey. Hey, raise your hand if you're not doing gas calls. Raise your hand if you don't have a formal gas call program and gas calls aren't getting done consistently, predictably, reliably by someone other than you every quarter. Raise your hands. Come on, everyone. Isn't this fun? Aren't we all great? Well, there's an example. So you would see a law firm. You'd be looking at the assets of the law firm, and you'd be saying, okay, is one of the assets of the law firm a systematic gas calling program that's being run by a dedicated gas caller that's producing results every month? Yeah? And you say, no one's doing gas calls. And you say, how long has this law firm been in business for? John Miller, how long have you been in business for? 30 years. And in 30 years, how many clients are on your conflict of interest database? Thousands. Thousands of clients on John Miller's conflict of interest database. How many years have you been in business for? 12 years. How many names are on your conflict of interest database? 6,000. How about you?
Me, 30 years.
How many clients are on your conflict of interest database? Thousands, yes? Well, let's see. If we have a gas caller, you know that song by Waylon Jennings, I've always been crazy, but it kept me from going insane? Now you're about to see why. Here's an idea I've never once mentioned before. Let's just say you had a gas caller, and all they did all day long was made gas calls. On Monday morning, they come in and they make gas calls, and then they take a break, and then they keep making gas calls, and then they take lunch and they make more gas calls after that. And on Tuesday, they make more gas calls, and on Wednesday, they make more gas calls. And in between their gas calls, they're following up, and they're making connections and making referrals and following up with the referrals that they make to make sure that the referral's connected. And all day long, all they do is make gas calls. How many gas calls you figure they could probably connect to every day? How many people you think they'd connect with every day?
Sometimes just like 2 maybe.
No. Actually have a real substantive, who has been to a gas call workshop with us? Raise your hand, okay. How much money did you make in the gas call workshop? But you made like a lot of money. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, yes? Okay. Who else has been to a gas call workshop?
I did it with referral sources.
You did it with referral sources. Who else went to a gas call workshop?
Done it, made thousands, do it every weekend, keep doing it.
Good. All right. So you're probably going to, a good gas caller is probably going to be able to have legitimately, like really legitimately, maybe 5 really good conversations a day. Because each conversation is going to be like 30 minutes, and there's a lot of no answer, no answer, no answer. And there's a lot of following up and honoring the commitments that the gas caller is making on their gas calls, right? So let's say they talk to 5 people a day. 5 people a day times 20 days a month is, what is that?
100. It's 100 people.
100 a month times 12 months is how much a year?
1,200.
1,200 a year. So how many gas callers would you need in order to have a touch with each and every one of your former clients every year? You have 6,000. You would need 5. You would need 5 full-time gas callers. What? Because why the fuck not? Hey, listen, this is a Renoir in your attic that you literally just, this is a Renoir in your attic that you literally just ignored. See, I'm going to come in and I'm going to look at your law firm and I'm going to say, wow. What state are you in again?
Maryland.
The Maryland state bar rules make it illegal, make it a violation of bar rules for any other lawyer on the whole fucking planet to pick up the phone and call this person. You are probably one of the only lawyers on the planet, of every lawyer on the entire planet Earth, of every lawyer in the state of Maryland, of every lawyer in the state of Maryland who you are competing against on fucking social media, you are probably the only, what area of law do you do?
Family.
You are probably the only family lawyer in the entire market who is allowed by bar rules to pick up the phone and say, hi, you don't remember who the fuck I am, but I'm making a cold call on you, and it's not a violation of bar rules to do it. And here's a funny little fact about bar rules in most states. If I buy your law firm, then I get to call them. I get to buy that right. And you put no value on it. I think that's hugely valuable. That's the most valuable part of your whole fucking firm.
Oh, we can buy the past client, that's part of it too? It's not just the existing clients?
You don't get to buy the past clients. You have no choice but to take the past clients. When you buy the law firm, you're stuck with them. When you buy Marjorie's firm,
Okay.
you are stuck with all of her conflicts of interest. Because the bar rules say they're still clients of the firm. You now, own the firm, which now means you've now just inherited all those conflicts of interest, which means you now have inherited the relationship of law firm to the client, even though Marjorie hadn't done shit to keep in touch with them in 30 years. You're still allowed to call them. The firm is allowed to call them. Ring, ring. Hi, my name is Sally Sue. I'm the gas caller for the Marjorie Law Firm, now owned by Francis. We're calling to see how you're doing. Wow, you're the only lawyer who's ever picked up the phone and called me to see how I'm doing. That's because bar rules give me that's because bar rules makes it illegal for anyone else to do it except me, because I bought the law firm for nothing because she gave me the Renoir in the attic for free because she didn't see the value of it. Are you seeing the point here, everyone? Yes.
I'm sorry. So if you buy the firm, then you're also buying potential like malpractice issues or anything like that.
Yeah.
What about an asset purchase where you're just buying the assets, not the actual firm? So if the client list is an asset that you're purchasing, can you market to them without being on the hook for malpractice and conflict issues?
I don't believe that you can do that under bar rules. Double check your bar rules. But I'm not giving you legal advice.
Okay.
I'm not giving you legal advice, everyone. I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm not giving you ethical advice. I'm not giving you any advice. I'm just going to suggest something to you. This thing called, you ready? Watch this. What's that called?
Aligned.
This is old co. This is new co. This is the firm you're buying, filled with all that ugly malpractice liability shit. This is new co. Old co, which is a dumpster fire, calls its clients, and says, let's be friends again. The client says, okay, let's be friends again. And Old Co says, okay, great, come and visit us at New Co and become a client of New Co. It's been done. But I'm not giving you legal advice.
Thank you. For the non-legal
Client
advice.
list. Sorry?
Thank you for the non-legal advice.
As long as we're clear, it's not illegal advice. This is an enormously valuable asset, one of many enormously valuable assets that most law firms are sitting on and completely ignoring, right? So let's just go back to this for a second here. You've got one gas caller reaching 5 people a day. If your firm is talking to 5 people a day, how many of them do you imagine will probably want or need more services from your firm? 1 out of 5? 1 out of 10? 1 out of 20? 1 out of 20? Can we say 1 out of 20? 1 out of 20? One out of 20? Are we good with 1 out of 20? Yes. Does that seem conservative enough that everyone can be comfortable that 1 out of 20 will probably say, wow, you know what? I've been meaning to call you. I'm glad you called me. Now that you mention it, I probably need to talk to you. Something like that. 1 out of 20? That would be times 20 days a month is 100. Divided by 20 means 5 new clients or new engagements. 5 new engagements? Yeah? Out of 100 former clients that you talk to, you get 5 new cases out of it? Either they need to hire you, or they have a friend who needs to hire you, or they either hire you themselves or make a referral to you. 1 out of 20. Yeah? What's your average case or matter worth? How much? 17,000. What's your average case or matter worth? 20,000. What's your average case or matter worth? 10,000. What's your average case or matter worth?
10,000.
I've heard 10, I've heard 17, I've heard 10, I've heard 20. Great. So I'm going to say we have a blended average case or matter value of $5,000. How much is that? That's $25,000 times 12 is how much? Is $300,000. And your cost of goods sold, or your gross profit margin, is what? Your gross profit margin is probably about 2/3 on that. Yeah? That's $200,000 gross profit. $200,000 gross profit, yes? And how much is your gas caller charging you? How much are you paying for the gas caller? $60,000 a year. So a $60,000 a year employee with this new piece of technology that was invented called a fucking telephone and an Excel sheet is going to produce $200,000 of gross profit for you. That's if it's only 1 out of 20, and I cut your average case value in half just to not embarrass anyone too fucking much. Oh wait, there's more. What's that you say? The 80 clients that the gas caller reaches who don't want or need your services, who don't have a friend or a family member or anyone they know who wants or needs your services, what percentage of those 80 people don't need help with something else in their life? What percentage of those 80 people don't need help with something else in their life? Come on, someone tell me what's the percentage of the people? 0% of them don't need help with something else in their life, right? They themselves or a friend or a neighbor or a child or a parent or someone they know is getting divorced. Someone they know is filing bankruptcy. Someone they know is facing an immigration challenge. Someone they know is facing a criminal defense problem. Someone they know needs to find a new accountant. Someone they know is looking to buy a house. Someone they know is looking to sell a house. Someone they know is looking to furnish a house. Someone they know is looking to go back to school. Someone they know is looking for a new insurance agent. Someone they know is looking for a new car. Someone they know is having some sort of a health challenge. Someone they know has something going on that someone on your Team 100 can do for them. Yeah? So out of those 80 people who they talk to, let's say we're able to make how many referrals? 10 referrals? Let's say 10 referrals. 10 referrals times 12 months is 120 referrals. How many of you are making 120 referrals systematically, predictably, reliably, programmatically every single year? 1. And what do you get in return for those 120 referrals, Becky? Most of her clients come from outgoing referrals that reciprocate. And what's the firm's revenues? So most of $1.7 million of revenue came from reciprocation on outgoing referrals. Okay, so I'm just going to cut that in half from 1.7 to 800,000. Yeah? And I'll cut it in half again to 400,000, and I'll cut it in half again just so no one makes any excuses, and that's another $200,000 in inbound referral business you get. And all of this from a client list that no one values. Just by taking the time, I'm gonna start throwing shit at you, man. Just from taking some of those 30 fucking hours you waste meeting with prospective clients one by one by one by one by one by one by one, and hiring a veteran, oh, fuck you, and hiring a fucking veteran to make your fucking gas calls for you. Fuck. Oh, man, a disabled veteran. We'll see what you do with it. All right. That's the client list. It's just an enormously valuable asset sitting there in all these firms. And here's the thing, I'm giving you guys all shit and giving you a hard time. We're having fun, joking around at the end of the day about what's sitting in your firm, right? Justin, when you go to buy a firm, you don't say one word about any of this because they don't know what they're sitting on. Fuck it, you could tell them and they're still not going to do anything. But you see what I'm saying? There's massive value in this stuff, right?
Can I ask a follow-up question?
No.
If you have a microphone in front of you.
Oh, I'll just steal it from you. So, what if you have a situation where there are attorneys retiring, basically closing the door? They're not looking at trying to market and sell their law firm. Based on kind of what you're saying right now is we should be knocking on their door and perhaps buying their firm for their past client list? Is that?
You should be, first of all, you should be offering to buy their firm.
Yeah.
And give them a job. Because what they want to do most of the time, in my experience, is they want to retire from the hassles of running the firm. They don't want to retire from being a lawyer. And very often, what I've seen over the years, I've been doing this since 1999, and what I've seen is that retired lawyers don't fare that well. Retired lawyers, do you ever have 2 dogs or 2 cats and one of them dies? And then what do you know always happens to the other one shortly thereafter? It also dies, right? Retired lawyers, it's like they lose their purpose, they lose their mojo, they lose their way. So to be able to say to someone, I would like to buy your firm, I'll get to you. I would like to buy your firm, honor and protect your legacy, honor and protect all of your clients, protect your reputation, and continue to employ you, give you an office, give you a secretary, give you a place to go, give you something to do, and that's a very attractive opportunity for a lot of older attorneys. And they make great networkers. They make great CLE speech givers. They make great business development people. They make great mentoring attorneys.
So as a follow-up, is there a strategy
for going out and find that? Because it's not like someone who's put their firm out with a broker who say, I want to actively sell my firm. Or is this just a lot of getting out and networking?
It's a lot of getting out and networking. I mean, you're in a relatively small market. There aren't that many estate planning law firms in your market. You go to the network, go to the bar functions. I mean, normally I tell you avoid the bar functions like the plague, but that's where you're going to find them.
Where are you located?
So I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Oh. Can I? So I've done this. I acquired a retiring attorney at 81 years old. And she's still part of our team. She's our mentoring attorney. Everything you said, RJon, like spot on. She found us because she had known us through the community. So we do a lot of networking in South Florida. So we had seen her at different events, but we didn't know her personally. And we had multiple conversations. It was 5 years ago. She's 86 now. She's still part of our team. She's made us a lot of money. And she's stayed on, even with, her age and her experience. The other thing that was super important with this acquisition, because it was not a normal acquisition, is that she was one of the founders of the Collaborative Family Law Institute in South Florida. So she is also seen as somebody in the community that has like expertise in a certain area. But to answer your question, there are brokers. There's actually one that I know in North Carolina. He's a CPA attorney that has different deals. But I would say you probably know most of the community that does what you do. You go to these events, you talk to these people, and you see people that are maybe not wanting to practice anymore. It's hard to find the deals, I'm going to be honest, but they've come to us.
Let's be more direct.
Sure.
They're old. You can see them because they're old. I mean,
I didn't think she would stay until 86. She has.
Sure. I enjoy a good blue plate, like 4:30 in the afternoon dinners. I mean, yeah, we're good.
Well, that's good because that's where you'll find them. But I'm not trying to be fun. Like what Sam is saying is exactly right. I mean, just get out there, And the cool thing is they tend to know each other.
Read my LinkedIn post. I just wrote a story on this.
Let's connect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Sam, throw the microphone at Leah, please.
Oh, God, I'm not.
So I was going to say, I think that's a great concept. That's what I have too with Denise Isaacs, who joined my firm, who's 74, and she's of counsel. And on her own, since she's wrapped up her last couple cases, she's bored. She's going to different events and networking and trying to bring in business. She came to our event last night, and it's just great having them. And I think it gives her something to do as well. Huh? Yeah, she's been awesome. She's got like almost 1 million followers between all the different social media. So.
Have you ever, Jason, you have an assistant, right?
Yeah.
Have you had occasion to do something that like your assistant normally does for you and then you haven't done in a long, long time and then you start doing it yourself and you realize, I don't even know how to do this anymore?
Yes.
Like I booked travel. Like I used to be, when I traveled in 2010, 2011, 2012, I booked all my own travel. I booked all my own hotel rooms. I did all my own AV. I'm completely self-sufficient. I'm not like a prima donna. And with that being said, it's been a long time since I've done that stuff for myself. And I booked travel for myself the other day, and I was like, the website's all changed. It took me a while. It was like kind of weird. I had to like get back into just something I hadn't done in a long time. You know what I'm saying? Now imagine you haven't managed your own calendar for 10 years. Imagine you haven't made reservations for 10 years. Imagine you haven't bought a gift for your spouse for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? I just sort of expected the flowers to show up for Mother's Day for Allie. And nothing that showed up. Because I was very thoughtful. What I did thoughtfully was put a system in place that would ensure that Allie got flowers. Is the thoughtful thing that making sure she got the flowers, or does it require me to go out and plant a seed, tend to the rose garden for a year, and then prune the flowers myself and arrange them? I mean, where is the line on thoughtfulness, right? I put the line on thoughtfulness, making sure she got the flowers. Well, I made sure she got the flowers. I made sure she got the flowers by making sure there was a procedure and a policy and a person in place to make sure she got the flowers. My point is, even just being able to say, you're going to have an office to go to get away from, so you can stay in your routine, and we're going to provide you with a secretary who's going to be able to take care of the stuff that you're used to having someone take care of for you. Man, that's a huge benefit to people. Leah, throw me the microphone, please. Or throw it over here to Anthony. Thanks.
A broker.
With the microphone.
A broker asked
Especially
me,
through it
what's
to
the percent of your recurring business? How should I figure that out and respond?
What, who?
A broker.
Asked you what?
What is the percent of my recurring business? What metric would you create to respond to that?
I would track how much of your business comes from repeat clients. That's what they're asking. They're saying, let's say I had $1 million in revenue. I'm making this up. $500,000 comes from brand new clients who have never done business with us before. And $500,000 comes from clients who have done business with us before. That would make them recurring or repeat.
On a matter-by-matter basis or a client-by-client basis?
I would say, is he asking for, is the broker, I said he, is the broker, he or she or they or whatever, is the broker asking for recurring revenue, or is the broker asking for repeat business? Recurring revenue is monthly recurring revenue. That's like people who are on a contract, like
subscription.
Like how to manage a small law firm is monthly recurring revenue. Your law firm might have some monthly recurring revenue, or like you might have a general counsel program, or some other subscription program, or a maintenance program, or a membership program, or something like that. Or you could have repeat business, which is this much of our business comes from clients who have done business with us at least once before in the past year. This percentage of our business comes from clients who have done business with us at least once before in the past 5 years. I mean,
Right.
there's all different ways to present the information.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I'll have to clarify on which one she's asking for. She might be asking for both, but she didn't phrase the question clearly. Okay, thank you.
And here's the thing. Since you know that that's going to make your firm more valuable, see, these are the questions you're going to start getting hit with tomorrow when you're doing the role plays, right? Since you know that this is going to make your firm more valuable, if you're thinking that you want to sell your firm in 3 or 4 or 5 years or something like that, now's the time to start thinking about building those kinds of programs into your lineup of services, so that when the broker or the buyer does ask you these questions, you've got good answers. Good? Yeah. All right, I got a couple questions for you, and then we're going to wrap up. My questions for you is, I started the morning by asking, what were you hoping to get out of the day or out of this workshop? Remember that? So I want to ask you to just think for a minute what you were hoping to get out of this workshop, and just grab a piece of paper, grab a notepad, like one of the note pages out of your workbook, and just tear it out and say, this is what I was hoping to get. It doesn't need to be long. And I'm not interested in compliments. Don't give me compliments. If it's the greatest workshop ever and you love it, thank you very much, I appreciate it. But mostly what I want to hear is, I'm still waiting to get X. Tell me what you're still waiting to get so I can review that. Oh, there's notepads in the back, so you don't have to tear the pages out if you haven't already. All right. I'm still waiting to get X. Tell me what you're still waiting to get so that tonight I can review it and make sure that we either have already planned to do it, or I will make it happen tonight and then act like it was planned all along. I won't. I'll admit. I'll tell you the truth. I'm still waiting to get what? Still waiting to get hit in the head by a music stand because I deny worthy veterans good employment. Man, could you imagine a veteran making gas calls to clients, especially if the clients are veterans? By the way, you know the best place to find a gas caller? One of your former clients. One of your former clients is your gas caller. I mean, depending on your practice area, obviously. Hey, when these guys all clear out, stick around. I want to do a debrief, okay? Yeah. All right, so when you're done, leave it. Go to the reception starting in 45 minutes. And thank you. We'll be back tomorrow at around 9 a.m. No, we'll start at 9 a.m. Let's be on time. We'll start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And tomorrow's going to be very interactive. It's mostly going to be role plays.
Business review tomorrow at 8:45.
Oh, yeah, cool. Cool.
I don't want to get charged.
No, you won't. I'm not really charged.
Reveal things to a potential buyer when we know our firm right now. The firm is not ready. Should we reveal the metrics and numbers to someone who's interested, but you know the firm is not ready to be sold? But they are just curious. Should we just reveal and give information and metrics to someone who's inquiring when we know we're not?
So I said, what's the risk of interacting with potential acquirers before the firm is ready for sale?
Yeah.
So I want to know how the terms for the purchase price are structured. What's market, what's best, what's typical.
Yeah.